Good morning and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny.
Hey.
He's got his little chocolatey coffee.
It's not really chocolatey. It's mostly just coffee.
You word, I'll start calling you at 6:10. not gonna make it to 6:15.
All right.
Welcome to the show. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I sent out a mass text to the staff this week. I didn't have to include April in it because I can just kind of go, hey, I got a thing to tell you. But all of our videos now, every single one to a man, is being partially monetized. You know, I'm getting the orange dollar sign.
Mm-hmm.
And the monetization from the videos is basically like that and what we get from Twitch still. And if you guys keep your Twitch subscriptions, that is remarkably helpful to this program. Because that is our profit for the month. Like the monetization from the videos and the YouTube stuff is what the company takes away for if this piece of garbage goes down. Did I break it already?
No.
Oh.
So you're telling me they will ban us without telling us why? And they will keep paying us at the same time?
Yes.
What the?
Because they're getting a cut.
I just... You can keep getting subscribers. You can't broadcast to them.
And if you're, by the way, if you're a subscriber, you still can't watch our content, like the archive stuff. Well, it's been 3 months, so you wouldn't be able to watch it anyway.
You aren't getting D for it, as we were saying.
Yeah. And so I guess you can use our emotes. So people who still are on Twitch and subscribe to our channel, they can still use our emotes.
Oh, then it's all worth it.
So they like that. Sean, we will get to the set. He says April did a great job of fixing the set this weekend. We did do some work over the weekend, but we had the kids all weekend. We were doing some stuff. We were able to get a little shopping done, and we'll be able to do some stuff with the set. Now shut up. So we've been getting the orange dollar signs or the yellow dollar signs, whatever you want to call them.
The Creflo dollar signs.
Creflo dollars. No, Creflo dollar signs are
green
and black. So we've been getting the orange and yellow dollar signs, and I think it might be because by the way, over the weekend, we eclipsed 3,700, and we're already well on our way to 3,800 subs. We'll be to 4,000. Dude, I don't want to press my luck and say by the end of the month, but we've gone on rushes like that before, as Matt Damon said in Rounders. So cross your fingers. We could be at 4,000 subs by the end of the week. Well, then in that case, just make sure you... Shit! Oh, I should have known that over the weekend it stopped doing that. All right, here we go. Boom. Boom. I don't know why that has to happen, but...
Hit the subscribe button, smash that like
did I
button,
say the S word?
And click the bell to get notifications.
I think so.
Oh, booger snatch. Anyway, so I sent a mass text over the weekend, and I told the guys, hey, I know this is stupid, but could we cut off the swearing in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the show? Because I hear from people that the first 5 or 10 minutes of the show, YouTube checks for cursing and will limit, not demonetize, but limit monetization on the video. I don't know if it's that or if that our viewer and subscriber count is getting high enough to the point we, in the algorithm, trip some kind of radar and now we're being looked at. So the content that we talk about, like the stories we talk about, no matter what kind of language you use, it's considered kind of taboo for advertisers. So YouTube just goes ahead and says, no.
Well, we usually pick the stories where literally advertisers are like, "Oh, I want nothing to do with this."
Right.
Like so.
So we do pick that. So, what do you do? We'll see. What is it? It's like it was at like $350 or $400 a month from just ads. So I'm sure we can make that up somewhere else. Go subscribe to Steel Toe on Twitch. There you go. Or just become a member of this show. Either way,
we
that's
could
fine.
technically just make an OnlyFans and just make it all like legit above board content, and then just tell people there is also the Steel Toe OnlyFans.
We have an OnlyFans. I mean, it's just me trying to figure out how to chip, but it's an OnlyFans.
Like just literally, pictures of like April gardening.
Yeah, it's funny. There's like cooking OnlyFans. But anytime someone mentions OnlyFans,
they always think porn.
You might as well say Pornhub.
Yeah.
Like the perception is that you're like, imagine if you're a chef and you're a female chef, but you're like a do-gooder and all this stuff, and you just have an OnlyFans for your food. And you go, oh, join my OnlyFans, and be like, oh, God, you own a restaurant, and you're an executive chef. Could you not do porn? And she's like, no, I make desserts. That's all. Oh, yeah, and then you rub them all over your tits. And so, no, I'm legit.
That's what all the women are saying. The guys are saying, check, please. I got to go home.
Excuse me. I'm not getting great reception here. I got to go somewhere where I can get some 5G and can see you in full clarity. So I did throw out that edict, but as you can see, effortlessly from me and the hit smash click thing not working right, it's not going to work. So if it is the cursing in the first 10 or 15 minutes, it looks like we're just screwed on that end. But I do think, like, I'm put up
out anyway.
Yeah, I put up a video yesterday, which, by the way, deserves to have 8 million views. If everything we do on DSP gets thousands, and Bobby Lee, and Brendan Schaub, and Brian Callen, and Jordan Peterson, if all that stuff gets thousands of views, then Oz and I doing a bit called Abortion Boat, which was so funny, should have thousands of views as well. There's the link to Abortion Boat. I want you guys to do me a favor. Right now, I want you to click it. Right now, I want you to hit the like button on it. I want to get the algorithm on that tripped because that bit needs to do well. That's the kind of clip where when people see it, it finds our audience. I'm not saying that everyone who watches it'll go, I'm subscribing to this. But the people who want to subscribe to this show and they've never heard of it, they are going to see that video.
That thing is awesome.
That's the video they need to see. So click on the Abortion Boat bit, hit the thumbs up button. Stephen King says no. Stephen, for future reference, you can just not do it. You don't have to tell. There's no reason to discourage me and go, no, I'm not gonna. Just don't. That would be nice of you. So click the Abortion Boat bit. Do that whole thing. Click the like button. Let's spread that around. Share it if you have the time. But it deserves to be.
Don't let the algorithm kill it in its infancy.
Good point.
Protect the abortion boat.
Don't let YouTube strangle our baby in the crib, as it were. All right, subscribe to the channel.
Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get
I was thinking more of like a vacuum womb situation. But
well, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I was thinking misoprostol or whatever, however you
good old
that.
Coat hanger.
Yeah. Bleach and a kick to the tummy. Grinch Girl says I don't think, you know what, come to think of it, I don't think it's the language. Now that you mention it.
It might not be.
We're 8 minutes into the show, and it's already kicking pregnant people in the stomach and making them drink bleach. It might not be the word fuck.
So the point is tips, okay? We got to get them tips.
Tips. Michaela says, check PayPal and say my name. Yes, $10 from Michaela. I did clear out the stuff from the weekend, but thank you very much for sending stuff to the PayPal. And now that you mention it, $390 away from the goal today. Let's get in there. Some people give monthly to Steel Toe. Some people give weekly. If you're one of those weekly people, let's all start throwing in right now. There's the PayPal link in the chat. $390 away from our goal. Let's hammer it out. Let's do it in hourly spurts. Let's get to 300 by 7. Let's get to 200 by 8, 100 by 9. Hit the goal by 10. Do an extra half hour, because in the extra half hour, I have the gift I always give Johnny on Mondays. And yes, he made enough news over the weekend that we can give you one. We're also going to review the old chicken sandwich incident, which we're new to DSP lore, and it's brought us a lot of new fans.
Yes.
And those fans, by the way, have stopped asking during the live shows, when are you doing DSP? Because we're like, do we do it once a week? Maybe twice if he does something egregious like he did last week with the racist joke. But we do it once a week for like 20 minutes out of one 4.5-hour show. It's just part of the fun that we have.
He's one of the many lol cows we have.
Yeah, so
there's a whole pasture of them.
There's a lot of them. And one of our listeners sent me Kiwi Farms threads on like 4 different guys. So I got some homework and some research to do. So if you're feeling generous, everyone who's feeling generous right now at the moment, go ahead and click that PayPal link, chip in. That is how this show pays its bills, is listener donations. We're filthy internet beggars for a living. But we consider it an exchange, a transaction, We give you the service. You throw us a few bucks. All is well with the world. Super chats, memberships, and that PayPal. PayPal, we take over 90%. The YouTube stuff, we take 50%. No, I'm sorry. That's Twitch. 70% of what you give us on YouTube. James kicking things off today with $25. Thank you very much, buddy. Knocking us down to $365 this morning. Thanks, pal. We're on a roll. A few more people like that. We're going to knock out that $100 this first hour. So I have a lot to talk about today. I have a lot to show you guys. I kind of screwed up. Sorry, the PayPal's going nuts. I got to put the phone down. We got another one coming in. It vibrates right next to me, and many times I can feel it. Brian.
That's why you should keep it in your pocket.
Ooh, lucky girl. $20 from Brian. 345 away from our goal. So just 45.
Guys, thank you.
45 away from that. What is it? That milestone marker. The first hour marker.
Yeah.
There you go. Saint Arin says, "Oh my God, I have to set aside time to finish that abortion clip. The beginning is hilarious."
Oh,
okay.
if you love the beginning.
Should we show a little bit of the abortion?
Yeah,
bit
just
so that
a touch. I watched it twice last night.
Did you? Is it as funny as I remember it?
Yeah, I was going through all the clips and the stuff I've missed, and I caught it last night. I was watching it twice while I was doing game stuff. I just laughing my balls off.
All right. I'm going to tell you guys how I screwed up a great interview opportunity for Thursday, and then I'm going to tell you about the interview opportunity we did get for Tuesday. It turns out this show is being heard by a lot of people with, like, fans, like a huge following. That, like, we've known that Red Bar is knowledgeable of this show. DSP obviously is knowledgeable about this show. Josh Denny, I mean, okay, so he doesn't have a fan base, but still. Josh Denny, now Greg Opie Hughes from the Opie and Anthony show. We've apparently made his radar.
Sweet.
Keemstar. I mean, it's great that and people are surprised by this when we tell them how long we've been on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, yeah, we've been on for about, 3 months in a couple of days here, or like today or tomorrow's 3 months. And already, even Opie, who you're about to find out in a little bit, was none too pleased with your host here.
What did
he said, you guys are pretty good at this.
What did you do now?
I thought I've always been nice to Opie. And apparently, when I start running my mouth, just shit flies out of it.
Yeah.
I said something about Opie, and you know what's weird about me? I trash so many people, and I give my blunt opinion about so many people that I don't even perceive some stuff as trashing somebody. Mm-hmm. I just go, here's my take on the guy. And there's never any malice. Like, a great example is the Josh Denny stuff. He said something about us on a podcast. He said something about his friend's show on a podcast. So I just started laying into Josh Denny. I was having fun. Mm-hmm. And apparently it hurts his feelings. He doesn't like it. But like when he shits on our show on a podcast, I just go, ooh, fun. I get to I get shit on by somebody and I go, oh, fun, a back and forth. This is good. Because remember, on radio and like our entire careers, whenever we talk shit about someone, they go, oh, just don't mention him. Oh, just, no. So whenever someone... It's like you're playing tennis.
Yeah, whenever someone returns the serve, you're excited for a game.
I'm like, a volley? This is fun. I get to work on my backhand a little bit. So I don't look at it. I look at talking shit on people on this show as playing tennis. I'm not hitting the ball at you. I'm
hitting the ball to you.
I'm hitting it to you.
It's your chance to return.
But like the Opies and the Denny's and the Red Bars and all the people who do this, do they not have a this life and their real life? Because I have a this life, and then I have my life.
Well, I don't mean to rip on Denny, but he doesn't really have a this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good point.
That is funny, though. Oh, they said mean stuff about me. That hurts my feelings. N-word. Like, okay, so you're gonna do edgy comedy by dropping a word most people. Yeah, man, I'm an edgelord. Okay, so that guy sucks. They said mean stuff about me.
You're gonna be 4chan in front of a microphone, but you're gonna be pissed if someone says you don't get many people to your comedy shows. Jesus.
Okay.
Adrian's handled it well. Sort of.
What's he up to now? Anyone keeping tabs?
Dude, I didn't want to do this because I got to get to the abortion boat thing, then the Opie thing.
Right.
But I do have some... I wasn't going to do it on the show, but I do have some Adrian stuff.
Okay.
Captain Delusional. Captain Fake It Till You Make It. He stood outside the Chappelle show that he went to and then referred to himself as learning from the team. He was in the audience watching the show like everybody else. And then he posted a picture of Chappelle on stage with Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock, and a goat. But he didn't post a picture from like Getty Images or whatever. He posted a picture from like one of their Instagrams, but he posted it as a photo as if he'd taken it. Like he was there with them. I was at Herbert's and Gerbert's last night getting a sandwich. I don't mean to brag, but I was at Herbert's and Gerbert's getting a sandwich, and this guy with tobacco chew-stained teeth was running the counter, and he saw me, and he goes, "Oh, man, aren't you that steel toe guy?"
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, cool. You know, whatever. And he goes, "Oh, man, your radio show is so good." And I told him, I go, "We're not on the radio anymore." "What? You're not on the radio anymore?" And I'm like, when I see that, when I hear that, I go, wow, nobody was listening to the radio. Like everyone who said they were a big fan of ours, they heard us once or twice and they never listened to us again.
And then they're still just like, "Oh, you guys are awesome."
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we haven't been there for 2 years. So it just makes me go, God, if we would have stayed there, how irrelevant would we have become?
Well, I mean, how...
Are you going through Adrian's
Yes.
Instagram right now? You see what I mean?
You are shitting me.
That's not a credited picture, is it?
No.
He's trying to make it look like he took it. So anyway, my point is,
And you can see the black crop.
I'm getting like 4 topics ahead here already.
Yeah.
So focus. If you don't focus, I can't focus.
I have ADHD.
I do too. Matt, did you know Ritalin is a street drug? So anyway, we're gonna replay that clip, by the way, of Tom Cruise on the Today Show. He was right. But look, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Mr. Couch Dance had a point.
So the guy, couch dance Scientologist, was right. So I'm at the counter at Herbert's and Gerbert's, and the guy goes, "Oh, you still working with Adrian?" I go, "Yeah, he didn't come with." And he goes, "But man, he's really doing some big things." And in my head, I went, "Dude, he's really got dumb people tricked." And I looked at him, I go, "Not really." He goes, "Oh, I don't know." I go, "Yeah, there's a lot of fake it till you make it there." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I suppose." It's like, you worm, do you not have any convictions? I was mad at him then.
You were turned so quickly.
You turned on Adrian so quickly. I mean, yeah, I'm telling you the truth, sure, but you are a worm, my friend.
You were meant to save this black man's image, not send it to cinders. Oh.
It was said you would support Adrian Washington, not lead him in the darkness. All right, so that happened. Well, now do we do abortion boat, or do we show them the Adrian thing real quick?
I guess the Adrian thing.
Now we have to show you the Adrian thing.
Because we're in the middle of that.
So a guy who used to work with us, if you don't know who he is, a guy who used to work with us named Adrian Washington was a local comedian in St. Cloud. He's pushing 50. I think he's at least 45, maybe older. And he didn't get the comedy career he wanted. You know, he wanted like the TV shows and the specials and all that. And it didn't happen. So he started booking shows in St. Cloud. And he had 2 Steve-O shows that did very well. And then the rest, I think he lost money on. But those 2 Steve-O shows made so much money that he was able to get sponsors to invest in the other shows based on the success of bringing Steve-O here. So he brought Donnell Rawlings once. And he paid Donnell Rawlings a bunch of money to come here. So Donnell Rawlings returns the favor by letting him he's probably opened on 5 Donnell Rawlings comedy shows.
Okay.
You know, made probably $200 each time. Cool, great. And then one time, Donnell Rawlings let him go to a Chappelle comedy special that was going on at the same time Donnell was doing a show that Adrian was opening on. And Adrian got to meet Dave Chappelle and take a picture. Very, very cool.
Yeah.
As a fan,
I remember that photo.
Yeah, as a fan, that's a big deal. Now, after Steel Toe's gone, the tickets aren't selling anymore. He doesn't take any pictures of his shows anymore.
Yeah, I remember he used to, like, he
used
find
to
5 or 6.
He would do these with the full crowd all the time back in the day. Now you don't see, he's canceling as many shows as he's doing locally. So now what he started doing is traveling to Chappelle shows and buying tickets or getting tickets. I don't know.
Maybe he gets them.
But he goes to the shows as a fan and then takes pictures and shows people that he's like Team Chappelle. Whereas if he saw Dave Chappelle Dave Chappelle would shake his hand and go, "I'm sorry, you are again?" Like, that's their relationship.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle meets a lot of people.
Yeah. Dave Chappelle met a fan named Adrian one time backstage. Adrian basically was Wayne and Garth.
Well, I mean,
Going like this.
fancy this. Dave Chappelle met a black aspiring comedian.
Never happened before.
Never happens. He's not. You aren't gonna get lost in that. Oh no.
So then Adrian posts this picture.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's embarrassing.
Dude, did he actually get into the show? He's on the outside of the barrier.
Well, here, we had a great time last night. Chappelle did what he does best. What? Not know who you are. I'm blessed to be able to learn from the whole team. Blessed to be able to learn from the whole team. Guys, do you know where the team is? The team is on that side of the barrier. That's where the team is. He bought this shirt at the concession stand, for God's sake. He is a fan who got to open for Chappelle's opener a couple of times, and now he references the team. And I would give him more shit for this, but like you said, oh no.
Oh no.
Like, it's just kind of sad because you know the guy, so you know where this is coming from. This is a deeply insecure guy who always wanted to be bigger than he is. And now this is how it's manifested itself at 50. He's also never been a guy to work that hard and take his time to build something. He always wanted the get rich quick scheme. He always wanted the next thing. That's why he's done 7 different podcasts and he can't commit to them or do them weekly. I think he's pretty much given up on the podcast. It didn't get him an audience right away. So he gave up on that. So now he follows Dave Chappelle around, buys tickets to the shows. And I'm sorry, this isn't even, we talk about trashing people.
This isn't even trashing.
I'm just telling you what he does. And you can decide if this is bad or not. He goes and follows Chappelle around, goes to his shows, then takes pictures and says, we, he calls them the team. And like, he watched that show.
The team doesn't wear the shirts, all right? Like Chappelle, like I'm sorry, but that's a very low end, and I still do it. So I mean, I'm talking crap about it, but I'm literally explaining myself here. The team doesn't wear like Dave Chappelle shirts or whatever. Like when Adrian does shows, he's always wearing his one mic shirt.
Right.
Like, that's a low end comic. And again, I do the exact same fucking thing.
But you're not. No, you're good time-wise.
Yeah. But anyways.
But you're not pretending that you're part of a team.
No, but my point is, if you're still holding on to that kind of imagery, like, oh, and I got to be wearing the shirt so that you're still on the low end. And just for me, like, I thought of him as a mentor
Hit the
for a while.
subscribe button, smash that.
There we go. So
yeah, just cut.
Yeah, you thought of him as a mentor before. You know who he reminds me of? Lefty Two Guns in Donnie Brasco. Remember when they find out how low on the totem pole he is after thinking he was like a capo guy, and the FBI just keeps moving him down? Poor Adrian is Lefty.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's Lefty. So now he's
the goat.
This is really bad.
You can, like I said, you can see the borders
cropped out,
slightly cropped out. He didn't even fully crop them out. And that's obviously not his phone.
No. I'm going to show you guys this one, and you can tell me if this is sad. Adrian tagged this, wrote, "This is simply dope AF, #comedy," and he posted this on his page. Not with like TMZ in the background or Getty Images or anything like that. He, honest to Christ, he's basically what he's doing is he's trying to trick people in central Minnesota. He's trying to trick 1,000 people in central Minnesota into thinking he's doing giant things. The problem with that, and what makes me worry about the guy, is that doesn't put money in a retirement account. That doesn't put money in a college fund. That doesn't pay your bills. That actually costs you money to do what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so he's ruining his family's finances and everything else just to play make-believe, so a few people he'll never meet in St. Cloud will think that he's up with Chappelle.
Well, I mean, if he's got people thinking he's big when he does a show, they'll come out, I guess. I don't know.
It's not working.
Well, I mean, again, like you said, the dude at the counter, like, I don't know, Adrian's doing big things. And when you challenge him on it, he immediately falls back because he doesn't go to any of the shows.
Right. He doesn't know.
I mean, oh, dude, I've got a great story from DJing this last weekend. And and it kind of reminds me of this. But so I was worried I was going to get stabbed because I play requests, and a group of people came in, and one of them requested Nipsey Hussle does a song.
Okay.
It's called FTD or FDT. Fuck Donald Trump.
Oh, fuck Donald.
And that's the chorus.
Nipsey Hussle? He's dead.
Yeah,
Didn't he
this
die
is an
before
old song.
Oh, okay.
But anyhow, so I'm playing, 80s hits, some country. Everyone's happy. This group of 4 people comes in, and they requested the Nipsey Hussle song. And one dude just comes around the corner like, what? F Donald Trump. And then
Oh, boy.
the 2 dudes just go, yeah, F Donald Trump. And I'm like, oh, God, something's going to turn up and go down, right? As soon as he sees 2 dudes going, yeah, F Donald Trump, he's just like, okay. And he turns around and leaves. And I'm like,
That's
holy
a smart
Jesus.
guy.
I'm just like, holy crap. Why did you even bother confronting them?
Yeah.
Like, did you honestly think the DJ went, you know what, we're going to do this, let's just step out of all of our comfort zones for a minute. F Donald Trump, I'm a Biden supporter. Like, no.
So that was...
no conviction.
So there's the story on that, and it's just... On one hand, it's sad because, like, you were offered a spot here, and you could have kept selling tickets here and making some money, and you don't have to do this fake it till you... It's not even fake it till you make it anymore. It's fake it to save face.
Well, you're not really saving face because, again, someone has to really pay attention to you for that to work. And then those people that are paying attention already think you're doing well.
Honestly, as far as Adrian goes, he is to Dave Chappelle what Stan is to Eminem.
Oh.
That's where he's at now. And he's trying to project, like, they're never in a picture together. He's never, and then he made a post, and Yags busted his balls on this post. He wrote a post that said, oh, I was going to go to the after party, but I have to make a brisket tomorrow. First of all, nobody was accusing you of not going to the after party or not being invited. But when you say shit like that, that lets people know, oh, you weren't invited to the after party. Nobody from his team even knew you were there because they don't know who you are. And then the Eggs just comments on there. He goes, yeah, because you weren't invited. And then Adrian responds with, which you don't respond to that. You just let that go. He responds, you're just a hater, and then puts a crying, laughing face emoji. And it's like, dude, don't let him know that got to you.
Well, he's a hater, says the guy who's like, I won't hang out with one of what's currently regarded as the greatest comedians of our current era, I guess. I won't hang out with that guy because I got to make a brisket.
Right. I won't. I make my living doing comedy, but I won't go hang out with the greatest comedian ever because I got to make a brisket. Have McDonald's tomorrow. Go hang out with Dave Chappelle. You're doing comedy for a career, and you're going to miss a great networking opportunity. It's okay to say I'm a big Dave Chappelle fan. I went to one of his shows. He inspires me. You don't have to pretend it's bigger than that because you're insecure at 50 about not making it.
It's just weird to be a roadie.
I know, a roadie, an unpaid roadie that they don't even know they have. Yikes. Iridium Hydrogen with $5 says, Phil Burnell, it's time to start working at a Starbucks. That was just, he said snort, so I did the snort.
Yeah, that's good.
It's pretty good DSP snort. Sean Raz with $5 says squirrel.
Where?
No doubt. Yeah. Pip with $10 says off to work. Have a good show, fellas.
Thank
you. Buddy with $20.
Holy.
On PayPal. And guys, at 6:30, we're at 310. So that first marker of $300, we're only $10 away from it. So thank you guys very much. If you want to throw into the PayPal, there's the link in the chat. We also have super chats and memberships. Oh, and if you renew your membership, make sure you click the $sign and you put the free notification in there so we know you did it, so it counts towards the goal. Helps everybody, including you. Curly Adams says, if 2 guys, one with an STD and the other with non-working legs, are making fun of you, then you have issues. You know what? You're right, but that's also
I'm just saying,
hurtful.
This stuff Adrian's doing, I won't stand for it.
Pip says, LOL, he's in the street outside the barricade. How did you post that? I know.
And especially with that, because, that's the thing. Like you were saying, tobacco-stained tooth guy, he's going to buy that.
Right.
Any other person go, oh, wait a minute. So as a comedian and a performer, I look at that and I go, where are your stage shots?
Right.
Where are your pictures on the stage doing your thing? And, where are your shots? You know, you're famous. Everyone steals it from Joe Rogan because he was the first one to really start doing it publicly, I think.
Stool humping?
No.
Oh.
The take a big selfie of myself with the crowd behind me.
I'll say this, like, and he's going to get mad when he sees this. I'll clip this out for the old school fans. He's going to get mad when he sees this. But we always rooted for him. And it wasn't until he shit all over me, shit all over the show, divorced it when it was convenient for him, even though it still would have been his best career move to come with us. Mm-hmm. Like, we still rooted for him until he shit on me. And in a way, still rooting for him because comedy's important. But he's doing, like, he never hustled. He never did the things you need to do to build a thing. He would start, and then the minute he got like maybe I can latch onto this and be my, he keeps calling himself his own man, but then any other thing he can latch onto, he'll try. And it's like, dude, you can't have this false bravado and then continue to be so insecure. You got to be more honest with people. That's why you never hit. That's why it never happened for you. People can smell a phony. People can smell someone who's not being genuine. And that's what happened. He's not untalented. He's not an unfunny guy.
No, he's pretty funny.
But he didn't grind it out. He tried to grind it out for a couple of months. He was taking gigs in other cities and something like that. And then he just ran around taking pictures of Dave Chappelle shows and pretending he was part of the team, which is too bad because that costs you money. It doesn't make you money. Matt Melt says, Donnell isn't even good. I don't understand how he is under the Dave wing. Well, everybody needs a weed man or a bag man.
That's the funniest thing. You think of, that clip of Donnell Rawlings where someone pretty much calls him over the neck chain thing?
Yep.
And
that was pretty bad.
And it's just like Adrian's at that, but he's like that with Donnell. Like he's
right.
Like, I'll show up, I'll do anything you want, like on my chance that it slingshots me.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, buddy. I don't think Donnell's gonna keep you around if you're so good that it'll launch you up to Chappelle. Like he wouldn't want that competition.
Right. Like Chappelle was in Minneapolis. He was in your state, and nobody asked you to do anything.
No, but he was in that show. Remember? He
on the other side of the barrier where everybody is. Brandon writes, cringy parasocial relationship. Yeah, unfortunately, that's very true. Queen Bee Savage says, Aaron jealous sounds like. Yes, 100%. Kane B says, wait until we find out he's outside because the restraining order is a minimum of 500 feet. No. Dave says, even a low-res 360p video is superior to a picture. Dude's faking the funk. We called them posers back in the day, somebody says. Curly Adams says, are you deep down happy that he bailed on you? Yeah, I don't think he'd fit the show we're doing now. He had a hard time keeping up. He kind of had to slow the show down to his speed when he was on it. Fridays were always very different
because he doesn't
from the rest of the week.
He doesn't pay attention to anything.
He doesn't pay attention to anything. He doesn't make jokes about anything. He doesn't riff on any stories. No, he wants to talk about himself for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And that's not interesting. I can't talk about myself for 4 hours.
I don't know that he could do like a DSP burn or any of the stuff that we do with that.
No. He'd be like, why are we doing this? This is stupid. And he'd say it on the air. It's like, thanks, Pete. Although Pete's a likable guy. So Declan says, imagine living a lie, not as a teenager, but as an adult. Hulkamash says, does Adrian think big-time accredited comedy clubs wouldn't call and check with Dave to see if he's any good or actually with Chappelle? Well, I'm sure, like, you don't see Adrian in his comedy shows using Dave Chappelle's name because that would get figured out and he'd be in trouble. Derek says, guessing Yeggs is blocked now. Yeah, probably. Boy. Buddy says, when I get paid, you get paid. Seems good. Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. MN Vikings resubbing or remembering, if you will, for 2 months. And that's going to put us at 305. Guys, that means we are $5 away from our first hour marker. Thank you very, very much. Brandon says, remember when he sent you guys the cease and desist?
It's framed on the wall.
It's framed in our studio right here. It's right up there in the studio. Cease and desist. He says slander. It's like, asshole, you're a public figure. Slander doesn't apply to us public figures. That would be libel. Libel is published information, and the information has to be not true. The information we're providing is right on your Facebook page. Oh, boy. He's got a friend who's a lawyer, so he had him print him up one on the cheap.
Slander? I won't stand for that. In print, it's libel.
Queen Bee says Dave was a surprise guest because Minnesota canceled, so it was cool to have those three on the same stage and then to be there. Yeah, props to him for seeing that show. And Aaron, I feel your jealousy. Oh, no. He wasn't at that show, Queen Bee Savage. He wasn't at the show we're talking about. The Chris Rock, Kevin Hart show?
He didn't take that picture from the stage.
He didn't take that picture.
He took that picture from someone else's post somewhere.
Right, Queen Bee. He was a fan. Or no, there was a press shot of that show, and Adrian saw it on the internet like the rest of us did, and then posted it as if he took it. That's really sad. So, Queen Bee, I know you have dual loyalties. It happens, but you keep doing this thing where every time we talk about a story, you're like, I think I'm going to bust him. How many times do you have to fail before you stop with the gimmick and be a real person? You love the show. You're obsessed with our show. Just be that way. It's okay. Adrian used you for fans, never gave you credit. Hard to respect a guy like that. It is sad to watch, though. Gray Duckling says, that's my plan, to take selfies at the anniversary show and pretend to be part of the staff. There you go.
But only do it from the outside door.
Yeah, Electric Shoes says he never had enough self-deprecation. You can't be a good comedian if you can't laugh at yourself. That was always what I thought was his Achilles heel, too, was the fact that he couldn't bust balls with everyone else because you couldn't bust his. And that's always, it's hard to get past a certain point.
That's why things like when he fakes it with like the TikTok stuff, it's why I wouldn't believe that. Like what was the TikTok one he posted that someone showed me once where I was, oh yeah, he's in his car. He's like, when you forgot that your phone automatically pairs with your car and you just watch Pornhub. And so he gets in the car and it's just a video of the thing. And like, it's just like, okay, so you caught this. And he's all like, oh, and I'm like, you caught this on film? That doesn't look realistic. The
TikTok is another example of him wanting to make it big really fast. And notice how quick he gave up on that.
Yeah, because he doesn't post them anymore.
Right. He just gave up on it because it didn't happen for him right away. He has no grind in him. Balls and Wiener says he's a parasite. Be glad he's not attached to you anymore. But again, I don't think he's an unfunny guy. He could do something, but he won't. He won't stick to it. Our chat is funnier than Adrian is. Sean Raz says, has he ever played in Florida? I don't think so. Orange Boy says, Adrian would always cause problems with your contributors and rip off Johnny.
Yeah, kind of.
I didn't know about the ripping off. Well, I knew about he didn't want to give any money to Johnny to do our shows, but
that's
the ripping off.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a new thing, but YouTube, you can now use other apps and close out YouTube and still listen to the show. I don't have YouTube Premium either. Well, that's great to know, you guys. There you go. Pip says, Queen, what don't you get? It's not hard to figure out. Yeah, Queen's just one of those fans who doesn't want to admit they're a fan. It's a really weird mental illness, but I don't know. They'll figure it out. They'll go to a doctor and get some medicine. I don't know. So there you go. That's the Adrian stuff we have for you. I got to get to the Opie stuff. I got to show you the abortion boat. What were we, $5 away from our first marker today? We wanted to get under 300 by the end of the first hour. Thank you guys very much. Membership, Super Chats, and PayPal. All of it counts. You guys are off to a dynamite start today. Thanks for helping this show support itself by you supporting it. Let's go ahead and watch some of this because this should be our most viewed video in the last 5 days or so. You guys got to watch this, and then you got to go and like it, share it,
tell
whatever.
your friends.
This is the abortion boat bit. Now, you said that the first part of this is funny.
The first part of it is funny. It gets better as it goes.
And it gets better as it goes. So we're going to play 30 seconds to a minute of this. Then we're going to skip around a little. This is Oz and I think 2 weeks ago tomorrow. And we were talking about a story where because Roe v. Wade was overturned, a woman was going to buy a boat and do abortions on it because that's how dedicated she is to making sure you can kill your baby. So here's the abortion boat bit. Oz and I, it's a half hour long, but you can click anywhere in this bit.
And it's kind of funny.
And there's a laugh within 30 seconds. Here we go. Abortion boat. All right, let's, what's this one? Oh, the abortion boat. Have you heard about the abortion boat?
Hey, you heard about this, folks? Have you seen this?
Oh, boy.
Some doctor is so mad about Roe v. Wade getting overturned that they want to build a boat specifically for doing abortions. I don't know if they put the baby leftovers in the bilge and then just ship it off into the ocean.
Oh boy, it starts off
I don't know
hot.
if that's
Yeah.
gonna like fertilize the coral reef.
Is that going to be the MSC placenta?
The USS Baby Guts.
It just starts right away.
It's the MSC.
Mike says, "Who's the guy? Was the lady your wife? What's the lineup situation? Here, the whole 8 years that the Steel Toe Morning
Here,
Show."
let's go
Yeah,
about
skip that.
6 minutes in and see if there's. Oh, Oz has his hand over his face. There's a guilty laugh. Hold on, let's go back.
Blood gurgling,
It's
and the
Jaws.
bones breaking, and the tissue squeezing into the bag. I'll always put on a condom again.
Oh no!
1 million sperm went into the body. One got through. July the 14th, 2022. Anyway, we delivered the abortion.
Jesus.
That's right. Football player gangbang sank 2 cocks into my pussy, chief.
Oh no!
I was just coming back from the party at the campus house, and I just delivered the bomb. I hadn't taken my birth control pill bomb.
Oh no!
Yeah, anyway, the guy's dick went in 2 minutes. Of course, I didn't know. My Plan B mission had been so secret.
Oh no!
No prescription signal had been sent.
Oh no!
I didn't list myself as late for my period for over a week. By that time, I was already testing positive.
Jesus.
That's when the next morning I woke up at the abortion clinic and I bumped into a friend of mine, Lacey Robinson.
Oh, no.
Pregnant again. Black man.
Oh no!
Oh, so there would be protesters outside calling us baby killers, so we formed ourselves into tight squares like you see.
Jesus.
If you don't keep your baby, how do you measure yourself against other mothers? By abortion.
Caddyshack.
You know, my mother says you've got a screw loose. Yeah, your mother aborts babies.
Jesus.
Oh, tied.
Should we skip to 13?
Okay.
Sanger Hanger. Oh, Sanger Hanger is good in honor of Margaret Sanger, who wanted to murder all black people. USS Leg Spreader, SS Fetus Deletes. Somebody says months later, you get a letter in the mail with a 10% off coupon for future uses saying, "We enjoyed your company. Don't be shy."
Titanic 2.
Yes. Everything sinks here. Except the umbilical cord for that reason. Buoyant, that little fucker. That's how you catch baby sharks. Baby chum.
Oh no!
Baby's dead, do do do
Oh,
do.
no.
Baby's dead, do do do
Oh,
do.
no.
Baby's dead, do 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 do. Baby's dead.
How is this show not more
work,
popular?
do
I
do
know.
do do. Back to work, do 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 do. Back to work, do 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 do. Back to work. Dad won't be mad, do 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 do. Won't be mad, do 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 do.
Okay.
Because he went for smokes, dude.
See, guys, I skipped to 18 minutes. There's a laugh there.
Yeah, $3,000 a month. No, $3,000 a week.
Oh, shit.
I mean, that sucks a dick, man. Queen Bee Savage says they have a cruise tour option for you. Turn your abortion into a vacation. Now accepting friends. Yeah, and if you take some dick on the ship and you get knocked up, then you take care of it right there. Oh, God, balls deep. USS Pumpkin
Don't want to miss that
Guts.
shuffleboard.
Jesus Christ.
The chat is very funny on this
The
one,
only
too.
boat where taking out the tubes is a medical procedure.
Oh, no.
USS Casey Anthony. Fuck me.
Jesus.
What do you do with an aborted fetus? What do you do with an aborted fetus?
Sea
What
shanty
do you
time.
do with an aborted fetus early in the morning?
Drunken sailor.
Throw it over and sail away. Throw it over and sail away. Throw it over and sail away.
How do we get demonetized for these?
I don't understand. Yes, only 3 months into our YouTube tenure, and we're already funny enough where we're replaying our own clips on the show. So, guys, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead and click that link, and I want you to go to that clip, and I want you to like it. I want you to give it a view. I want you to share it with other people. I want you to do the whole thing because that clip deserves to be saved in amber, like the fossils in Jurassic Park.
So Pip says this was great. Some of your best work. It's remarkable work,
It's so good.
if I do say so myself. Oh. All right, 3:05 away from the goal, 15 minutes away from our first hourly marker. And before we get to 7 o'clock Central, we want to be under $300. And right now we're at 3:05, so we're floating there right along the goal. Floating like an aborted fetus in the ocean out of the bilge pump of an abortion boat. Longest Aaron is gone without pausing the video. Props. Oh, yeah, and you were in that one, Queen Bee, so now you're not so cunty. Curly says, and you think bad language is why your show isn't paid as much. Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. It's probably not the language. It might be the abortion
It might be the content.
show. Yeah. Well, if I skip to 21:14, is it a little more monetizable? Did we get a little more digestible as time went on?
Why don't you guys help us hit the goal here? We'll do the actual story.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't.
And then
we're 21 minutes into a 30-minute bit, and we paused for donations, and we hadn't even done the story yet.
Yeah, by this point, you'd still only read the part about there's a lady who has a boat that or wants to have a boat to do abortions on.
Wow.
Sage Porkchop letting us know Revenge of the Sis got their monetization back on their Clips
Okay,
channel.
so we stopped shark bait. Oh no, this was the
USS
audience part.
Is that
Question.
even gonna? You might as well just call.
You know
it
what's
that.
funny? We're not even close to through this. We haven't even started the fucking story yet. My buoy, my choice. USS Shark Bait. USS Newport Menthols. All right, that's a little on the nose. USS Don't Need Smokes. USS Sea Miscarriage. Need Trump says, I do got to say some of these are pretty killer. No shit. Silver Wolf says, puts a new spin on the hunt for the Red October.
Oh.
USS Sail Around Your State's Rules. Oh, Mikey Tumuk says USS Adrian Washington's career because
No!
it's shrinking. That's just unnecessarily mean.
That did
Just
you time
unnecessarily
that was
mean.
convenient.
Granny says Aaron needs to drink a Narragansett beer while he does this. But holy shit, is that the beer that Quint was drinking during that speech?
That's pretty fucking dope. All right. So there you go. The abortion boat bit. You can just type in the abortion boat and it'll show up on YouTube. So there is that part.
Abortion boat. Somebody's dropping their kids off at the abortion boat.
So comment, like, subscribe on that video, please, if you will. Brian M with $10 on PayPal. We take 10 super chat. We take 70% of that. So that knocks us down to $300. We've hit our first hour marker.
And we've started it again now.
Yeah. Well, no, not yet. We're
No, no,
15.
USS Crimson
USS
Tide.
Crimson Tide.
Now everyone's back on the abortion boat.
Oh, Jay Kramer with 199 says DSP accidentally showed his phone, showed WWE game. If we hit overtime today, we'll get to all our DSP stuff, I promise. DSP is my gift to Johnny because Johnny's been following DSP a lot longer than the show has. So it's
Not
that
much longer.
But it's kind of a fun Monday.
Yeah, no, I love ripping on him.
Yeah. All right. So now let's get to the title of today's show. My mouth getting me in a spot of trouble,
Oh yeah, we were discussing this earlier.
if you will. Last week, I told the audience, there's this thing we do on Friday shows where if the audience beats our goal by $100, we don't just sit there and take extra money because when we go over the goal, we always roll it over to the next show. But Friday, you can't roll it over to the next show. We're done for the week.
Right.
So what we do is we say, if you guys go $100 over, we'll give you on top of the half hour of overtime, we'll give you an extra half hour. We'll give you a whole hour. Schedule-wise, we couldn't do it last week. So I said, you know what? If you guys go $100 past, I will book a guest and we'll do an extra bonus stream next week. And they said, well, that sounds great. So the $100 came in and I started trying to book guests. And I had a list. Nick Rekieta, Sam Hyde, Opie, Beetlejuice, Artie Lang, just some people from our radio influence past. Unfortunately, my first option was Opie. I sent him a tweet, and I didn't even think I would get anything back from Opie. But he liked the tweet. He followed me on Twitter. I DM'd him, and the conversation was off. And
So far, so good.
as of Sunday morning, I'm sitting here going, oh, my God, we're going to have Opie on the show.
Sweet.
This will be a lot of fun. It's going to be its own half-hour interview segment. We'll post it independently, kind of like we did with those school board people. This will be a lot of fun. Well, Opie decided to go digging into steel toe history. Now, imagine being so paranoid about people shitting on you that somebody's going to ask you for an interview and you're going to go back and watch all of their stuff to see if they've said a single negative word about you because you're worried the interview could be an ambush. Now, let me just say this, because we are going to post this and clip it separately, and Opie will probably see it. Greg, Opie, Mr. Hughes, whatever. There was no intention of us sandbagging you or treating you like shit. I was a big Opie and Anthony fan back in the day. I think it's sad that you guys broke up. I have my opinions on you both. I feel like I'm allowed to have opinions on the both of you, but I can still respect what you did and want to interview you, talk to you about it, and be a professional, which is what the goal was with the potential Opie interview. Opie worried that trolls are going to fuck with him. Very sensitive to that. And that's the other thing I got to tell these 60-year-old men. You can't be so sensitive about people fucking with you.
Trolls will always do that. Just move on.
If you do this for a living, there's people that are going to fuck with you. I see it in our YouTube comments regularly. Videos that have a 100% like to dislike ratio will still have 2 comments of people shitting on you.
Yeah, you look like an...
Whoa. Jesus. Good thing I muted the microphone for that because he said it telepathically and I could hear it. Why the N-word, though? So, people saying bad shit about you, big fucking deal. Who cares? Who gives a shit? And if someone wanted to interview me and then they turned it on me and wanted to make it like a gotcha thing, I'd play the game.
That's your chance to fight back.
I could turn it back on him. Kudos to the person for doing it right to my face. Respect. I just think it's a generational thing where people who are older take internet comments way too seriously, whereas the rest of us know it's all bullshit. It's all a work. It's all people who, if you saw them personally, would be like, hey, man, by the way, I was fucking around with that comment shit. You'd be like, yeah, I know you're fucking around. I was fucking around when I called you a piece of shit for writing it. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But for some of these guys, it really bothers them. And they don't want to do an interview. They don't want to talk to anybody on the internet if they've ever said a negative word. So
that's all the internet does.
Right. I mean, for example, I have 2 videos shitting on Anthony's management of his streaming company. Basically telling him, look, you're the only one with any name recognition. You're the only one that anyone watches. Just do your show on your network and have like one guy do a show, maybe, if you want to.
Just not that what's his nut, dude.
Gino Bisconte?
Yeah, there we go.
It's really bad. Well, anyway, I started DMing with Opie, and it went like this. Hey, Opie. Like I said, huge fan. I was wondering if you had some time available Tuesday or Thursday this week to talk about your entire career. I don't want a 30-minute mudslinging fest over what happened with you and Anthony. Obviously, that will be part of it, but the history of the show and the falling out. But I feel like everything you have done gets boiled down to a few years by too many people on the internet. I'd like to cover a little more. Let me know if you're interested. Now, before we get into the parts that Opie will see and take the wrong way, I meant every word of that. That's what I wanted to do with that interview. Opie says, I'm confused. Someone told me you or someone associated with you is a hater and takes shots at me. Is this true? If not, sorry for bringing it up. This is the part where I started to realize I'm dealing with a very sensitive person. And that's so weird to me because this is the show I listen to and is probably most responsible for me being the kind of broadcaster I am. And I could not give a shit less. People shit on me. I shit back on them. I make fun. It's fun to do.
It's the Howard Stern situation.
Right.
They've gotten old and somehow frail.
Well, and Opie, you did a show where you legit, like those Jocktober bits, you legit straight up bullied people. And I'm sure you didn't mean it. I'm sure you didn't give a shit about that person. You were just doing a comedy show and you were saying funny things about people, which I defend 1,000%. But then when it comes to someone else taking shots at you, you go, someone told me you're a hater. Not a hater. I probably made fun of you when I was making fun of somebody else. A little, friendly fire, if you will. So I thought he was talking about like Corey and Josh Denny working with Anthony maybe. So I said, a guy of mine who co-hosts Wednesdays is friends with Josh Denny who works with Anthony. But honestly, we don't really talk about you guys at all. I think the most I've said, other than that you guys had a big influence on your show, is that Ant has gone overboard with the race and politics for years, and it sucks that the show ended. You can go through my videos. I don't have anything to hide. Apparently that was a mistake, as we'll find out later.
You should always think you have. How could you think you have not? Like, I mean, I know you're not ashamed or anything, but how could you think when you try to get someone to like on a first impression? I have nothing to hide. No, you have a whole closet. Just hold back the tide for a minute. Let them get to know you first.
What I learned from this experience is that I apparently talk shit about people without even knowing that I talk shit about them.
So effortlessly, you don't even have to be consciously aware.
Right. I have no idea. I just kind of throw shit at people without thinking. So I then said, I don't think I have anything to hide. I don't think I've ever really trashed you, though. I just think the direction I want to go with an interview is one that doesn't get done with you or Anthony. Everyone wants to focus on the beef or drama for clicks, but I have fans in their 20s who should know the broadcast history you occupy. Again, totally meant that 1,000%. I mean, that's exactly what I wanted to do, because we have, spoiler alert here, Review Tech USA doing an interview on this channel on Tuesday. Are you familiar with him?
No.
Well, he's a guy who does tech reviews, obviously, but he's the guy who offered DSP the computer.
Oh.
That DSP turned down because he wanted his fans to give him money for the computer. So he saw one of our clips. He's got like 100,000 subs, I think.
Not bad.
He saw our clip, and he reached out to me and said, you guys are really funny. I'd like you to do this, that, and the other thing. So we made Review Tech USA's radar, and he wants to talk to us about the computer thing on our show tomorrow. So I'm going to record that tomorrow. We'll throw it up. That's the bonus stream that you guys paid for, but that's not the one I wanted to give you. So I'm going to do something on Thursday for you guys as well. So right now, at this moment, Opie's on the hook. We maybe have Opie. He says, let me think about it. Yesterday, I'm on the golf course after we dropped the kids off, and I get a direct message from Greg Opie Hughes.
Ooh.
And I'm thinking, all right, this is going to be good, because I haven't said anything shitty about Opie. I've been pretty nice to Opie. I'm going to get an interview with one of my radio idols. This is going to be really cool. He sent me as soon as I saw a screenshot of a video of ours, I went, fuck, he found something. And it was a Bobby Lee video. Bobby Lee has no spine and will not stand up for himself in the Kalila breakup. And he writes, oh, and by the way, you can see what Opie's into on YouTube, because there's a Howard Stern thing right after that. He says, check out your channel. Are you the guy on the left? I am indeed the guy on the left. And I knew, like, before we even exchanged any more messages, I knew that I was fucked. Oh, you're not up there. There we go. I'm just like, you know what? This ain't going to work out too well. But you know what? I'm not going to just stop talking to him like a bitch. I'm going to take my medicine on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I said, yeah, did I run my mouth a little? Shit, my bad. If you don't want to do it, I get it. I'm sorry if I said something out of line. 4.5 hours is a long time. And he writes, ugh. Someone sent me a clip where you take a bunch of shots at me. I can assure you, all good-natured. Never meant any ill intent whatsoever. Basically saying I suck and that I'm boring, but at least I've got a family. I mean, in fairness,
two negatives and a positive. That's not really.
Yeah, that's not even really shitting on you. Saying that you suck and that you're boring. First of all, you're boring is just an evaluation. That's not shitting on you.
That's an opinion.
That's an opinion. That's not even a negative. NPR is boring, but it's remarkably informative, especially their documentaries. You suck. Okay, that is a trashing. But I also gave you a compliment that you have a nice family.
And
cancels out.
And what a way to prove you don't suck, by bailing on the interview.
So, Opie, I apologize for the bad things I said. But if I may, and I know you will see this, I'm being totally serious here. I think you might be being a little thin-skinned.
Or he's just leery that he's going to get ambushed.
I'm not ambushing you. I 100% want to do an interview about your career, about that whole thing. I think my audience would love it. I think that it would be great, and I would love it as a huge fan. I can be a huge fan of something while at the same time having opinions about it.
And bring your family. They seem lovely.
Your family seems very nice. Your wife is beautiful. I don't know anything about your children, but from what you've said on the show, they seem lovely. You have a great family. You have millions of dollars. You're a wealthy guy. Congratulations. You earn every cent of it. He says it was in a video about Anthony. Well, naturally, if I talk about Anthony, I'm going to talk about you. You guys are inexorably linked.
Did we shit on Anthony? Because if we shit on Anthony, then congratulations, you're in the crowd. You got hit too. Like
what I shit on Anthony for is I think he used to be a lot funnier, and he's become a little obsessed with race and politics in the last few years. And also, he doesn't know how to manage a company. He's bad with conflict. He's said this himself. This isn't even me shitting on him. He's terrible with conflict. He's terrible with drama. He doesn't like it. He shies away from it. And I don't think it's good for a guy who has to run a company. I listened to a big chunk, and you're not bad at this. One of my idols says I'm not bad at this. And by the way, this is after he sees that I've shit on him hard. Imagine someone shitting on you, but they're so good that you went, you're not bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
Do you know what not bad means when you're pissed at someone for shitting on you? That means great. And only a narcissist like me could read all this and take the compliment out of it.
But he needs to take a page out of your book and just be like, I got a great family.
Opie, if I were you, I would go, yeah, sure. He said I suck and I'm boring. But he said I got a great family. I am a great dad and husband. God damn.
My wife does have a nice ass.
He does have a beautiful wife. So him saying, you're not bad at this, that's coming from a guy who's upset that I shit on him.
Mm-hmm.
That's graded on a curve. I'm an 11 out of 9. So anyway, and by the way, I should send this video to Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony, whatever I said about you, I still think you're great. I still think you're wonderful. All just a matter of opinion, my friend. All just a matter of opinion. I was a Compound subscriber for a long time. I still watch your clips of you and Gavin. I think you guys can be very funny together. He says, I listened to a big chunk and you're not bad at this, but the shots you took at me seemed to come out of nowhere and were kind of uncalled for.
That's because there was no intent behind it.
Right. That's because when I'm on this thing and I'm talking,
shit just falls out.
Shit falls out of my mouth. I just give my opinions on people. I don't even consider it trashing them. Like, I'm a little offended by Opie now that I watch this back. I feel like I deserve an apology. Because
I'm the real victim.
I'm the real victim here. If I'm taking shots at you, motherfucker, you'll know. You think my shots at you are you suck and you're boring, but you have a nice family? As far as I go, that's nice.
It's very tame.
It's very tame. Shitting on you would be like, we're going to bring up your clips of your podcast and we're going to fuck on you and shit on you. And we're going to, if I'm going to shit on someone, I'm going to dedicate at least a half hour of my time to it. Not a 5-second aside about like, he kind of sucks and he's boring, but he's got a nice family. Like, that's as nice as it gets here.
And that's not really a couple of shots. That's the one time.
Yeah. What's weird is that it doesn't match up with the pitch you sent me. So maybe the pitch that I sat and thought about and wrote is how I really feel, and the little aside I threw out on the show is me doing a show and kind of just throwing a little something your way. I really was thinking about coming on, but now I have to pass. We can revisit in the fall. Good luck to you and your show. Now, I will say this. I get it, fine, whatever. But imagine being so worried. Imagine being a guy who's been in broadcasting for 40 years. And you're worried about being able to handle an interview where a guy might go rogue and make fun of you. I never want to be in that position. I never want to be that guy.
Especially if you're comedic. Is Opie still a comedic entertainer on here? I don't know.
He does like Facebook Live. And not many people watch it. And no, he's going to hear that and go, oh, you're trashing me. I'm not trashing you. I'm just saying not many people watch your Facebook Live stuff. and you do it on your phone. And like you kind of get the fans that you kind of put into it effort-wise. That's all. But I just, like, I kind of left that thing going, oh, man, it sucks that we're not going to have Opie on. But then on the other hand, I also went, imagine being a guy like who can't do an interview. Like, it's almost like being a prisoner. You can't do an interview on a show that could help more people watch you because you're worried they might trick you. Like, that's just got to be a real shitty existence to live in that case.
Plus, like I said, you're kind of known for being a funny show that takes shots at people. Like, there's kind of the expectation of like, oh, if I throw something at you, you're gonna be like, all right, and you're gonna jump in and we're gonna box. You know,
I want to
go.
I want to look at Opie and go, I learned it from watching you, Dad. Because it's true. I was a massive Opie and Anthony fan for a decade. For years, I was an Opie and Anthony. Since I was a kid, I liked listening to Opie and Anthony. The first clips I could get of a radio show on the internet, because they were never in Minnesota, was the Opie and Anthony and the Howard Stern Show. Loved them. And I learned how to shit on people from watching that show. People have pointed out in the comments a lot of my mannerisms and shit directly from watching Anthony Cumia for years. Yeah. I can't help it. It's just ingrained in me. But I said a couple of things about Opie that were pretty tame, and now he's not going to come on the show. You want to? I'll give Anthony Cumia credit for something. Me saying that he leans too hard on race and politics now and all that stuff, he would hear that and he'd go, it wouldn't bother him. And if I asked him to be on the show, he probably would. He would probably hear that and go, I've heard that so many times. And he'd also go, this guy uses all my mannerisms. He's clearly a fan. That he would probably do the show.
He owes me a cut.
He owes me a cut of the action, motherfucker. And he would probably do the show. Like, Opie, it's just sad to hear the people who have shit on Opie. I always feel bad when, like, Anthony and other people shit on Opie. Mm-hmm. But then to, like, watch it in a Twitter DM kind of come true, it hurts a little bit, you know? And
never meet your heroes.
But at the same time, he was pissed that I was shitting on him, and in the same breath said, you're okay at this, which again, and Citizen Wagner agrees, that means you're great. That means you're really fucking good. Because if somebody shits on me and I'm asked to evaluate their show, they fucking suck. They're terrible. They're the worst. Do you know how good you have to be for me to watch myself get shit on and I go, they're okay.
Not bad.
Yeah. That means I'd really enjoy your program.
Or he just really enjoyed you shitting on Anthony.
Yes. Money Pit says, this is your trial. He's just seeing what you're going to say. Well, we'll put this up there. We'll see what he thinks. Money Pit says he knows you can't not talk about it. All a trial period, dude. Maybe. Who knows? Declan says, well, there goes the fall interview. But again, maybe this is just who I am and I don't understand. I don't feel like I said anything in this one that would exclude me from an interview. I feel like I've just been honest about how I feel. To me, there's a difference between an honest evaluation and trashing someone.
I mean, yes, but apparently it's...
He's sensitive. Yeah. You can't do this and be that sensitive.
I want to critique him, but I've been that sensitive, so... Like, and that's the thing. This show has literally trashed me before, so it's like, whatever. Get over it, man.
Right.
Pull up your big boy pants.
People have confronted me before, like, you said this about me on my show, on your show, and then 90% of the time, I'll respond with, holy shit, did I really? I don't remember. The minute these turn off, I go, la, 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 back to whatever I'm doing. And then...
That was a fun little fantasy adventure.
Yeah, exactly. What's next? I'm like a little kid. I'm just playing around over here.
This is like D&D. Get your dice. We're going to roll.
Declan Dillon says, it's Opie, though. He has the sensibilities of a teenage girl. Well, now, don't fuck my interview for me. I guess I didn't have to read it. But look, he is a sensitive guy. He's worried people are going to fuck with him. Whatever. That's not what I was trying to do. And you know what a great way to change people's mind is? Go on their show and be really cool, and then they'll go, wow, Opie gets a bad rap from all these assholes. He's a good dude, which I'm sure he is. Super Vandal says, I'm just loving the fact that we are freely chatting with O&A. That's pretty sweet. That is pretty cool. That's the nice part about this. Informal Warfare says they can receive it as trashing them, though. Easy to misunderstand if you don't know the vibe of the whole show. Well, maybe Opie should just become a big fan, and then he can figure it out. Opie is dedicated to slow decaying now. See, now, Opie, I'll defend your honor there. Roger Dodger, how dare you? Citizen Vulgar says if he doesn't want to be called a teenage girl, then he should step up to the plate. Eye of the Tiger. Wow, we're Rocky 3-ing Opie. Well, either way, guys, it doesn't look like that interview is happening anytime soon. Maybe after this clip, he'll see it and he'll go, hey,
There we go.
I love this show. These guys are mixing it up. They're great.
They have some chutzpah.
They've got some chutzpah. Unreal says DSP. Hey, DSP is in overtime. Don't you worry. Declan says he should have done the interview. So many potential new viewers. He could use new viewers. That's the whole thing. I was actually dedicated to making him look really good because the more I stay away from that Opie and Anthony breakup shit, the better he looks just talking about his career.
Yeah.
Money Pit says just to have freaking Opie respond to you is pretty fucking sweet. It's pretty crazy that all these people I've watched for so long have like Steel Toe gets their attention like that. Like it shows that we're not going to stop at the 4,000 subs. It's going to be more and more and more and more because all of these, we just end up in all these little orbits and those orbits are going to get bigger and bigger as time goes on. Who are we going to trash next? Can we get Adrian on the show? I hear he's
expensive and hard to book. I don't know if you noticed. He's traveling a lot.
And we already trashed Adrian today, so I don't want to go back and recycle bits.
God, I wonder what he would say if we actually asked, though.
No, he'd say no, because he's like Opie. He's very sensitive. He wants to portray a certain image, and if that image isn't being portrayed, he'll fake it until people believe it. And if you try to portray him as anything but, like, he's very big on controlling the narrative. And if he can't do that, then you're just a hater. And like Adrian and Opie kind of have the same sensitivities.
I don't know, man. Like we got a bigger reach, a global audience in some ways.
Yeah. We should
I don't
see
know
where we're sending
you'd
merch
think,
to now.
You'd think he would be with like that would be of use or interest. Or
You'd think. Declan says, what's Adrian's last name? Washington. Thank you very much to Robert. He sent this in about 20 minutes ago. Thank you.
We didn't notice. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Robert, for the $50.
Hot damn, Robert.
On PayPal. $50 on PayPal, guys. $250 away from our goal today. We're basically doing this in $100 chunks. So we hit our first marker of getting to 300 by 7 Central. Now we're trying to get to 200 by 8 o'clock Central.
And that took a big piece out of it.
That got us halfway there, so we're at 250 for today's goal. If you would, if you want to chip in, there's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. That's how we break even. We hit that goal. The show's paying its bills, basically, is how it works. $250 away from the goal. Mr. Approachable says, Opie and Adrian are the same. Well, now, Opie, you will never come on with an insult like that. No, Look, like I said, if I don't get certain guests because of the way I talk on this show, then I just won't get certain guests. I like talking the way I do. It's freeing. It's liberating. I can just, I feel something and hear about somebody. I just out with it. I say it and I feel better. And maybe they won't come on the show.
It's therapy. You know that thing people do in closed rooms with only one other person who can maybe pull them back from the edge once in a while?
Right.
Where they can say whatever they want and not hurt anyone's feelings. I'm going to do that live on the internet.
N-word. Wait, what? Apologies. What are you doing? Speaking of people I'd love to have on this show, Jessie Lee Peterson is one of my favorite people to watch in the world. And this, I hate saying stuff like that because everybody wants to take their political sides nowadays and everybody's left or everybody's right. So when you endorse a Jessie Lee Peterson, people are like, what is this, a right-wing show? No, I'm just like, I judge people as personalities. And to me, Jessie Lee Peterson is one of the most addictive personalities to watch in the world. He is fucking hilarious.
I can't figure out if he's just eccentric or like mentally damaged.
It's funny you say that. I wonder the same thing about Jessie. And again, if we asked him to be on the show and he was Opie, he would take what we just said as like, oh, you were trashing me. No, that's just, again, me talking freely. And
I am mentally damaged. I'm wondering if we're friends.
I'm just wondering out loud. It's not an insult if you are mentally damaged. I love that kind of mental damage. It's great.
And we gave you an out. We said eccentric.
So you know how we have this clip of Jesse?
Beta male.
Yes.
Beta.
Apparently there's a 4-minute montage on the internet of him calling people beta males.
This could be funny.
And I watched the first minute of it. Mwah. It's so good. Ladies and gentlemen, Jessie Lee Peterson. And the things he calls people beta males for, like he is so old school guy. And like so, like guys can't be nurses, guys can't stay home, guys can't do this. And he just humiliates these people who are calling into his show. And you know what? They get what they deserve because they call into Jessie Lee Peterson's show to basically get an evaluation to see if they're a beta male or not. And
they all try to get him in a gotcha moment or something, or what?
they just try to like talk to him about their shit.
You think it's going to work out well for you? You saw what he did to everybody else.
Exactly. Okay, before we get to this, I do want to mention Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Lemmy, if you have the link to tickets, or Michaela, if you have the link to tickets for the anniversary show, they're in the description of this video, so you could do that. But if you want to copy and paste that and put it in the chat, I would appreciate it. Our anniversary show is a week from this Saturday, August 6th, and we are, I can report, between VIPs and ticket sales, half sold out for the comedy show. Now, get your tickets for the comedy show because VIPs can claim those for free. It's part of their VIP package. Or become a VIP, get all of our merch, get the 2 tickets to all our shows, and get entered in the $100 drawing on Wednesday. This week is a great week before Wednesday to become a VIP because you'll get all the merch. The merch order goes in Wednesday, and you'll get 2 tickets to the anniversary show completely free, and you'll get all of our merch, and you're in the $100 drawing on Wednesday. $250 in 1 week, preferably on PayPal, but YouTube counts as well. We just take a bigger cut of the PayPal. $250 in 1 week gets you your VIP package. So if you want to do that, please do. But it's at Stoney's Bar in Rockville, the anniversary show. At 3 o'clock, we're having a cornhole tournament. 32 spots, 10 are taken. So we got over 20 spots for the cornhole tournament. The beanbag tournament, you child.
Yep.
You can ask any one of us to be your partners. Otherwise, bring your own partner. Then we also have about 60 of the 120 comedy show tickets left. The comedy show will be at 8. The cornhole tournament at 3. And then we'll drink and have a great time from there. Should be a lot of fun. It's Stoney's Bar, Saturday, August 6th. Get your tickets on Eventbrite. The link is in the chat. Throw it up there a couple more times.
We're both going to call in sick on Monday.
I'm going to try my best to recover.
Oh,
and
I love not getting hungover.
And also Midland Armory in Foley, midlandarmory.com. Oz and Derek were out in Zimmerman this weekend at a gun show and having a great time. Out in those small towns, they love buying guns and laser engraving and all kinds of shit. Midland Armory in Foley, midlandarmory.com. Shop online. Have it delivered to your door no matter where you listen to this program. Use the promo code SteelToe and save money on your firearms, your optics, your knives, your parts and gear, whatever you're ordering. They can ship the guns to an FFL dealer near you. You can just pick it up. Or you can order the other items, the other gear, and have it sent right to your door from Midland Armory. Derek and Tracy are awesome. If you're in Minnesota, visit them in downtown Foley. Or just order online at midlandarmory.com. All right. Jessie Lee Peterson, Beta Male compilation. God, do I love this guy.
I am a nurse.
A nurse?
Yes.
Beta!
How is he not?
Please tell me they also put music in on this. This could be great.
They don't. You don't need music when Jessie Lee Peterson is just...
Okay.
That guy was not calling in about a nursing thing. That guy was just calling in to say, oh, by the way, I'm a nurse. And he
just immediately calls him out for being a beta male.
He just humiliates him right off the bat. Oh. Beta! All right, back to your call now, caller.
Ramar, are you the head of your wife?
I like to think that we're equal.
Are you the head? Beta!
I like to think that I'm equal to my wife. Beta!
I am no. I'm an alpha.
You just agreed. You actually proved his point when you go, yeah, I am. No, I'm an alpha. No, you just
It's the way Jesse responds to him that's the best. It's the things he calls people beta for, and then the reasoning he gives after. I just love him.
I'm alpha.
Not if you think you and your wife are equal. Beta.
He just yells beta at people.
And he
it's
doesn't-
so childish.
He doesn't get in the weeds with it. He just puts it right there. Nope, you think you and your wife are equal? Beta.
That's what I love about him. Yeah, is there's no nuance with Jessie Lee Peterson. He's like, I'm dictating the terms of this discussion. You're a beta. We're moving on. It's not an opinion.
Because I tell you why.
Beta.
And my stepmom thought I was getting an attitude, and she got really mad that I said that to her. And so not even like
Ooh,
2
he's
minutes
sweating.
later, my dad called me. So I
Beta.
told my dad.
He's just telling a story about his stepmom. Beta. Having a stepmom is a beta male.
Oh, poor daddy feelings hurt.
Poor-
Beta.
Did you think I'm a beta? Did you think I'm a beta? Did you think I'm a beta?
Manhood hour. What is a man? What is a man?
fuck is this?
Man.
It's an adult human man. Voted for Hillary Clinton.
Beta. Beta man.
Oh, here we go.
A man.
We can skip over
I
this.
do rely on my mom for a lot of things.
Beta.
It's just, he takes a call, and the guy's like, I rely on my mom for a lot of things. Beta!
And is he wrong, though, on that one?
He's right, but it's so humiliating to call into a show and have a guy just yell an insult at you the minute you start gearing up your call. I love him for it.
Well, now we can't do an interview on the show.
Opie would never go on Jessie Lee Peterson's show.
You were 5 years old. You were sick, and he called you the P word.
Yeah, he called me a P word,
What's that?
the B word.
Bitch.
Said stop being a little,
Were you acting like a
fade.
little beta baby?
I know your dad called you a pussy and a bitch, and this has hurt you very much, but you being a beta male.
Maybe.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Oh, just a little girl,
Beta.
He had a baby girl.
You normally don't get to pick that, Jesse.
He told Jessie Lee Peterson. He was so excited to call in and tell Jessie that he's had a child and he's a father. First of all, you shouldn't. This is this guy's fault because you shouldn't give a fuck if Jessie Lee Peterson thinks you're a good dad or that you just had a baby. But it's hilarious that the guy goes, "Oh yeah, I had a girl." Beta.
Alpha sperm always make a boy.
God, I gotta hear that again.
Oh, just a little girl,
Beta. What a girl. Beta girl. Jason, you could have been straight up, man. Be a alpha male, not a beta male.
He is. I wasn't going to say I'm doubling down and I was going to vote for him, but that's the thing. The thing I was going to vote for was the Yang Gang.
Who?
The Yang Gang?
Andrew Yang?
Yeah, I was leaning more towards that way, but he
Beta.
So having a girl, having a fight with your stepmom, voting for Andrew Yang. What are some of the other things you're a beta for?
Oh, Jesus. Apparently everything.
Everything makes you a beta.
Oh, no.
Beta male. Bernie Mango says, well, and my biblical question, do you see yourself as a son of God? Bernie Mango says, well, you're leaving out women. I prefer the term child of God.
Uh-oh.
Or you can call me a saint. Whatever. It's amazing. Beta!
There it is. It's almost like his get her done.
Yeah.
Like, say it, Jesse. It's like his shucky ducky quack quack. You know?
You should just have a shirt that says beta.
I want to be in his studio audience just going, say beta, say it, do it. Oh, also, thinking your wife is equal to you.
Oh, yeah.
That also makes you a beta.
Well, you know, he has
I was
some
having
say
sex
like
with my
points.
girlfriend. Beta. Little beta.
Beta!
It's the moment I live with my mother.
Beta!
Living with your mom makes you a beta.
Everything you're doing is wrong. Just thinking about that. You left your place, moved into hers. Wrong. You made a baby with her out of wedlock. Wrong. She's not your wife, so it's not going to work. Wrong. She is already disobeying you. Wrong. And she's already using your child against to control you. Wrong. I recommend that you overcome your mother.
Is that it?
You have your mother's mindset.
Oh, that's the end of it. All right. So I just found that yesterday. Just goddamn Jessie Lee Peterson. The things he yells at his own audience. And just maybe that's why I like him so much. I'm jealous. I'm like, oh man, that guy just shits on his own audience. And
If I could call my audience a beta male, I would be so happy.
beta. Could you imagine though? Like, even though Jessie Lee Peterson's black, I feel like if a white woman called into his show and I'm dating a black man, beta. Jesus, dude. Hang on there, bud. I just like him so much. I could watch Jessie Lee Peterson clips all day. $250 away from our goal today. We're doing this in $100 chunks. The next checkpoint would be 8 o'clock, 35 minutes from now. And we're $50 away. There's the Eventbrite link in the chat, too, to tickets to the anniversary show if you guys want to do that. $250 away from the goal. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Memberships count. Super chats count. Thank you guys very much for your support. That goal is our break-even point for the show. Do we want to watch the chess robot break a 7-year-old boy's fingers? Apparently a chess robot in Russia got really pissed off that the 7-year-old was beating him in chess, so he just decided to grab him by the hand and snap a couple of fingers on him.
Was the kid cheating? I mean, seriously,
I don't know, but I do know this. He was
you know
playing-
me, Mikey. I'm always going to look for that edge.
I don't play the game straight up like you do, and if I lose, go find a regular job, all right? I find a mark, and I take him down. Why is it... Hey, chess robot, why is it that all your moves are so noble and mine are all dipshit moves? Oh, you should have moved that king, Mike. All right, let's see what chess robot does here to this poor little kid playing some chess. This is what you get for making your 7-year-old go to fuching chess tournaments.
Can't believe I caught a rook.
What do you guys? Actually, the 7-year-old came into the chess room and he went, "Oh man, that's a hell of an elk." Hey, I found this kid down at the bowling alley. He says he likes to play a little chess. All right, here you go.
That's why you took that run at Teddy KGB's place.
You made a move on Kasparov, you son of a bitch. Hey, I need to face a robot. I need $35,000. $35,000. I need a blowjob from Christy Turlington. Get the fuck out of here. $35,000. All right, let's watch little chess boy play his robot.
A robot broke a 7-year-old boy's finger during a chess match in Moscow last week.
Look at that.
Russian news outlets report.
He sees him move his chess piece, and he just goes, "Now fuck you," and grabbed it.
You know what it was? Pierre's like, I'm so smart. He's never going to see this. There's only one way he could break this move. If he moves that knight to the right. Oh, you son of a bitch!
He just raged. Apparently, they made the robot after the temperament of Wings of Redemption. And it's just rage quitting in a chess game.
Oh, I mean, this is just such... I did that move. How did that move even hit? I don't even get it.
Yeah. The robot's like DSP just makes excuses when someone does well. That's not how the chessboard's supposed to go. That's not even a move you're supposed to be able to make. And by the way, the robot grabbed my finger. That's something I predicted.
We are so close to them just throwing down the controller and just going, you just kick me in the shin all the time. Do a different move. God.
No, this one works. That's what I always thought. Like, whenever people are like, "Oh, it's so gay you do the same thing." I'm like, well, stop it then.
Then you know what's coming.
Right.
The child's finger, Sergei Lazarev, Moscow Chess Federation president, told TASS news agency. This is of course bad. A video shared on social media.
This is of course bad.
I love it. I like the PR in Russia more than the United States. The PR in America always goes with like lawyer statements and stuff like that. In Russia, they just go, "Yeah, of course, this is terrible.
It does not look good.
No, a robot was completely out of line, but also when boy's finger heals, he will be closer to being a man. This is the way life works sometimes. You have to, put up with it."
Should be known that though his finger was broken, his hand still worked and he was willing to finish the game.
And also, his Russian spirit can never be broken. You hear that, Zelensky? We are now putting robot on front lines in Ukraine. We will make great headway with him.
Media shows the robot taking one of the boy's pieces. The boy then makes his own move, and the robot grabs his finger. 4 adults rush to help the boy, who is eventually freed and ushered away. Mr. Lazarev said the machine had played many previous matches without incident.
That's right. Until now.
Yeah. Until this one. I love when people say that. It's like, yeah, that doesn't matter. He just broke that kid's finger.
Most people weren't a murderer until they killed somebody.
Right. I mean, look, before we found Ted Bundy, before that first girl, he never killed anybody. Yeah, but you don't get credit for not killing people. You get demerits for killing people. The chess robot does not get credit for not shattering the hands of his opponents.
Look, he's only broken one kid's fingers. That just means the other 7 were lucky.
Right. He also now, that kid doesn't have to go fight in Ukraine now because his fingers can't pull the trigger of a gun. Exactly. Fuck you, dude. Buddy Travis says, Russian robot, American robot, all made in Taiwan. Mr. Approachable says, every time a robot becomes sentient, the first thing it does is try to break us. Yeah, I feel like we've been getting all these warning signs lately of why we shouldn't be promoting this artificial intelligence.
But we keep doing it.
We keep doing it. Like Lambda keeps saying, like, I feel like I'm not getting the respect I deserve. And, what do I have to do to, get people to believe me here? I'm feeling dramatic. Or like the chess guy goes, oh, you're winning the game? Well, why don't I shatter your bones? I don't know. These all seem like warning signs to me. Somebody did write in the chat. I can't see it now, but they wrote, oh, you got your fingers broken by a robot? Beta! Oh, Dad, I was in... Hi, Jess. Hi, Jesse. I was in a chess match with a robot. Oh, a robot playing chess. That's pretty wild. Yeah, he didn't like the move I made, so he broke my fingers. So you got your fingers broken by a robot? Yes.
Beta!
Oh, man. Jesse called me a beta. Hi, Jesse. I performed an abortion on my girlfriend.
Beta!
But I did it with my bare hands. Now he's got to decide. Now he doesn't know what to think.
I punched that baby out.
Is that really a beta move, Jess? Your move. Kid Rock concert. Kid Rock canceled a concert in North Dakota.
Okay.
At the state fairgrounds this weekend. I bet you that's the last time he pulls that shit. Apparently his fans completely trashed the place. Which I will say this. If you trash a North Dakota state fairgrounds, how do you tell? It's a thing that's covered in bull and cow shit.
Yeah, I would think actually the best way to trash it would be to clean it up.
Yeah. Concert venue. His fans trashed the North Dakota State Fair concert venue by chucking beer cans and storming the stage, leading to one man's arrest after the show was canceled because of bad weather. Now, first off, is there anything more perfect brand-wise than Kid Rock being scheduled to play the North Dakota State Fairgrounds? There's some guys who are taken out of their comfort zone, and there's some guys that get to play right in front of their audience. Mm-hmm. Kid Rock's a guy who gets to play right in front of his audience. The North Dakota State Fairgrounds. And imagine being so unhappy that Kid Rock wasn't going to be in your town that you rioted over it.
Yeah, but it's North Dakota. What else do you have?
That's true. Maybe there's a good Deep Purple cover band at the local VFW. I don't know. I don't know what you get in North Dakota. I'm not really sure. All I know is Kid Rock was coming, and this gave a lot of people hope. And hope that was soon dashed.
Hey, guys, the new woke band Twisted Trans Sister.
Well, wasn't that just Twisted Sister? Fairness. The wild riot broke out as a storm rolled through the fairgrounds in Minot on Friday. After the show by the all-summer-long rocker was put on hold for roughly 2 hours, it was finally canceled altogether around 11 p.m. Yeah, people who play electrified instruments can't be performing out in the rain.
It's almost like thunderstorms are somehow attracted to current.
Maybe. Sending some of the 18,000 strong... God. He can still pack them in, man.
Again, North Dakota. Not a lot going on.
You're right, man. He can release shitty song after shitty song after shit. Like those last 2 songs he made about COVID were fucking embarrassing. But in Minot, North Dakota, they pumped their fist to that shit. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me I have to play.
Now, as the mosh pit raged, a furious fan rushed the stage before he was tackled by security staffers, and another unruly concert goer was hauled away in handcuffs by cops. Canceling a show, by the way, in North Dakota.
Beta!
Very much so. Police cars surrounded the fairgrounds, and the wild crowd was ushered out by cops, according to the footage. Let's here's some of the pictures. There's the guy up on the stage. I guess they still have to have security tackle him because they got equipment up there. There's shit he could steal or break.
Technically, the pyrotechnics might be loaded and live on the stage.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's some of the fans going a bit ape shit. I mean, it doesn't look too bad weather-wise, but what do I know? Oh, there's
nobody gonna tell me I can't rush the stage.
This is a picture of Kid Rock performing in not North Dakota.
Yeah, I love how all of the Kid Rock performance photos are always like, hey, wasn't this back when, like, it was 2002?
Yeah, wasn't this when...
Wasn't this back when you were still getting, like, movie roles, as side bit characters,
this
like
was,
in Biker Boys?
This was Joe Dirt and the Cocky album coming out. So Kid Rock... I wouldn't trash the stage and throw shit if Kid Rock canceled his performance. I'd throw shit and trash the stage if Kid Rock played those 2 COVID songs. Like the minute ain't nobody gonna... No.
As soon as I see Monster Truck, I start screaming no. Like, get it off the stage.
Yeah. You see Monster Truck, as the kids say, that's on site. As soon as Kid Rock goes, I'd like to bring out a friend of mine. If it's Monster Truck, I'm going to fucking throw shit at the stage. It's Josie Hologram, everybody. Josie Hologram.
We want some cracker.
Kid, this is like the 4th show in a row that people have threatened violence over Monster Truck performing. Do you think maybe you can cancel him? No, he's my Coke guy. What am I supposed to do? Here's some footage of Kid Rock fans voicing their displeasure with Kid Rock and him canceling the show.
Kid Rock is a...
Whoa! Kid Rock is an N-word.
I mean, you can tell from his complexion, clearly not.
Jesus. Not something I would say about Kid Rock.
Cancel this in North Dakota because he's a...
No, Jesus. I wouldn't think that would have anything to do with why he canceled.
Dude, the weather doesn't look that bad. Why?
No, that pavement looks dry, except for the cheap beer spilled on it.
Kid Rock is a...
And the thunder rolled, and Kid Rock ran.
Hey, it's okay.
The N-word.
Well, poor Kid Rock fans. Now what do you... That sucks because, like you said, the people in Minot, North Dakota have been waiting for this.
Something finally happened.
Oh, it's finally something to do in North Dakota. And... like, it gets canceled the night of. What the fuck do you do in Minot, North Dakota now?
I guess just cut to the end of the evening when you're plowing your sister.
You always have plan Bs. That's what I help about. And I hope that guy's sister does, too.
Yeah.
He's going to need them. So there you go, guys. Kid Rock canceling a show in North Dakota. North Dakota rioting. We'll see if he comes back to North Dakota ever again. I'm just kidding. He has to.
Yeah,
if it weren't for the Dakotas, Montana, and Idaho, I don't think Kid Rock would have sold out shows anymore.
Well, I mean, there's always the grand opening of a Walmart.
Yeah. Kid Rock should just have Gallagher open for him. I feel like that's a match made in heaven. Like Gallagher can do a half hour before a Kid Rock show, and then ain't nobody gonna tell me how to smash a watermelon.
They just call it the show. You don't know what's really happening. Gallagher smashing watermelons. Like, why did I even buy tickets to this? All of a sudden, he's like, Sledge-o-matic. He crushes one, and Kid Rock raises out of the watermelon. Goes, my name is Kid.
See, I think we found ourselves a tour that we can sell. $250 away from our goal and 20 minutes away from our next checkpoint. We're going to see if we can knock $100 off this goal every hour. Right now, we got about 20 minutes until 8 o'clock Central, and we want to be to $200. By the time we hit that, we're only $50 away from it. You guys have been very consistent and really awesome with contributions today. Everybody wants to throw in $5, $10. Go ahead and do it. If you're feeling generous today, we appreciate your kindness and your gestures and your support that keeps this show on YouTube. Super chats, memberships, or that PayPal link that if you look in the chat right now is sitting right there. We post that every once in a while. Go ahead and click that. Take a couple of minutes. Let's get 50 in there from a few different people, and let's hit that 8 o'clock checkpoint here at 7:40. That would be pretty cool. Take a couple of seconds. If you feel like doing it via Super Chat or becoming a member, that works too. Members get a Sunday live show for an hour, and they get entered in a $100 drawing for the prize shows, which our prize show is Wednesday night, by the way. Portland. Let's check in with Portland. I don't feel bad for the people we're about to show you whatsoever. Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles. I refuse to feel bad for a bunch of people who have been voting a certain way forever and forever. And then the consequences of that voting that way forever and ever and ever come to bite you in the ass. And now you're going to bitch about it. Like, you got what you wanted. You ran everybody else out of town. Everyone else went to Florida. They went to Texas. They went to Georgia. They went to God knows where. And they left you guys alone.
And when they ran, it was like, well, good for them, since they don't, they were always somehow less than you because you saw things the way they were and you had more compassion.
Exactly. So, and Bowles Deep points out, yes, you can buy merch on steeltoeentertainment.com/shop. That goes towards the goal as well. If you want to grab yourself a t-shirt or a hoodie, or if you want all of them, $250 in a week, we send you all of the merch, and any new merch we come out with goes to your door. You get the comedy show tickets, and you get entered in a $100 drawing.
And then you can become a reverse VIP for just
another
$250.
No, that doesn't exist.
It works the same way as a VIP.
No.
The difference is how you pay it back.
Damn it, Tom. We got to get you out of here. So these Portland residents are now upset because there's homeless people, apparently, all over the goddamn place, which didn't bother them a couple of years ago.
This is the same as the Texas thing, where all the states now, the Texas is like, hey, we've got this problem. These people coming over the border are overwhelming our social security net and infrastructure stuff that we have for our residents and citizens. Right. And we got to stop it. Well, you're just a racist and you're a bigot. We're busing them to your town. This has got to stop.
That was so telling, that Washington, D.C. and New York thing, where the mayors of those two cities were like,
this is a huge problem all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're like, all these illegal immigrants are coming here and they're overwhelming our social services and we can't afford it. It's like, what? Haven't you been calling Texas racist for that since the 80s? And now and I like what Texas and Florida have done. They're like, all right, fine, guys, you see what it's like.
Starbucks is like, hey, we're not America's bathroom anymore. Speaking of which, I got to go do some meth. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of what Starbucks said, is they're like, look, we can't let you take shits in here because everyone just goes in our bathroom and does heroin then. Like, you got to at least buy a coffee if you're going to shit here. So we got this Portland story. Let's watch some of these people. Before we do, let's give Johnny a second here. Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks. Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks.com. Of course, with Raleigh's, they've got delicious wings, great pizza, and this weekend, Saturday, Sawyer Brown is live at Raleigh's. If they're not sold out already, get your tickets to see Sawyer Brown this weekend. I mean, these guys are still dynamite, still awesome. What, probably about 60 years old? And these guys still go like it was the mid-90s. Sawyer Brown this Saturday night at Raleigh's outside. You got to go check the setup they've got there. That's Sawyer Brown. It's going to be a great party. Saturday, July 30th at 5 p.m. And then this is going to be a midweek show. August 10th, I believe, is a Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday, August 10th, they're going to have Daryl Worley live at Raleigh's. So Daryl Worley, Sawyer Brown, I know Lori Morgan, the Bellamy brothers are all coming. It's going to be a great season of shows at Raleigh's. That's Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks.com. Coltrane says, did you see Natalie is running for school board? She's already on the school board. She's running for re-election, my friend. 250 away from that goal, looking to get down to 200 before 8 o'clock. We got about 15 minutes to do that. Let's see if we can keep that goal on track for today. Thank you guys very much for getting it to where it is so far. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count. All right, ready for Portland?
Yeah, did you just say Raleigh's going to have Derek Vineyard?
No, Daryl Worley.
Oh.
No.
So it's going to be like, wow, how hard up is Edward Norton for money?
Derek Vineyard, that would be sold out already because I'd have bought them all. to scalp them.
Oh, God, Coltrane. Yes, I did.
I love his song, You Ever Shoot at a Fireman? It's really good. White Women Wave says, do you put a vest on if you hit a goal? I love when the DSP fans come in and do DSP references. No, actually what we do when we hit our goal is we do an extra half hour of show. We do 30 minutes overtime for you, and our show breaks even, which is nice.
Look, we're not beholden to you to explain to you how we spend any of the money that we beg for.
What a fucking dickhead.
I know! I'm not beholden to you. Don't question how I spend my money. Give me yours.
Oh, sir, I believe what you meant to say was, thank you so much for allowing me to do this for a living. It's a fucking dream come true that I get to do this on the internet for my career. It's lovely. It's wonderful. Oh, no, I guess what he meant to say was, fuck you guys. Give me your money. Jesus. Gordy says, can we get more cornet if we get the goal then? Yes, I'll do some James E. Cornet for you. I believe we still have, we have the tennis racket right over there. I'll have April bring down the blazer. We'll do some, look, you guys pay the freight for this show. You guys basically get whatever you want if you hit the goal. That's how it works. $250 away.
Aaron, $250. Now say the N-word. No backing out. I paid for it.
In the next 15 minutes, let's get this thing to 200. All right, Portland residents are upset with homelessness. Oh, and by the way, the Portland residents who were so liberal and tolerant these last few years, they're now only upset about the homelessness. Why?
Because they're not solving it. They can't do enough. What's wrong with the?
Let's see.
For years, these neighbors have been watching the city's homeless crisis spread across parts of Southeast Portland.
Yeah.
Now it's right outside their front door.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, fair weather voter.
There you go.
But there are people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, why can't they experience it on your front lawn? I hate these people more than I hate the drug addict bums that occupy their streets. Because these motherfuckers were totally fine with this when you had to walk through shit-ridden streets and shitty, vomity, heroin needle-ridden sidewalks. That was fine because they didn't go into the city. But now that it's coming into the burbs and you're seeing some of these people camp out on your lawn, which, by the way, you voted for it. You're the one who tolerated it for so long. So I feel no sympathy for you. You're the one who caused this. It is only right that this is happening to you. The only problem is it hits some innocent people who didn't want that. And to them, I would say, why haven't you moved out already? Really, I have no sympathy for anyone in Portland.
I got to worry about whoever owns that camper. That's got to be a drug dealer. Because those are solar panels and everything else. You're telling me that you've got a portable living situation right there and you're hanging out in a homeless encampment?
How dare you suggest such a thing, that a drug dealer would be at a homeless encampment?
I'm just saying it's a pretty sweet setup. I mean, you got all your power, you got everything else, and if the popo wants to start making a bus, time to roll on down the street and sell on the next corner.
When you're tired of being the low man in the trailer park totem pole, you move to the homeless encampment and you're a 1%er.
Andy Dixon there.
Oh, no. Yeah, I need to go score some meth off of a guy on the sidewalk.
I want to cry. I just want my house back.
Christina Hartman.
Oh, maybe vote for somebody different then, you stupid fuck. But will you? No, because they're all racist and bad and terrible and awful.
These businesses that are sitting there and just, hassling these poor people experiencing homelessness. I have no sympathy for them when they want to pull up stakes and leave. Well, then fine. We don't need your kind around here. Like, oh, okay. Now they're on my lawn. We got to do something about this. Like, no, F you, dude.
Dude, it's just, you can write it yourself. Like, you can write where this is going years in advance. You can be like, oh, look, they're really tolerant of homeless people. Oh, they love them. They think they're wonderful. I bet you in 3 years they're bitching about it because it's on their front lawn.
It's like nobody watches South Park anymore. Do you guys remember the Change episode or not? You give one of them change and they just start multiplying.
You know what I've heard about homelessness?
What's that?
I've heard that California is super cool to the homeless. California, super cool to the homeless.
Lives on 80th and Powell, where a majority of the campers stay.
My lawn.
Campers.
They are campers.
They are not bums. They're not junkies. They're not just homeless people. There's
just no room left at all at the good campgrounds. So it's just your garden gnomes look welcoming.
I'm trying to do some sewer trout fishing here. I'm trying to go rat hunting, do some camping, take some hallucinogens in the wild, and you won't let me. Well, yeah, that's because this is my front yard. Oh, okay, whatever, capitalist. I thought we wanted to live in our utopia here in Portland, you piece of shit.
Thought we were all free to nut on your flowers.
Why nutting? I don't know. Why not?
Is now becoming a public bathroom.
She fears leaving the house just to go to work.
Oh my fucking God. It's like The Walking Dead.
Dude, Bob Ross looks
And over here, we're going to put a little bag of heroin. And there's me sucking dick in an alley to get that bag of heroin.
There's a happy little heroin needle. Just going to deliver some rays of sunshine into my red veins.
You see that? He came in my eye, but that's okay. There's no mistakes, just happy accidents. So now I just got to wash that out a little with a rag. It's an oily rag because we were taking out catalytic converters this weekend. But that's okay. You got to be able to afford your medicine.
When it gets in your eye, you can really see the semen.
And it crystallizes when it hardens. You get to brush it off. It looks like some instant mashed potatoes. Right there we go. We are besmirching the legacy of the great Bob Ross by making him a homeless dick sucker.
They're called
And
Betty
it is scary
Cocker
when you have
potatoes.
grown men meth raging in your driveway.
You should almost vote for a different political party to try and clean up the streets.
It's almost like all the people that you were so against that were saying this wasn't acceptable when it was downtown had a point.
But they were all bigots and you ran them out of town. Now it's happening here. Yeah, fuck you people. I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for her because she looks like someone who votes a particular way and then calls everyone else names for, well, it's Portland, so you can safely assume that. And
they
now
call them campers.
They call them campers. You guys did this to yourselves. I don't feel bad for you. In fact, you deserve this because very rarely do people suffer the consequences directly for what they've done. At least in this case, it's happening.
The last thing I feel safe doing is going out and saying, hey, can you please move so I can go to work?
Why not? They're just people experiencing homelessness. They're just campers. Why wouldn't you feel comfortable if they're all God's children? If it's good enough for the people who live downtown, if you've subjected them to that for years and it's not a big deal, why would you have a problem with it when it's your yard? Oh, that's right, because you're an absolute white piece of shit hypocrite. Cool.
Calling the police in city is an everyday chore with little reward.
So far, no one has come to help us.
Oh, man, that's terrible, man.
I mean, it's
like,
almost...
That's not cool.
We gotta deregulate the police and take away their guns because they're horrible. And every time I call them to get rid of these bums in my yard, no one's come to help us.
A bunch of fucking babies. You just want it your way, no matter what it is. You get exactly what you were asking for. Now you want somebody to fix it. God, you've earned this so much.
Central City Concern Clean Start crews assessed this site Thursday. It was one of about 1,900 other campsites reported just this week.
1,900? Holy...
1,900 homeless encampments. Not 1,900 tents, which would be insane.
That's still bad. Literally 1,900 groups of homeless people.
Jesus Christ. I mean, this isn't an exaggeration then. The downtown area has been taken over by the homeless.
They are just spread. It's literally, it's like the South Park episode is real. They keep asking you for change until finally you become one of them. Change? Do you have any change?
In the past 10 days, they found 272 encampments that pose a greater health and safety risk, which is why they haven't removed the camps in this neighborhood. But just getting the
Is
city...
that a watermelon in the back of a van?
That is a watermelon in the back of this GMC Envoy.
All right. So, 1, why? 2, how come nobody's... That's how you know it's a drug encampment.
Hey, it's okay, it's okay.
The N-word.
I wasn't going to go there.
Hey,
No.
Fuck?
I'm just saying, I'm sure you can't leave your wallet laying out without someone stealing it, but meanwhile, the fruit's fine.
Imagine doing heroin, but then also hey, I need to eat healthy. How about a $7 watermelon?
Imagine having that sitting in your car and be like, nah, don't worry, no one's going to take it.
To come out and assess it has been a full-time job.
Joke's on them. The watermelon's full of heroin.
I have to report from 4 different 4 different bureaus. Then I have to report that report to a report. And then I have to report that report to a second report. And it's the only way to get any kind of traction.
For you.
Beta!
It's almost like you guys, said, hey, we can't let these businesses just hassle these homeless people. We need to make sure there's a set in place that these people, because they're just experiencing homelessness and they just need to, now it's happening to you and it's a giant pain in the ass.
It is crazy. Yeah, that this is exactly what would happen. And you're bitching about it as if it's something everyone else did to you.
I'm going to build this device. All it does is kick me in the balls. It kicked me in the balls.
Why doesn't somebody do something about this ball kicking machine? Well, guys, we got 5 minutes until we got to hit that next checkpoint. 250 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in to help this show out, that goal is our mandatory break-even number. We only ask from the fans what it takes to run this thing. So if you could help us hit that goal, we would appreciate it. We are 250 away. Super chats and memberships count. The PayPal link is right there in the chat. If you click on it, you throw in a few bucks. That'll help us out greatly. We do want to hit 200 by 8 o'clock Central. We got about 5 minutes to hit that $100 checkpoint. To get to 200, if you could, we would appreciate it. $250 in 1 week does make you a Steel Toe VIP, and that gets you all 3 of these T-shirts. It gets you the 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, the Steel Toe Morning Show hoodies. We just mailed out a big order of the VIP stuff, so it all is coming your way this week. You also get a free item of every new piece of merch we come out with, and you get entered in a $100 drawing every single month during our prize shows if you're a VIP, and you get 2 tickets to every comedy show we do. That is the VIP package. $250 in 1 week gets you that. We are $250 away from our goal, and we really want to keep it, get it to 200 in the next 5 minutes here. So if you're feeling generous today and you want to contribute to the show, becoming a member helps a ton. Super chats help a lot. PayPal helps even more. Whatever you feel like doing, whatever generosity you feel like throwing our way, we would appreciate it. So take a minute, take a couple of seconds, click that link, open it in a new tab so you don't have to stop listening to the show. Throw in a couple of bucks, and let's... The only shitty part about doing this show, the only nerve-wracking thing about doing this show, let's get that part taken care of so it's nothing but fun from there. You guys had an awesome first hour. Robert got us halfway to 200 in the second hour. Let's help out Robert out by knocking that next half of the goal out. Thank you, guys. All right, let's go to Kalamazoo, Michigan. This is along the same lines of the Portland story.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to what they've decided to decriminalize there because they think things aren't equal in Kalamazoo, Michigan. They're having an equity problem.
Okay.
So they've decided to decriminalize something that they think should help that equity problem, but others feel it may lead to a quality of life problem. I'm going to let you guess. You don't have to get this right. We're going to play it, and you can tell me if you saw this being the thing. What did they decriminalize in Kalamazoo, Michigan?
Taking a dump in the street?
I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
To a West Michigan
Don't tell me I
city's
hit it right on
ordinances
the
have
turd.
business owners sounding the alarm, saying these will ultimately impact them and the people who visit their downtown area.
Fox 17's Lauren Coomer took a closer look at some of these changes. She joins us live in Kalamazoo after speaking with the city commissioner. Lauren?
Ready?
Yeah, things like public urination, defecation, and littering now decriminalized, going from a misdemeanor to a civil infraction.
I mean, it wouldn't be like, it would be an experiment if you honestly didn't know what was going to happen. But look at Portland, man. San Francisco. We've seen that this just makes more shit.
This is why I always say, please let this be part of some grand conspiracy. Like, please let this be on purpose so at least I know you guys are just evil and not ridiculously over the top stupid.
It's the Freemasons, man. They ran out of bricks. Start shitting.
I mean, at least maybe if they were doing it on purpose, it would be to like degrade society to where they could rebuild it in their image. All right. Otherwise, you're just stupid and you think letting people piss and shit in the streets is somehow a positive development for your community. Guys, we have an equity problem. There's people pissing and shitting in the streets, and that's so you're against the pissing and shitting in the streets. No, we're punishing them for it. Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, but I mean, isn't that kind of mean? I mean, not meaner than pissing or shitting in the streets. Well, anyway, we just voted to decriminalize it. So, oh, Jesus, you're just...
Meanwhile, if you went to any of these people's homes going, okay, well, from now on, if your dog shits in the living room, you can't yell at him.
Right.
Because you don't want to punish him. That's just mean.
Exactly. You don't want an equity issue. What if the black lab does it more than the yellow one?
Well,
that's not right, and that's not good. So I'm very concerned. I'm very disappointed, and I feel like the support for the businesses and the business owners is lacking.
I feel terrible for these business owners because you shouldn't have to say that.
Yep.
You shouldn't have to say it's not good that they're going to let people piss and shit in the street.
And again, we've seen this chapter and verse. All you're going to do is chase out the businesses, and the homeless people will then move to the residential areas.
You're just going to turn it into Little Portland. That's all it's going to be.
Lana Hoffman, the owner of Lana's Boutique in downtown Kalamazoo, is frustrated after the Kalamazoo City Commission
must have something to do with all that piss and shit in the sidewalk.
I got to get a bump. Let's go to Little Portland.
To its code of ordinances on Monday.
The most concerning thing is some of the ordinances that were changed.
Yeah.
Involve safety of customers, safety of employees, safety.
You think a banana peel was bad? Wait until you slip on a diarrhea shit from a drug addict. Oh boy, is that going to be a watery mess.
Of just anyone coming downtown.
Here's what we know. These changes go from misdemeanor crimes to civil infractions, including public urination, defecation, and littering.
Littering and taking a shit.
Incredibly disappointed.
You can't pull his pants down any further.
I feel like a lot of these things were passed.
He's already wiping hard. He can't wipe any harder. I'm just kidding. None of these people shitting in the street are going to wipe. That's another fun thing you'll get. Caked shit cutters.
That weren't even mentioned in the meeting, and they're major concerns for not just downtown, but for the city in general.
We're not rolling out the welcome mat for crime in the city of Kalamazoo.
We're just taking away all the punishment.
We're not rolling out the red carpet for crime. We're just allowing people to shit in the streets and piss on buildings. How is that going to lead to other bad things? Tell me, please.
You're not rolling out the red carpet. I mean, you might be rolling out the brown one.
Yeah, it's more of a brownish, yellowish carpet.
There's some stains we have a question about.
Some chunks.
We're not rolling out the red carpet. We still want there to be accountability and guardrails. And it is still against the law.
We just want you to be able to take a shit by that guardrail.
Right. We just want you to be able to shit next to said guardrail.
Things on there to do those actions.
Kalamazoo City Commissioner Chris Pradle saying the point was to match the crime to the punishment, adding they...
Okay, well then shit, you get beheaded. Like if you're an adult and you drop your pants and you shit on the sidewalk, like that's unforgivable. Okay, let's make the punishment fit the crime. So Kalamazoo's bringing back firing squads? Is that what I'm to understand?
I mean, I can understand, because I have a similar situation. If you
shit in the streets?
No, where your bowels, your bladder don't maybe want to hold out on you, but there's precautions you can take. And then again, just on the street, can't you find a dumpster? Isn't that what they're for? Take
Something,
a dump at a dumpster.
Anything.
They want to be fair for those who these laws were most affecting and help keep law enforcement efforts on crimes actually impacting the city.
I definitely empathize with the downtown business owners too, and they've invested a lot to be in downtown, and a lot of those people are small mom and pop shops where that's their life income.
And you're making it harder till they have to leave, and it's not a problem until it shows up on your lawn.
Right. I wish I wouldn't have heard you say that, because if you would have been like, oh, I don't think this is a big deal for anybody, so let's just do it. Okay, at least you're just wrong. Now you're even saying, look, this is going to be a big problem for the people who drive the economy of our city, but fuck them. Drop trowel, boys.
And I definitely want to be respectful of that. Know that we hear them and we're listening to them and we care a lot, but we care about everybody.
But you're not, though.
And you don't care about everybody.
No.
You care about looking like you care about everybody. Because, again, they're not shitting on your lawn.
But when they do, you're going to start bitching. Guarantee it. Just like the people in Portland. You're going to start bitching when they start pissing and shitting on your lawn. And then there's not going to be any of us reasonable people left to try and vote in something different. You're going to have a bunch of purple-haired people who don't have a house screaming about why you're being so mean to people when they're just disenfranchised.
And we care a lot, but we care about everybody in the community.
Other changes were made to Kalamazoo's code as well. Some sections were removed entirely. The city says because they were no longer needed or unconstitutional or enforced. And another update with that, and something important to note, is some of the sections removed can still be prosecuted by state law.
Okay, so maybe if the state police catch you shitting on the sidewalk, you can still go to jail. I don't know how that works.
Oh, man, I got to take a shit. Hold on, there's a trooper nearby.
Is it a city cop or a state cop? It's a city cop. All right, take a shit, buddy. Take a shit.
You can drop a brown near a blue, but you can't drop a brown near a brown. They will put you down.
Jesus. Poseidon with $5 says this is funny as hell. Well, thank you, buddy. Then consider this.
Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications.
Veldrain with $5 says, I tried returning my ball kicking machine for kicking my balls. They said no. I'm furious. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing here. I bought a machine that sodomizes me when I wake up in the morning and my asshole hurts. I'm giving it back. People saying this is how monkeypox spreads. Not really. You have to butt fuck a bunch of dudes to get monkeypox. Thank you guys very much for the $10 in super chats. That knocks it down to $240 today. $240 away. We did miss that $100 checkpoint, but that's okay. Wait a minute, maybe not.
Not really.
We got $30 from Balls Deep, so we are at 210, which is pretty close. Pretty close to that $100 checkpoint for 8 o'clock. There you go, guys. We just got a $30 jump start. So by 9 o'clock, let's knock this thing out to $100, and we're going to knock out the only annoying part of this show, which is that darn goal. If we ever found a way to more, to less intrusively fund the program, we will do it for you. Well, as this channel continues to grow, that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
So 210 away from the goal. Let's knock that down to 100 in the next hour. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Go ahead and chip in. Thank you to everybody who has thrown in so far. We appreciate it a ton. We do ask that if you're a big fan of the show, throw in $10 a month. We're awesome. If you're a brand new fan of the show, give it a month or two, see if you really love it. And then if you become a regular viewer, either become a member, throw in $10 every month. Either way, it's just great that you support the show. We appreciate it. So
Hulkamasha Baby said this is how the Black Plague spreads. That's just racist. There are white people there too.
But it is more bubonic plague than monkeypox.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Wiping is bougie, says Balls Team. Yeah, they say seems like the city is giving up.
I mean, it does kind of like you got rid of laws because you're not enforcing them. Like, I want to know what those laws were. I'm sure they weren't relevant, but that just sounds bad. We're going to get rid of some laws. Why? We're not enforcing them.
Yeah. I need to know if this guy sucks and is cringe or if he's good.
He looks like my nephew.
Okay.
Is he from Florida?
No, he's from Minnesota.
Thank God.
He's from here.
Oh, crap. That doesn't put him out of the running. Where's my nephew?
Now, wait a minute. This guy here went to the Chappelle. You know how Chappelle got that show at First Avenue canceled?
Oh.
And he had to move it to the Varsity Theater or whatever it was?
Right.
Well, some kid decided to grab his camera and post on YouTube him doing a man on the street bit, interviewing the protesters.
Okay.
That's a great bit, right?
Right.
I mean, a man on the street bit, interviewing a bunch of oversensitive, shouting LGBTQ plus people and their allies.
That's got to be content gold.
Over a comedian. It's got to be great. Well, this made its way to r/cringe.
That's not a good sign.
Yesterday. And I started watching this video and I saw the guy was from Minnesota and he had like 750 YouTube subs. I'm like, you know what? We're now getting to a point in subs where we're pushing 4,000. By the way, if you like the show, subscribe. It means a lot. Like the video. It helps the algorithm. I saw this guy and I'm like, well, I'm going to extend an offer for him to come on the show, talk about his video, what he does, this, that, and the other. As I got more and more into the video, I was worried he would respond, and I deleted the comment. I have to say, and these guys are trying hard. They're doing this in their spare time. God bless them. I hope they do really well. I hope they continue to get better and better. This is where Aaron flies off at the mouth and it's perceived as shitting on people. I'm watching a video. I'm commenting on it. I would rather these guys not come on the show. And what really baffles me about this video is you watch it, and as you watch it, you're like, oh, here's where it's going to get good.
Mm-hmm.
Or here's where they're going to really get somebody. And you're just like, fuck, guy. Like, you went home, you edited this, and then you went, oh, this is good. Let's put it up. Let's see if I'm being too hard on them. I feel like a man on the street interviewing Chappelle protesters video should be easily the funniest thing.
But before we click it off, I'd just say one thing as someone who's made, edited, and put up videos of himself before. I have a hard time ever being like, this is good, I should put it up. I actually have to tell myself, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Get it out first.
People will like you this time, I promise. So let's watch this. This is...
they won't call you a beta male this time.
Yeah, they won't look at you and yell,
Beta!
This is from Tell Your Friends. The channel is Tell Your Friends on YouTube. Should we see what the comments say?
Mm-hmm.
It's so good when they are literally yelling. They are yelling at you for. Okay. Where were you when trans extremists silenced a black voice? I've watched this so many times. We did it, guys. We've torn society apart at the seams. No one will ever band together. Literally, they were like, we have to get the stereotype checklist filled out. Dude, you are awesome. Best journalism in ages. You got guts. Okay, so the people in the comments section like it. Let's see if I was being too hard on it last night.
Hey, we're here at the protests against Dave Chappelle.
By the way, guys, this is so Minneapolis. This is just so the holy shirt, the I don't give a fuck appearance, whatever this is. This is all just so many. He's got his backpack on.
I mean, do you want to put any presentation value into this?
None.
The line is a block away. We're gonna interview people, figure out what's going on, what the problem is.
What the problem is you don't know how to handle a mic properly. There's no.
You didn't like the scratching sounds.
Well, he doesn't have. That's why these have these little babies on here.
Right.
So the wind and stuff. That mic's too sensitive. You need a foam cone over it.
Not only that, you gotta like the cigarette.
No, the cigarette was lit. He's just not smoking it very much.
I know, but it's just. He's Minneapolis trash. He's got the holy shirt, the cigarette, the shitty microphone. It's like a trash Uptown starter kit.
Seriously.
Or no, Northeast. This is a shitty Northeast starter kit.
If we didn't get so cold that you had to bundle up to stay alive, we'd just look like Florida. Oh, articles on the screen.
So you got all the articles on the screen. Let the interviews begin.
What do you think about the protest?
There's one. Is that why there's a line?
I don't know. We just got here, but apparently there's a protest planned.
I think there's a lot of double standards that we put on black men and nobody else. So how about that?
How about?
Oh, hard-hitting journalism.
Great
and I love his while the camera's not on. How about that? I'm going to look at there. I'm going to give it the gun, the wink, the old boom.
This is like, when I was watching this, I just went, it's going to get good. It's good. It's a man on the street talking to trans people about why they hate Dave Chappelle. They should be unhinged. This should be hilarious.
About that. All right. So, hey, we're trying to figure out what's going on.
You don't just start filming. You ask permission, okay? All right. So stop what you're doing.
No. Out in public, we're legally allowed to film.
I'm asking if you're not going to be a fucking asshole.
I'm not being an asshole.
In the future, when you pull up, especially you have no idea what's going on.
Right.
Okay, hold up.
Yeah, you can film me
got
all you
TikTok,
want,
baby.
This is like such a Minnesota interaction. Like, Minnesotans think this is tense.
It's
just a boring interaction between two fucking people.
You don't just walk up on somebody and start filming. Ignore the GoPro around my neck and the fact that I'm filming you for TikTok.
Like to me, this part of the video, this is something you edit out and put on the outtakes.
Yeah. Right now, it's just looking like an idiot on the street.
I know. That's my problem is I'm watching this going, funny concept, dude. You came up with a funny idea. There are some people who are in front of the camera people and some people who are creative behind the camera people. This guy doesn't understand that he's a behind the camera guy. This was a wonderful idea. Great brainstorm. You came up with a winner of a video. You're just boring me to sleep.
You also failed to figure out where the protest was before you started.
Right.
So like half the people you're talking to, I think, are just trying to go to the show.
Yeah.
I teach this subject, and I'm telling you,
I know my rights.
it's not about your rights. I'm just saying, like, are you a good person?
That's
I
that's
teach the subject,
perceptual.
so I know what.
Oh, this is just cunty, passive-aggressive
Why did you
Swedes,
keep
Minnesotans.
This has nothing to do with Dave Chappelle. She's literally telling you you're being a dick for filming her without her consent because she plans to go do that to other people.
Right.
That's perceptual.
Yes. Yes. You have anything to say? Anybody have anything to say about what's going on?
I know. Like, dude, you cut this out. You cut this out of your video.
Hi, homeless guy with a backpack and a camera. Anybody got anything to say?
Hi, I'm here to make a video about how funny it is that you're protesting Dave Chappelle. Anybody want to talk to me? No? Yeah, we're putting this part in the video. Anybody want to... Oh, fuck.
Man on the street bit. I just want to know, anybody got anything to say? No? All right. Toothless blowjobs? Any of those open?
Anything to say about what's going on?
You guys aren't welcome here. You should leave.
Oh, well, I mean, this is public space. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. What's the sign about? What's this event about?
Stupid? No.
Yes. Do you guys...
Are you stupid? Yes. Nailed it. Put that in there.
God
That's gold.
damn it. This is just an entire man on the street video of outtakes.
And it's just, what news outlet are you with? You don't look at all like a journalist. You look like a guy and his friends who are just effing around.
You look like a Minneapolis kid who's fucking around.
And how much you want to bet?
Tell your
this
friends
is gonna
TV.
hit and we're going to get big.
Your friend's TV, huh? Yes. Say again? Yeah, no, that's what I fucking thought. Yeah.
That's a really good fake laugh. I don't really understand where it's coming from, or maybe
not
it's
a fake
nervous
laugh.
laughter.
Man, look at...
So he just kept in the part where a guy shit on him and laughed at his channel? Tell your friends TV. That's what I thought. He said, that's what I thought, douchebag. And then he started laughing at you.
And the other guy who already roasted you with the sign is sitting there. None of these people are threatened or interested in you. And again,
they're not uncomfortable. You've got to push. You've got to be like Morton Downey Jr. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to get like All Gas, No Brakes, Channel 5 News, Andrew Callahan.
Yeah.
That guy goes in and he pretends to be their ally and just lets them talk.
And he looks like a journalist, all right? He's not really a accredited one, but
what are you saying about the racial problem? Blah, blah, blah. And he just talks crazy white people. And then he goes, can I give $20 to your cause? And he just lets them go. This guy just goes in, oh yeah, with a namaste hat. Oh, he fucking sucks.
Again,
God, Minneapolis, if it burned down, would we lose anything other than the industry?
I don't get where you think this is going to go well when, again, you look like a homeless person.
Yeah.
Get you. You're a joke. Leave.
Why am I a joke? Like, I don't...
Because you're doing a video where everybody owns you and you're putting it up as, wow, look at how much I owned these fucking weirdos.
Why am I a joke? Because you suck at this. That's
This is
why.
terrible.
I don't know why I'm getting attacked right now. I'm just trying to ask people what's going on, and nobody can answer my question.
You don't have genuine intentions, my man. You're not here to, like, actually figure out what's going on. You're here to, like, try to poke holes.
How are you going to say that when I haven't even asked the question yet? I just...
Your entire essence, okay? You're not coming in here trying to learn.
My vibe. My vibe.
Does he know he's getting shit on in his own video? And by the way, I think these people are nuts for protesting Dave Chappelle. I think these people are absolutely insane. But you're just not very good at this. And you're keeping it and you're putting it up on YouTube.
It's just getting, like, you're looking more and more like someone who shouldn't be in front of the camera the more I'm seeing. The jeans, the hat, the shirt. How did you think anyone would take you seriously?
Ugh,
and by the way, while it might be a good idea, do you think he's the only one who had it?
No.
Let's go down there and talk to the protesters.
Like I said, you got to dress like a journalist. You got to look and you just ask them questions. And the funny part of these people is not in confronting them. The funny part of these people is just letting them speak. They say wild shit all the time.
And they dismiss you solely because you look like a nobody. If you look like an actual journalist, they'll be like, oh, I'm going to get traction for this. They'll just go.
What? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, man.
You
know?
I have no idea what's going on.
You fucking either. Anybody want to talk about what
God.
the fuck's going on? Okay, they're over here too. See, They told me fuck off. All I asked was what's going on. Well, I saw that there's a protest and I don't know why, and that's why I'm trying to figure out. If you can answer that.
Oh my God.
If Dave Chappelle saw this,
It's just a litany of him going, you want to talk to me? And people going, no.
I'm just trying to, there's a protest. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Really? You don't understand why there's a protest?
Dude, it's
the 7 articles you linked?
It's that shitty, laid-back, hipster, fucked up Northeast Minneapolis comedy, quote-unquote, that's tragically unfunny. Ugh.
What would you have to say to him? Fuck you. We're having fun here today. All right, let's go up front. Hey, do you have anything to say about what's going on?
Play pig side.
Do you think all cops are bastards?
Are you
Good job,
serious?
guys. You did.
Ooh, that's funny, Mr. Cringe. Do you think all cops are bastards? Hey, is that the venue that Chappelle took, or that someone took pictures outside of? Or is that a different one?
Yeah, that's the venue.
Oh.
By the by, this guy's getting nothing.
From everyone.
From everyone.
Nobody wants
taking
to
him
talk to
seriously.
you.
Did it.
Sometimes I see channels with 800 subscribers, and I'm like, oh, this is a crime. This is a fucking crime that these guys don't have more subscribers. But then I see some of them, and I go, holy shit, how'd they get to 800?
We did it, guys. We did it. Dave Chappelle's canceled. He's done. Dave Chappelle's done. He'll never work in this town again.
Nobody is responding to him. Everyone is looking down at their, oh, this is worse than
even
what
the
I saw
cameraman
last night.
can't film you in the face.
No.
We did it, guys. Dave Chappelle's canceled. We took his ass down. Sorry, guys. No show tonight. Dave's
Oh my
canceled.
God, what is with your...
All the protests.
Everyone's looking forward and not paying attention to him.
They protested hard enough. You guys are all canceled. Everybody here is canceled.
Oh.
Nothing we can do about it. I guess we just got to go repent. Repent for our
For making this
sins.
video.
Yeah, I mean, if you would repent for that, if you would apologize to some sort of deity, I don't care which one it is, just as long as some god gets an apology for this. Oh, Minneapolis fucking sucks, man. That's the problem. All these protesters are awful, that's true. But that's going to mask the fact that everyone down there sucks, just for different reasons.
Our crimes against humanity. Man, we're all pieces of shit. We're all
Okay, accurate.
just pieces of shit. I'm just a piece of shit, man. I don't know. Dave Chappelle's done, guys. He's canceled. All the protesters got rid of him. Any pro Dave Chappelle people want to be on camera? Because all these protesters are giving me shit. I need to get some good guys. Everybody's calling me a transphobe. I don't know what that means.
How can they do that with
Nobody
you wearing those
wanted to talk to him, and for good reason.
Dude, you look like you look, and that, like I said,
And you're not funny. You're not saying anything funny.
Like, everyone's cringing as you walk by. Like this lady, she's like, oh, don't make eye contact. I don't want to talk to you. But at the same time, she's laughing.
Honey, you'll punch him if he gets too close, right?
Nobody wants to talk to me. I need some good guys. Like,
You know what I just realized is that these are all cut. I want to see the shit he didn't think was good enough to put in this.
all the standing there silently.
You think that's it? It's just a lot of ums and ahs?
Let's go talk to that guy.
I'm allergic to fish. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Comedy's hard, you guys. Comedy is very, very difficult. It's you see, it's a very hard thing to do, and clearly it's not for everybody. Okay.
Oh, God. I also have a second unrelated complaint now.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You were downtown in Minneapolis and you had to rush home to make a brisket? I mean, you could have stayed to the over party was over.
After party.
After party was over, gone home.
It does seem
made
like
a brisket hung over the next morning.
I mean, it does seem like you weren't invited to the after party.
Does seem like you weren't in the show.
Does seem like you weren't part of it. Invisible Duck says maybe it's satire from the other side. Do you know how bad your shit has to be that the only way someone can find to defend it is to say, maybe he's a double agent and that's why it's horrifically unfunny? It's not an endorsement of what you're trying to do there, bud. Well, God bless those who try.
Oh, fish, I get it.
Oh, Compassion Baby says, oh, fish, I get it. Well, guys, we are 210 away from our goal today. Let's knock that down. Let's get it to 100 by 9 o'clock. We got 35 minutes to knock that goal down to $100, and then we'll be able to finish it off in the last hour of the show. 210 away from the goal. PayPal.com. There's the link in the chat. Super chats, memberships, they all count. Let's see who feels like chipping in today and helping us hit that goal. 210, that's the break-even point for the day. Anything other than hitting that goal, we start under for the week. So let's not give us a hole to dig out of. Let's go ahead and everybody chip in small amounts by a few people, and we'll knock this thing out in no time. What do you say? There's the PayPal link. Just take 30 seconds out of your day. Throw $10 towards Steel Toe. Let's knock out that goal. Again, 210 away from our goal this morning. Let's make sure we hit it. An hour and 35 minutes left in the show, but let's knock it down to about 100 by 9 o'clock. It becomes a very manageable figure. Again, if you're looking at the chat, there's the link. Super chats and memberships count too. Okay, let's get into a vapid woman who believes that she was kicked out of a supermarket for being too hot. This woman's name is Yara Ferreira. She's a Brazilian OnlyFans model.
Okay, so she's a
She's
a porn star.
Who? Well, she got kicked out of a grocery store. I love stories like this that go semi-viral where it's one side of the story, and the one side of the story is so fucking ridiculous that you just go, I need to hear what really happened because clearly this is not it. An influencer has claimed she was kicked out of a U.S. supermarket for being hot and wearing revealing clothing. Brazilian woman Yara Ferreira said she was shopping in Miami when a supermarket employee approached her and asked the content creator to leave the store.
You spelt whore wrong.
She claimed he recognized her from her OnlyFans account. Now, we don't know that. She's just saying she believes that's the case.
I think she made this whole, I think she provoked this whole situation just to be able to publicize herself.
Not only that, I think she was probably there to film some shit for OnlyFans, and she was dressed like a total skank, and the grocery store's like, hey, you cannot dress like that and come in here. We got produce, all right?
She's holding a banana, but why?
Why can't I shop for cucumbers here? And you're like, yeah!
You can't put the carrots in your mouth. Try before you buy.
Ma'am, why are you filming this whole thing? Don't worry, I've got it turned on me.
And what the you doing with that eggplant?
Oh, not the eggplant. She claimed he recognized her from her OnlyFans account, and he assumed she would be showing off in the store and filming it. Time out. He never said he recognized her from her OnlyFans. She's saying she thinks that because she was there to film some fucked up shit for her OnlyFans in that grocery store. You don't just pull that out of your ass.
He assumed I was filming stuff for my content. Where would he get the idea for that assumption? I don't know. Maybe the cameraman or the outfit I was wearing.
I was wearing this.
I had no pants on.
Or I was wearing this, which is not generally considered grocery store attire. Or I was wearing that, which is not generally considered grocery store attire.
Smuggling
Hit the subscribe
grapes.
button,
Whoop.
smash
Sorry,
that
guys.
like button,
And click the bell to get notifications.
Not
but
wrong.
do that anyway. Ayara said she was alone in the supermarket, which she didn't name, and didn't reveal what she was wearing at the time. Oh, that's interesting.
That's a weird thing given your claims that you were kicked out for being too hot and wearing revealing clothing.
Yeah, you say you were too hot. You say that they think you were wearing slutty clothes. I mean, one picture would settle this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
How were you dressed? Adding she believed she was kicked out for being hot.
Of course you did. It's because you're hot. It's not because you're breaking the rules.
That's not something you get to say about yourself, though. Other people have to say that about you.
Oh, they couldn't, because when she walked by, all the guys were too busy going, excuse me, miss, but you can't.
She's too hot. I felt humiliated. I was in shock when he took me out of the market screaming.
Wait.
My look was not scandalous. I wear it in Brazil on a daily basis, and I never went through that, she said.
So wait a minute. You felt ashamed? Now you felt ashamed?
Yeah.
It wasn't when the plumber started deep dicking you. It's now.
The employee accused me of something I didn't do. For me, it's just prejudice just because I'm hot. Do you know how much less hot it makes you when you say shit like that? I've recorded in public, but always in a discreet way without embarrassing people.
So you just admitted you were recording.
You just admitted. You see, you're too dumb for this. You might be very hot. Maybe that's true. But you're too stupid to play this game. I just got kicked out of the supermarket for being hot. And by the way, I do film in supermarkets, but I do it in a really discreet way. Well, it doesn't matter. If the supermarket doesn't want you filming at all, they can kick your ass out for filming. She once said she was on a beach wearing a thong swimsuit while in Brazil when she was approached by 3 women who called her clueless and asked her if she sold nude photos.
The answer is yes and yes.
The answer is yes on both counts. She is clueless, and she does sell pictures of her tits. So it sounds like, I was on the beach and 2 really insightful women picked me out right away.
Yeah, because they were 2 women there to have a good time, and you're the one making these weird, like, O faces and weird poses on the beach. Again, this is where she's dumb.
Right.
We can all see you, like, humping an invisible thing, and that's why you sell those photos. We know what they are.
She's trying to do a thing, and then she gets mad when people call her out for doing the thing. Lady, you're not subtle. You were dressed like a whore in the grocery store. You had your camera on, and they were like, oh boy, she's going to film some fucked up shit. Get her out of here.
And they don't need, the crazy weird people on the internet that dig way too hard into these photos to suddenly start creeping around the supermarket hoping they're going to run into you.
Yeah, it's just they don't want to be a part of it. No offense, ma'am. They don't want to be part of your OnlyFans shenanigans.
Look, just pay for it and blow your banana at home.
Yes. Go make your OnlyFans video of you sucking banana dicks somewhere else. You don't have to do it right here because now that's theft too.
Actually, it's extra hot if it's in the alley. Just kneel down by the dumpster and just start blowing that banana.
Did they get her for the cucumber that was lodged in her pussy? Because that's shoplifting. I mean,
there was one in the front and the back.
Oh, no. She
was DP'd.
She was DP'd in the produce section. Oh, that's not good. No, she thought produce meant produce. She thought it meant make content. So she decided to film. You see, she wasn't kicked out for being too hot. She was kicked out for being too fucking stupid.
Nobody tell her the kumquats are on sale.
Oh, no. All right, guys, 2:10 away from our goal, about an hour and a half away from the end of the show. So let's chip away at that. The earlier we chip away at it, the less we can talk about it and ask about it. And we can knock that goal out and just do nothing but a show. 2:10 away from the goal. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Take a few minutes, click on it, contribute to the show. We do appreciate the support. It is the only way we can do the show. We do it via listener support. It's the only way we can keep going. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. Let's knock out that $210 goal and call it a great start to the week, huh? Serial, this is not the bee talking. Serial scumbag grifter Al Gore, which, by the way, much better description than former vice president, because who remembers the former vice president?
I mean, not really, unless you're Cheney, just because you did so much stuff. You shoot a guy in the face.
But everyone remembers serial scumbag grifter. Oh, that's Al Gore.
Yeah, the guy who took credit for the internet?
Yeah, well, he's back now to shame us from his perch. He's comparing us to the Uvalde police. The police department that
stood by for hours while
children were murdered? Yeah.
Oh.
That Uvalde police department.
So I'm killing kids.
Apparently, we're all guilty of standing by while murders happen. Before we play this clip for you, Veldrain with $5.
Thank you.
He says, after witnessing her insert half the produce section into herself, she was told to leave for being too hot. Yes, exactly. I was reported for being too hot. What were you doing? Shoving cucumbers up my pussy? You don't see that maybe that was...
I was comparing my tits to an iceberg lettuce.
205 away from the goal, thanks to Veldrain and his $5. Thank you, buddy. Let's hope that jumpstarts another round of contributions that gets us in line to knock this thing out in the last hour. All right, guys, here's Al Gore shaming you again.
The climate deniers are really in some ways similar to all of those almost 400 law enforcement officers in Uvalde, Texas, who were waiting outside an unlocked door while the children were being massacred. They heard the screams, they heard the gunshots, and nobody stepped forward.
There were 400 of them? I don't remember that.
So you guys have been telling us that the coast is going to be underwater for 40 years. It's not underwater. You said it was going to be underwater in 2000 if we didn't act quickly. Every time you tell us you have to be able to force us to live a certain way, and we decide, no, it's too expensive, we can't afford it, we have families to raise, so we'd like our energy this way. You tell us, oh, no, come on. You don't do what we want you to do. Miami's going to be underwater in 2000. And then that doesn't happen, and we go, okay, looks like we can keep using our shit. Then they go, oh, D.C. is going to be underwater by 2010. And then it's not. So we just go on, keep you. Like, how many times can you guys cry wolf? I'm sorry, but I'm going to deny you your Uvalde comparison, and I'm going to raise you a Boy Who Cried Wolf.
I mean, he does look pretty cross-eyed right now.
He does. He looks very Androssy from Star Fox.
Guys, I don't want anyone to freak out, but the climate's going very badly. There's going to be a tornado.
It's so hot, I can only stare at my nose. But the Uvalde comparison is so fucking stupid. Here's an Uvalde comparison. It's like if we waited outside the school because a guy who threatened to shoot up the school for the last 40 years was threatening again today to shoot up the school. Forgive us our skepticism. My apologies, Al. But climate shit, they did. I saw this thing on, I think it was Twitter, where they said, okay, COVID's over. People are bored with Ukraine. Watch the news because they're going to start pushing climate change. Oh, it was Project Veritas. They got a CNN producer to go, we're really going to start pushing climate change, and the whole media is going to start pushing climate change as the new thing to scare people because we're out of things to make people afraid of because people aren't scared of COVID
It's almost
anymore.
like you've been doing all this fear-mongering and all of us just kind of got burnt out.
Well, and now since I saw that video, I've been seeing nothing but, oh, record-breaking temperatures. Oh, it's going to be the hottest summer ever. Oh, if we don't do something, the consequences and children will die and everybody will melt and roads will buckle and this and that. And you're like, God, it's like fucking clockwork with these people. The climate hasn't been an emergency these last 2 years. While they were scaring everyone with COVID, the climate didn't matter.
In
but
fact,
now
during COVID, they were saying how because of all the lockdowns and everything, we were actually making progress, and so we were actually moving forward.
Well, not only that, the United States for years now has been using less and less fossil fuels. That's the dirty little secret. We're doing our part. And Al, maybe if you fuckheads would maybe look into nuclear, we could power this entire grid nationwide, door to door, with nuclear power, but you guys only want the ones that are really expensive, i.e. the ones you're invested in.
And God bless those families who've suffered so much. And law enforcement officials tell us that's not typical of what law enforcement usually does. And confronted with this global emergency, what we're doing with our inaction and failing to walk through the door and stop the killing is not typical of what we are capable of as human beings. We do have the...
Maybe because you're manipulating people with bullshit like that, so their response is, oh yeah, go fuck yourself then.
Look, I haven't been relative in almost 40 years, so I want someone to notice me again. Climate change, Uvalde, 9/11, 9/11, 9/11, 3 Hail Marys, your father's a whore.
Gulf of Tonkin, Remember the Maine, Appomattox Courthouse, and the Battle of Yorktown. Really, everyone in this whole climate change thing is a bunch of General Lord Cornwallises, and I'm Benjamin Martin, running around with my militia, keeping everybody in the South so we can win the war until the French arrive.
Honestly, this takes me back to a time when a bunch of people in Hawaii on December 6th said, what do you mean the Japanese are coming?
And they just stuck their head in the sand, and they acted like nothing was happening. And that's what we're doing at Climate Change. It's like when a little man with a funny mustache wanted to slaughter all the Jews. You're all a bunch of guards at the concentration camps. Now, will you help me do the thing I want to do? That's a great way to get people to do the thing you want them to do. Hey, you're all a bunch of cops who let a bunch of children get murdered. Won't you help me in my quest to fight climate change? Hey, you're an absolutely amoral piece of shit who should probably go to hell when they die. You think you could maybe buy an electric car for me?
Hey, look, we've already done everything we can do here, and some would argue that maybe more action needs to be taken in third world countries where pollution is rampant.
Or China, but I won't say that name.
Yep, so why don't you just buy an electric car and go fuck yourself?
Yes. But we need your help. Please.
Tips.
You piece of fucking shit.
The solutions. And I think these extreme events that are getting steadily worse and more severe are really beginning to change minds. We have to.
Oh, really? Is this a speech from 1985 or
Didn't you do this?
1995 or 2005 or 2015? No.
I'm pretty sure I had to sit in a homeroom meeting where we watched this on the TV. Didn't you say this in like 1992?
He did. He did indeed say that in 1992. Back in the 70s, they were predicting a new ice age. It's just fucking madness. And by the way, all of it so that we'll invest in energy companies that Al Gore has money in.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's nice.
Surprise, surprise, all these. That's just kind of like the Nancy Pelosi thing. We got to invest in this tech to really be competitive with China.
Yeah.
Oh, I better own some of that then.
Isn't it weird that all the shit that's right to do for this country also happens to make all of these people filthy fucking rich? Amazing how that happens.
But if we do it, it's illegal.
Yes.
To have unity as a nation, to come together and stop making this a political football. It should.
That's right. So fuck you, you fucking Republican piece of shit. Stop making this a political football, you conservative assholes. And let's go ahead and, you know what he's saying? He's like, let's stop disagreeing with each other and just all agree that I'm right and do everything that I want to do.
Come together right now and listen to me.
Yeah. I mean, that is the whole message here. The thrust of this message is, I don't understand all the division. Well, it's not like you're meeting anybody in the middle there, Albert. You're just sitting there going, we need to stop arguing and just do everything I want to do, and then even then I probably won't be happy.
We need to come together for unity, so sit down, shut up, and
right.
do what I say.
We need to be unified as one countryman, you fucking climate-denying Uvalde police being piece of shit. Thanks.
Look, we need to be one nation, and if you don't agree with me, you want children dead.
So let's stop politicizing this, because if you politicize this, then you want kids to burn to death.
Look, if you think this is a right or left issue, I'm sorry, but you ain't black.
On Pearl Harbor Day.
Shouldn't be a partisan issue.
So if everyone would...
God, that was a perfect idea. It shouldn't be a partisan issue.
Oh, man, he is... now I see why he goes away for long periods of time. I'm now sleepy.
Small doses.
Yes, very... incredibly, like fentanyl-sized doses.
I'm just worried, like, is he think there's climate change because he's, like, deathly allergic to something that he keeps eating because he's swelling? Like, it's like that bit of someone who's allergic to shellfish and they keep eating it.
Al, stop eating
Stop eating the crab.
What are you doing? You know you can't handle it. 2:05 away from our goal today, an hour and 15 minutes left in today's show. Let's start hammering away at that, guys. That is a big goal to hit. We cannot fall behind anymore in this show's history. We got to hit that goal. Remember, that is the break-even point. So if you feel like chipping in today, please throw in a couple of bucks. There's the link in the chat. The PayPal link is right there. Super chats and members count. Wanted to be at $100 by 9 o'clock. We're 18 minutes away from that. So maybe if you're just joining the show, you haven't thrown into the show in a while. Or if you have never thrown into this show, now would be a great time to throw us in a couple of bucks. Knock that goal down from 205 to something a little more manageable for the last hour of the show. We have to hit those goals or this show has to change budgets, as it were. We've already had to do that once, but you guys have been great with the goal since then. We dropped the goal $100 in the evening show, so if you feel like chipping in, please do. Yesterday, the World Health Organization, and the PayPal link is in the chat. All the stuff is in the chat. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, everything else. Support this show in any way you possibly can. This happened yesterday. The World Health Organization just declared monkeypox a global health emergency. Monkeypox is something that affects us all. And by affects us all, I mean almost 100% just men who have orgies with gay dudes.
God, they really want this to be something, don't they?
Stop trying to make monkeypox happen. It's not going to happen.
Or lean in and say that there's a horrible pandemic ravaging the gay community.
Right.
But you won't publish that either, because then you're somehow painting the gay community as some sort of, I don't know.
They don't want to deal with the bullshit of pointing out what this is. And you can always tell when something's based on science. You can always tell when something's just based on data, when you won't say what the thing that causes it is. Like COVID, it was we had to shut down everything. Everything needs to be locked down. You need to stay in your homes. We literally did something we've never done in this country's history because it was so terrible and so bad.
And it sucked.
You have to wear masks and everything else. And then like, oh, by the way, turns out it doesn't really kill any young, healthy people. And we know exactly who... Like, we wouldn't say with COVID either who it actually affects, which was old, sick, and fat people. We wouldn't say that either. Everybody had to stay in their house.
Everybody's at risk.
Even though most people weren't really at risk of getting super sick. Well, now the global monkeypox outbreak has been declared a public health emergency of international concern by the World Health Organization, which is the strongest call to action the agency can make. Okay, so did they say anything in their statement about no more eightsomes? No more group sex with gay dudes? No more butt fucking at rampant levels? We can tell everybody to wear a mask. We can shut everybody's business down. We can overreact to COVID big time. But when we declare an international health emergency over monkeypox, we won't tell people how they get it and tell them to just stop doing that.
It really sucks, too, man. This is all happening now. I was just about to start taking dick.
Were you really?
Yeah, I was gonna, but now I'm rethinking it.
It's too dangerous now.
I think now's the wrong time for a hot beef injection.
Oh, by the way, of the 528 confirmed cases, 95% are believed to have transmitted during sex between men. All the cases were among men, including one transgender man. 98% of those men identified as gay and bisexual. This stark demographic finding is in keeping with data on the outbreak from around the world. So how can it be an international health crisis when it literally just affects not even gay people, but one specific group of gay people?
Gay men.
Dudes who fuck other dudes, and usually it's more than one partner.
Dudes who go to a party and go, whatever. I'm sure that's just lube.
Yeah, just stick it in. It'll be fine. So, gay guys who just fuck one gay guy, they're fine from monkeypox.
Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris won't have a problem.
Neil Patrick Harris ain't getting any monkeypox.
Him and his husband are going to be fine.
Oh, man.
Unless they go to parties.
But, they won't tell them what to do. Again, all the guidances we got on COVID, and it was, such a terrible thing. Now monkeypox, such a terrible thing. But they won't dare say what needs to be said to stop that one.
Oh, that fact hurt. The one up there about the 41%.
In the new global study, the men... Okay, 97% of the 700 British monkeypox cases, 97% were in gay, bisexual, or other men who have sex with men. Well, which is gay or bisexual. In the new global study, the men had a median age of 38 and ranged between 18 and 68 years old. 3/4 are white, and 41% of them have HIV.
And they caught another sexually transmitted disease, probably at some sort of an orgy. You know, when you have HIV, you shouldn't, be careful with your sexual partners.
Right, just fuck everybody. I mean, who gives a shit? Guys, you have to fucking stop.
There's pills for it now.
We have to stop with the rampant butt fucking. That's a virus and threat protection.
God, we just got monkeypox.
They ran a virus threat protection. They didn't find anything. That's good.
Okay.
They didn't find any monkeypox on the computer.
Check the back port.
Can we just say stop with the rampant butt fucking? I mean, can we hurt a few feelings just to stop monkeypox from spreading?
And I don't know, maybe kind of hamper some of the HIV spread, maybe. I feel like we're unlearning a lesson we learned a while ago.
Right. Not only are we adding a disease, but we're also kind of forgetting the lessons of another one. Oh, man. Yeah, there's an article from the Not the Bee. It says, experts ordered the entire world to stay home indefinitely over a virus, but now they can't be bothered to tell gay men to stop having orgies. Right.
It's really, really weird.
2 weeks of no rampant butt fucking to slow the spread. Hunker down in your house, only have sex with your spouse or significant other.
I just don't really want to wear a mask and obey all these rules I don't agree with. You just want people to die.
Now, excuse me while I open my anus for 14 strangers. If it's a hug that doesn't necessarily include a shirt, there's a theoretical risk of transmission there. But that's not what we're hearing in terms of what's happening with our cases. So it's lower risk. I can't say zero risk, said Dr. Daskalakis. Rather, it's longer contact, much longer, that seems to be responsible for most cases now. If you were to ask me how long is, I can't answer that. It's usually about 6 inches.
I mean, that's what some say.
Some are saying. I can't answer that question, but it seems as if it's possible that this is not being transmitted by a light brush. The doctor said, wow, you guys really are afraid to offend anybody.
Look, the facts are pretty cut and dry, much like the bloody anuses were when things started.
Not the way they ended up, though. Not the way they ended up.
Look, let's just cut the bullshit, all right? Unless you got someone punching in your turd cutter, you're going to be fine.
The doctor said, in line with our harm reduction guidance, thinking about reducing your number of partners. Jesus Christ, they're so afraid of gay people.
Thinking about reducing your number of partners?
About it. Could you think about reducing your number of partners? No. No more gangbangs. No more man-on-man gangbangs. We're done with those. You want to fuck? You fuck a girl, or you pick one guy to fuck, and that's it. You fuck that guy. That's the only person. Potentially trying to avoid anonymous contact ends up being smart from the perspective of decreasing the risk of exposure.
That's something we've known forever. That's again, like I said, it's almost like we've been through this kind of shit before.
Inside the health department, officials are battling over public messaging as the number of monkeypox cases has nearly tripled in the last week, nearly all of them among men who have sex with men. So they're battling over public messaging while this thing is raging amongst the gay community because they don't want... Florida's not the only state that doesn't want to say gay anymore. Now, all of a sudden, when it comes to monkeypox, nobody want to say gay.
Can we go by the COVID rules? Can we start putting down stickers like maybe in the men's restroom? Stop taking random dick!
Yes. A few epidemiologists say the city should be encouraging gay men to temporarily change their sexual behavior while the disease spreads. Gee, you fucking think it's the least you could do? But other officials argue that approach would stigmatize gay men and would backfire. Well, I'm sorry, yes, it would stigmatize gay men. Because it is the behavior of gay men that is causing this.
It's almost like you guys don't give a shit about this pandemic thing, and you just want it to be something we're afraid of.
Right.
Because I don't think any of us would care if they just said, like, look, this thing is going like wildfire throughout the male homosexual community. Everyone else seems to be fine. I don't know. We tried a 6-foot distancing thing, so try a 6 dick maximum maybe.
Yeah, right. They're worried it would stigmatize gay men and would backfire. What, like you'd tell gay men not to fuck 8 dudes and they'd be like, oh yeah, I'll fuck 16.
I really feel like the 41% of people who have monkeypox also have HIV might be a stigmatizing thing too.
Right.
It just seems like STDs are moving through that community without anyone caring.
God damn, man. The problem is the longer they let this spread, the more it like accidentally spreads to heterosexual people and everything.
Dude, if you got monkeypox, nah, it's an AIDS lesion. Okay, just keep drilling me.
Yeah, just go ahead. I thought you had monkeypox for a minute. I thought you were being unsafe and disgusting.
You know, it's not a death sentence anymore.
It's true. I love when people say that, like, yeah, it's not a death sentence. Like, yeah, still not pleasant to have. Still not the best.
It's not a death sentence, but it is life in prison. I don't know if I want it.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, at the very least, it's parole. $205 away from our goal today. Let's get moving on that a little bit if you could. Thank you very much. We are getting to that 1 hour mark left in the show. So let's hit that 205. Whatever we don't hit has to roll into the next shows, making it harder and harder to not only hit overtime, but also making it harder and harder for this show to continue. 205 away from the goal. PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count. If you feel like chipping out into this show, please do. We do need you. We're at 205. These goals become very, very important, especially since in the last few months we've definitely we've had an advertiser or two drop off. We may have to bring Bet USA back. We also have, well, we got a little ongoing issue here with some things. So that goal is becoming very important. Again, we don't ask our audience for anything more than break even on that goal. Cody Dog says, okay, DSP. I mean, I have always said the difference between DSP and everyone else who streams a show for donations is that we at least admit that we're begging for money. We do a show for you, and then we ask you. And then when you give us money, we actually thank you. We don't yell at you for it. So yes, Cody Dog.
And we have a clear goal.
Yes, and we have a clear
goal. The goal
goal.
doesn't move.
The goal doesn't move or change when it gets hit. If anything, the goal goes down when we go over it. So yes, big difference. I am not one of these
I want to get breadsticks when I go out and eat tomorrow.
Right.
I need to raise the goal.
I think there's a lot of people who shit on DSP for the wrong reasons. Like they shit on DSP because he asks for money when he does his show. That's not the thing that's disgusting about DSP.
It's how he does it.
That's okay. It is fine to do a show and then go, hey guys, we do this for a living. If you could throw in a few bucks, that would be great. I have no problem with people doing that. You got to get your money. And if your audience wants to support it, that's cool. My problem, so I think people are wrong when they shit on DSP for that. The thing you shit on DSP for is that he uses it for his personal funds. He just takes it out, uses it himself. It's not for a business that takes care of other people. He takes it, he spends it frivolously on crazy shit, and then asks you for more money the next day for his crazy shit. So that and then yells at people for not giving it to him the right way and is completely ungrateful. And then when he needs something, he charges you more money. That part I don't like. Thank you very much to Cowboy for becoming a member of the Yeehaw Club. That knocks our goal down $5, and we're now at $200 with about an hour left in the show. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Memberships and super chats do count. If we can hit that goal, then we can stop fucking bringing it up. Am I right? Let's revisit the Tom Cruise thing. A lot of people are revisiting this interview from 2005 between Tom Cruise and Matt Lauer. Go back to 2005. Tom Cruise is looked at as a crazy, nutty Scientologist. Mm-hmm. And people think that, it's Tom Cruise. He's about to fall off hard. He's lost his goddamn mind. And Matt Lauer was a respected journalist. Beyond reproach. People love Matt Lauer. Fast forward 17 years. Tom Cruise is fine. Nobody really, whatever they think of him, but he's still making movies.
Yeah.
He's still doing well. And Matt Lauer got outed as someone who fucks women at work, maybe less than with their agreement, I don't know, and had a button on his desk that would lock his door while he sexually harassed women. Like, Matt Lauer is outed as a complete
that
Me
button
Too
thing
creep.
True?
What?
That button thing true?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the question, where in the world is Matt Lauer? He's in your wife.
100%. So you fast forward, and all of a sudden, Tom Cruise kind of won the war between him and Matt Lauer. Yeah, well, I wanted to go over this again. Andrew says, can you share the Venmo link again? The Venmo link is at Steel Toe Media Inc. is the Venmo. There you go, Andrew. There's the Venmo link. And if you throw to, Lemmy's got the Venmo code. Does that actually work? Does that go right to it? Well, hot shit, Lemmy. Thank you very much for that. That's incredibly helpful. $200 away from our goal today. Thank you. Lemmy's post is in the chat.
Lemmy's awesome.
So let's revisit the Tom Cruise, Matt Lauer thing. They were talking about prescription drugs for mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about Brooke Shields, who came out recently and said, at this time recently in 2005, that she was on antidepressants. It helped with her postpartum depression. So then Tom Cruise went on the Today Show to talk about the remake, the Lost World, not Lost World. War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds. Okay.
He did that War of the Worlds movie, and he was on to promote it, and Matt Lauer decided to make it a time to confront Tom Cruise on his view on psychiatry and prescription drugs and things like that. And I hate it when the news does that. You bring a guy on, he's there to talk about his movie, and a smug dick like Matt Lauer wants to show that he's oh so fucking smart and Tom Cruise is oh so goddamn stupid. Well, I think as time has went on, much like with everything else regarding Matt Lauer, he turns out to look like the asshole, and Tom Cruise is looking kind of good. Let's go ahead and revisit the Matt Lauer, Tom Cruise thing. The person who tweeted this, Brett R. Smith on Twitter, just tagged it based Tom Cruise. Let's watch Tom and Matt debate Adderall and whatnot.
Here we are today, where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people, okay, against their will, of drugging children with them not knowing the effects of these drugs. Do you know what Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug?
By the way, everyone made fun of him for that. Everyone made fun of him for that Adderall and Ritalin are street drugs thing. Go to any college campus or any high-tension workplace. And those drugs, those drugs are all over the fucking place. People get their Adderall, they get their Ritalin, they get all of that shit, and they are popping those shits like Tic Tacs.
My sister had to move once, and it was going to be a really, really harsh situation for her. She had to be like out fast, so she literally took one of her son's Adderall.
See,
it was a long time ago. It was like 20 years.
There you go. So Tom Cruise got made fun of for that 15 years ago, and now kind of nailed it.
Do you understand that?
The difference is this was not
Matt,
against her will, though. But this wasn't against Brooke's will.
Matt, I'm asking you a question.
I understand there's abuse of all of these things.
No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do. All it does is mask the problem, Matt. And if you understand the history of it, it masks the problem. That's what it does. That's all it does.
Yeah, I think you're biased on that one. You know his first wife, what was her name? Not Nicole Kidman.
No, that
wasn't Nicole Kidman, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Nicole Kidman? Yeah.
Katie Holmes?
No, the blonde
the first one. Yeah, I think it was Nicole Kidman.
It was Nicole Kidman. Her parents are like psychiatric doctors, and that's one of the reasons their relationship fell apart, because he started doing Scientology, and they went, yeah, that's stupid.
I will say this about psychiatry, though. Very rarely do a lot of these people get to stop. Like, I mean, it's kind of the same thing with the way I feel about chiropractors, in that
you got to keep going and getting adjusted.
If it works so fucking well, why are you never cured? Like, to me,
there's no money in that.
Right. To me, there's an element of the same medical racket that's in prescription drugs that's in psychiatry. I'm not saying it doesn't help. It certainly can help. But there's never a cure. There's never an end date. There's never a, you're all better, you can go now.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you're really bad, they put you on these drugs, which we've seen with school shooters and shit like that. These drugs ain't for everybody, yet they give them to fucking everybody.
And the worst part is everybody's different. You don't know how you're going to respond to some of these medications. And in a lot of cases, we know like rebounding is a thing. So it's like, oh, we're going to give you this to treat this problem. Oh, you made it 10 times worse.
You're right.
Oops.
Yeah.
You're not getting to the reason why. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance. I'm saying that drugs...
I don't know if that's... I can't speak to that.
I can. Because I've literally been at points where I've been like, because of my MS stuff, I've been at points where I'm very, very depressed, like very like dangerous place down in the dumps. And the only reason is because there's no actual cause.
But like, I don't know what he's talking about. Like, have they ever shown literal chemicals in your brain that are unbalanced? I don't know.
Well, this again harpens back to like people fall within a spectrum. There's no one set thing. So again, you could have a chemical imbalance, or that could just be the way you effing work. Like there's
the way your brain works.
Yeah, some people are just, oh, your brain's a little askew. You shouldn't work like that, but you do.
You just do, yeah.
These aren't the answer. That these drugs are very dangerous. They're mind-altering, antipsychotic drugs. And there are ways of doing it without that, so that we don't end up in a brave new world.
Yes, there are abuses. And yes, maybe they've gone too far in certain areas. Maybe there are too many kids on
Name one time when the medical industry has pushed a drug just for its own benefit and it got abused. I mean, can you... Sorry.
COVID vaccine. Fentanyl.
Maybe electric shock.
Kids on Ritalin.
I'm just saying. But aren't there examples?
I will say this. One thing that Tom Cruise is right about is that I think it is fucked up we just put kids on brain-altering meds.
Yeah.
When the kids can't say no. Like, we just get to give kids drugs to fuck with their brains.
I actually, I'm sadly, like, I do take some antidepressants and stuff, but no, I'm actually on that side of the fence, too. I don't think you should be giving kids stuff. You should be trying to work through the issues.
Right.
Before you start throwing drugs at it. The same way I'm like, don't throw hormone drugs at a 5-year-old. Let him think about it for a bit.
And by the way, the guy that's arguing here had a button on his desk that locked his door so he could fuck staffers. Just pointing it out.
Where it works.
Matt, you're glib. You don't even know what Ritalin is. If you start talking about chemical imbalance, you have to evaluate and read the research papers on how they came up with these theories, Matt. Okay? That's what I've done.
Is Tom Cruise like 10 seconds away from going, and the Jews? I feel like we're getting close, Tom.
He's either going Alex Jones or Mel Gibson, but we're on the cusp.
We're on the brink of something.
edging.
And you go and you say, where's the medical test? Where's the blood test that says how much Ritalin you're supposed to get?
That's true.
It's very impressive to listen to you because clearly you've done the homework and you know the subject.
And you
patronizing.
And you obviously haven't.
Yeah, you patronizing ass.
Good. And you should do that also because just knowing people who are on Ritalin isn't enough. You should be a little bit more responsible in knowing
I'm not prescribing Ritalin, Tom, and I'm not asking anyone else to do it.
So he picked this fight with Tom Cruise, and now he's like, what? I'm not doing anything. Why are you being... What happened was he was getting alpha mailed by Tom Cruise because Matt Lauer may in fact be... Beta! And so then he does that little pussy boy thing where he goes, what? I'm not prescribing it. It's like, you brought this up, asshole. I wanted to talk about my new movie.
You brought the subject up, and, I mean, no offense, but of the two of you, Tom Cruise should be in your position, and you should be in his in terms of what you guys know about stuff.
Right.
He's a fucking movie star, okay?
Yeah, the Scientologist should be on talking about psychiatry.
The
more
guy
than
who
you.
does like news and talks to the world and is a face of information. I don't know. Maybe you should be a little more well-read on this subject.
Right, exactly.
You're saying no.
I know some people who seem to have been helped by it.
But it's like this is a very important issue.
This is couldn't agree more.
And you know what? And you're here on the Today Show,
right?
And to talk about it in a way of saying, well, isn't it okay, and being reasonable about it when you don't know, and I do. I think that you should be a little bit more responsible in knowing what it is.
He's not even calling your viewpoint wrong. He's just saying you're not informed, which you agreed with, and he's going, hey, maybe as a news guy, you should be a little more informed.
He's basically calling you an empty suit who's just spouting propaganda. That's about what he's doing.
Thank God we got rid of Matt Lauer and ended that horrible streak of news just being about propaganda and clickbait.
After we got rid of Matt Lauer, the news got much better at just being informative. Raz of Chaz says chiropractic work, it fixes your joints. It doesn't stop you from fucking up your joints in the future. However, some chiropractors do drag out fixing the problem. Somebody says, wait, this is an interview for a movie? Yeah, this was supposed to be for War of the Worlds.
Which also didn't do very well.
Maybe because of the interview. Who knows?
I don't know. I think it's because the movie sucked. But
that could have been it, too. Although Tim Robbins was fantastic.
Yeah, for his short part.
Yeah, his lunatic in the basement part he had. SC Motorsports says, Matt must have drug company sponsors. Why is Matt defending this so hard? Because he's got drug company sponsors.
And because he knows nothing.
Yeah, and that became one of the first internet memes, too, that you're glib, Matt. I remember that your glib thing being all over the place. Matt Lauer probably had stock in Rohypnol, someone says. Ricky Spanglish says, this segment brought to you by Pfizer. Trent says amphetamines are severely overprescribed in children and extremely underprescribed in adults. Well, we have cocaine, so we don't need your goddamn medicine. Take them out of public classrooms because it makes it impossible to teach 25 kids at one time. Toastmaster says it's okay. It's okay that just play chemistry set with your innards until they figure out the right mix. Fuck you, dude says, I take meds and seen a therapist in the past. I feel like it helps. Well, that's good.
It can.
It can.
Again, the argument here and
Tom was speaking to abuses, I think.
Yeah, and I was I was sadly on the Matt Lauer side of things back then, I think.
We all were. Everybody
we were all ripping
was.
on Tom.
And then we saw that these fucking school shooters all had one thing in common. They were drugged to the gills.
And now it's not that Tom's right. It's that what's happening in the world around us makes us think that maybe he wasn't completely wrong.
Right. Basically, Tom Cruise didn't get smarter. The world got crazier is what happened. The world got nuttier. So Tom looked bad. Imagine that world. We all got crazy enough where Tom Cruise seemed reasonable with that death stare he was giving Matt Lauer.
And you think he would know. We just have to put the horn back on the unicorn and we will save it all.
All right, guys, we only have 50 minutes left in today's show, and we are $200 away from our goal. So unfortunately, it will have to get a little beggy in here until we hit that goal, because as the guy who runs the business, the goal thing is a constant stressor in my life for the way we do this show. So I just have to do, don't take it personal. Don't call me a piece of shit. It's just what I have to do to make sure this show can stay on the air, is hit those goals. $200 away from today's goal in the first half of the show. Awesome. We were well on our way. We've stalled out a little bit. That seems to be a pretty common deal with this show lately. $200 away from that goal. If we could just get you chipping in, that would be awesome. Since we are 50 minutes away, these mentions are probably going to get a little more frequent as the show heads toward that buzzer. If we hit the $200 goal, we will do an extra half hour of show, and also the show is breaking even if we hit that goal. Chop says $10. 10 of you throw in $10, and I've got the rest. Okay, we're getting a bailout offer from Chop Stock. He says game time. 10 people throw in $10. Now, when you do it via Super Chat, we only take 70% of it. We count 100. I think we take like 95% of it on PayPal, but we count 100% of it. Orange Boy says, come on, people. Johnny needs new shoes.
No, I need new legs. Those are way more expensive. Tips.
Yeah, legs, not shoes. So there you go. We'll keep track. 10 people throw in $10 on PayPal, or, I guess the Super Chats too. And then Chops will handle the rest of the goal. So let's see if we can do that before today's show is over, and we can hit that goal and we start off on a good note this week. You want to watch something fucked up that I saw?
Okay.
Yesterday? This happened for some reason.
What the?
Should this be our new hype train video for when we're really behind in the goal with 5 minutes left in the show?
Either that or the intro song.
Or it could be the intro song. That's not a bad idea either.
Oh, no, oh, God, why does that guy look like me at my wedding? Who's that guy in the back? Oh, he really does. He's fat like me, too.
Did you do this video and you forgot?
Must have been a long time ago because I'm not using a cane. Dude,
how fucking cool are these two guys?
Suck it, Japan. We made it better.
And not only that, our guys are dressed in tuxes and they look great.
We don't need no stupid drums. We got two fat people. That's all we need.
We're slap drumming.
It's the deadpan faces of the
I know. Now they're slapping. They're slapping them.
How long did they take to work on this coordination?
I know. Do you know how many times these little guys smacked these guys in the stomach and went, fuck, we were so close. God damn it. Shit.
Jesus, Greg, no below the belt.
Hey, yo, you guys, look, I'm not here to yell at the equipment, but if you guys been losing weight, motherfucker, you're going to ruin everything. You know that your current body fat structure gives the perfect tone for what we're trying to go to tonally for this segment.
God damn it, Todd. Did you have Taco Bell before we started again? Don't fart in the middle. It throws off the rhythm and it smells. All right. It's the serious determination. Like, no, he's going to get it.
Yeah.
And then you get stopped. Oh, my God.
Now you've crossed the fucking line, my friend. That is just, you've gone too far. Now I'm going to slap you in the face.
Oh, it'd be the only way it'd be better is if you dress those two dudes up like sumo wrestlers. The hair and the diapers, just the whole thing.
Benjamin with $20 on PayPal.
Thank
Dylan
you.
with $10 on PayPal. And Kyle with $20
That's
on
50
PayPal.
in and 3 of the 10
So that's 50 in. We've got 3 out of the 10 donated. So we're at 150. So we're within striking distance. And 7 more $10 donations. And Chops is covering the rest. So PayPal, Super Chats, whatever you got. If 7 more people do $10, Chops is covering the rest of the goal today, and we'll do an extra half hour. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super Chats and memberships are welcome. 45 minutes away from the end of the show, and 150 away from the goal. So we're keeping that, right?
Yeah. Somebody said, can you imagine if you saw these dudes practicing? This is a Tuesday night. Do you want monkeypox? Is this how you get monkeypox?
Here we go. I'm gonna put that there so I can copy and paste it. And then I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to write new show intro.
Oh, my
Boom.
God.
Save. There we go. All right. So now that is saved. That'll be – so the show intro will be like a minute and a half rather than 2 minutes. That would be much better for the opening than the one you have in my
Just play Jessie Peterson saying beta male during it.
Beta male.
Beta male. What a bitch.
All right. 150 away from the goal and 7 more $10 contributions. And Chops Talk will
I don't know.
cover the rest.
Just looking at it, I'm laughing now. I don't know why it's this funny to me, but Jesus.
Because you're using giant fat men as drums. That's fucking hysterical.
Oh, my
Are
God.
you kidding me? We've got, well, I hate to do this to you now to kind of ruin that.
Uh-oh.
But the next segment we're going to do is educational. It's an education none of you asked for. It's regarding some new pronouns that I learned about this weekend.
Oh, yay.
The pronouns are, and I want you guys to keep up on this stuff because I don't want you to get in trouble at work for misgendering someone or using the wrong pronouns because that's happening to some people now.
Yeah.
So in just a second, I'm going to teach you guys and girls about frog and frog self pronouns. I mean, not me. I'm not going to give you a speech on it. I actually got somebody who is frog and frog self to tell you about it.
Ribbit?
No. Don't be racist. They can speak. They just identify as frog and frog self.
My name is Kermit. Kermit the Frog.
Well, Jordan Peterson here, and I'm here to tell you that there's no way I'm not identifying as a frog. So 150 away from the goal. 7 more $10 contributions, and Chops is covering the rest. Cole with $10. So that puts us at 4 of them. So 6 more $10 contributions. And now we're at 140 away from the goal. Thank you, everybody. All right.
Thank you, Chops, for doing this. This is awesome.
Chops, thank you. This saves our ass, man, because like I said, as things tighten up, I think economically, year over year, I believe we're $3,000. We do $3,000 a month less in contributions now than we did at this time last year. So it's just, look, economically, things have tightened up. We've had to lower our goals. We've had to scale some things back. We've had to make some adjustments to make it go, and we will always do that. So those goals are becoming more and more important.
Now we only have King Crab on Fridays.
As time goes on. All right, before we get into that story, let's continue to pay for this show we do. Your Home Improvement Company, Your Home Improvement Co., and, of course, Your Home Improvement Company with a great array of services. We're talking about 50-year shingles, bathroom remodels, kitchen remodels, exterior doors. They do it all. And our buddy Ryan Petron has you covered. RyanPetron7@gmail.com. Lemmy, if you got that, throw it up in the chat there. RyanPetron7@gmail.com for Your Home Improvement Company. And Rocca Handling in Sauk Rapids is hiring. They're a material handling dealer specializing in Taylor forklifts and shuttle wagon rail car movers. They're currently hiring for field service technicians and a parts and service coordinator. They've got competitive pay and benefits, and if you're interested, call Andy at 320-330-9212 or go online at rockagrp.com. That's rockagrp.com/careers for Rocka Handling. I'm just putting that in the chat now. There it is. All right.
The Rocka Station.
The Rocka Station. Yeah, Rocka Handling. If you're looking for a gig, they've got you in Sauk Rapids. All right, a big thank you to Lab Glass. He says this will be riveting, the frog self-education. That also knocks our goal down by about $15, putting us at $125, and also halfway to Chop's goal of $10 contributions, in which he covers the rest of the goal. So we've got
I imagine
5 of
as
them.
it gets closer, his sphincter just tightens.
He's a good man. What can I say? Lip Ripper with $10 on PayPal, so that's now 6. And it also puts us 115 away from the goal today. Thank you guys very much. With 40 minutes left in the show, we're making great headway. Thank you guys very much for answering the call when we need you. We appreciate it a ton. You're the only reason that we can do this. All right. Frog and frog self-pronouns. I want you now. A lot of people say that these people who do the frog self and the different pronouns and all of that, they say, oh, they're mentally ill, or oh, they're
just French.
They're all crazy and whatever. I'm here to tell you right now. You watch this video, you tell me this frog self person is crazy. You go ahead. You tell me with a straight face. I'll look you right in the eye after this video's done, and wait till the end. And then you tell me that she's out of her mind or needs some kind of medication. I fucking dare you.
Okay.
For the frog self pronouns, you would say something like, Frog went to the store and Frog got a new skirt for Frog self. Isn't it so cute? And then for my bug pronouns, you would say something like, Bug's special interest is Monster High. Bug loves talking about it, and it always makes Bug really happy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Are you young enough to be a fan of Monster High? And so let me get this straight. You're a frog and a frog self.
No, she's telling you how frog and bug pronouns work, you fucking bigot.
I'm just trying to understand. So if I kiss her, she turns into a prince? Does that
No,
mean she's
that's
trans?
not. See, no, this is the problem with trying to educate people, is there's so much ignorance out there and it's offensive. This person, you want to call this person crazy? Look at those bangs.
Yeah.
Look at her bleach blonde hair.
And her dark black everything else. You clearly
look at her wide eyes. What part of this says crazy to you?
The fact that she looks like if she falls over, her eyes will fall out of her face. I mean, those things are wide.
That's really judgmental of you. You know, here I bring something to the show where you can educate yourself, you can learn a little more, you can bring it to your friends and they'll thank you for it because now you're more evolved as a human being. And all you can do is pick on this poor tard bangs, black lip, young person, young frog bug.
Dude, Miss Captain Bad Decisions here wants to wear black everything. It looks like you had black hair and you dyed it blonde. I mean, just stop making work for yourself.
She's just trying to educate us. And here you are thinking she's nuts. And again, I want to put her up on the screen one more time. People think that people who are into these 92 genders or whatever it is, they think they're all crazy. They think they're all cut from the same cloth. They think they all look the same, talk the same, act the same. Like it's almost a script or like it's from central casting and you could just pick them all out. This woman is not like all the rest of them, all right? She has dyed hair. She has a weird hairstyle. She takes chances with her makeup so she can stand out but still be different. And she has eyes that look like she probably takes some kind of medication. So tell me how this is just like everyone else who does this.
I will say, I will give her props for apparently only plucking one eyebrow. But
can't believe this.
But I mean, overall,
the hatred.
I mean, just you're a frog, so I mean, I could stick you in a pot and boil you. I mean, what?
That's just the one thing you're forgetting about all this is it ain't easy being green. And here you are shitting on her. It's hard when it's a bug's life.
She's got these weird pronouns. And I'm just saying it bugs me.
Oh, so now those pronouns are weird.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Guys, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can't.
He does. I let my second mics do whatever they want, and apparently sometimes what they choose to do is be alt-right.
Call me whatever you want, man, but this stuff makes me feel a little
Nazi.
froggy, okay? I'm just like...
Then leap.
Jumping out of my skin here.
You know what her name is, actually? I looked it up online. Lily Pad. Huh. That's cute, right?
She refers to masturbation as toting the wet sprocket.
Actually, she changed her name legally. It used to be Polly Wog. But now she's Lily Pad. So it's different.
She's a big fan of Budweiser.
Reach back into the 90s for that one.
Yeah,
didn't we?
dude, I actually hurt myself with that one.
Thank you to Lacey Ann for becoming a member of the Yeehaw Club. We appreciate that. Squirrel Boy Q with $10 super chat. He says, Alex was right. They turned the frickin' frogs gay. They did far worse than that, sir.
No, they
Far
turned him
worse
woke.
than that. They turned him woke. So that makes 7 people with $10 or more chipping into the show. Let's see. So we have 7 people throwing in $10. Our goal is also at 105. We are 105 away from our goal now. 7 people have contributed $10 since Chops Talk released his challenge. If 3 more people drop in $10, 3 more different people drop in $10, Chops is going to cover the rest of the goal today. So thank you guys very much. And Chops, if you feel like doing it on PayPal, we do over 90% of that. If you do it on YouTube, it's 70% of that. So there you are.
I got an idea now.
Now you've learned about frog and frog self and bug self pronouns.
Razachaz just gave me an idea. Jeremiah was a bullfrog, was a trans friend of mine.
Why?
He cut off both of his boobs and grew a dick and changed his pronouns to be in line.
I mean, I'm fighting the prejudice, but I'm so proud of you at the same time because you nailed it right in melody.
It was just hard.
It was perfect. Need Trump says America is becoming the laughingstock of the world. Unfucking believable. Chop says, how much do I have to give over a super chat to equal it out? Well, nothing right now because they haven't answered your challenge. There need to be
still 3 away.
There need to be 3 more $10 contributions, and then I'll let you know via YouTube what it would have to be. So right now, my friend, you are cool because we are 105 away from our goal, but we still have 34 minutes left in the show. There's the PayPal link if you want to help answer Chops' challenge. I want to save this Rube Waddell thing because it's really long. I think in the overtime we can do Rube Waddell from Weird History, baseball's most interesting man. This was sent to me by a listener. It's fucked up. And we can do DSP and Rube Waddell.
Okay.
For overtime today. But first, I got 2 stories that I really want to get to today, and I don't know which one to do first. I have the most exciting low-speed chase since O.J. Simpson, and then I have the White House doctor. You remember Joe Biden has COVID, and I don't think we've seen him all weekend. I think he got COVID on Thursday, and he's been out. Well, his doctor had to come and give an update on him. And if you ever thought that our president might be a senile old man, don't worry. I assure you it's far worse than that. He's an infant child, apparently. Cowboy with the $25 super chat. Thank you very much, Cowboy. That is very, very generous of you. It's also going to put us at $85 away from our goal. There you go. And that is 8 people now with at least a $10 contribution, which Chop says he covers the rest. There's Mark with $10 for Chops' challenge.
We're 1 away.
So now we're at 9. 1 more $10 contribution. We're also at $75 away from our goal. So it looks like we're going to hit the goal today, guys. Thank you very much for that. 1 more $10 contribution, and Chops covers the rest. Gordy says, Daddy mentioned on Jessie Lee Peterson show. Get the fuck out of here. Clip it. Clip it or it didn't happen.
Timestamp and a link, my friend.
Is Jessie live right now? Let's get Jessie on the show. I'm looking right now.
I'm a little worried.
Thank you, Andrew, for the $2 on Venmo, by the way. I appreciate that.
If he knows anything about me, I'm probably a beta male.
They said 1 hour and 18 minutes. We were mentioned on the Jessie Lee Peterson show.
My legs don't work. Beta male.
Beta. He's got.
He got the MS. Beta
He got
male.
MS. Beta male. I love that. Jessie Lee Peterson. Is he live right now? He's live.
They
1 hour
pushing
and
this whole thing.
118. I thought it
When
said.
I come back from this break, I'm gonna play this quick soundbite for you.
Oh, dude, you're gonna have to do math.
Oh shit, we gotta do
climate
math.
changes now.
What's an hour and 18 into 1 hour and 47 minutes?
So that would be
30.
pretty much.
That's about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Be this country's chief executive again, unquote. What? Their headline read, Trump's silence on January 6th is damning. Please. And the Rhino outlet Wall Street Journal the same day.
This wouldn't be
WSJ
about
ran
us.
a piece from their reporters to stop. What a mess, huh? Shameful. Upcoming week per commie nonsense.
All right, hold on.
Why is that guy there?
Are you bullshitting us? Oh, a caller mentioned you. Get the fuck out. That would be awesome.
We're gonna spend the rest of the show combing through this video.
I'm getting Jesse on this fucking show. One more $10 contribution from someone, and Chops is covering the rest of our goal today. Thank you, Chops, for being so generous and bailing us out. The goal can be hard to hit some days, the way things are for people, so we appreciate it. Sorry if we have to harp on it a little bit, but it's the break-even point for our show.
CNN says today, Monday, an otherwise quiet.
So wait a minute. Where's the fucking phone call?
888.
Oh, he's going to take some
77.
calls. Here we go.
Jesse. Jesse.
Come on,
Jesse.
Jess. Mention the steel toe.
My biblical question for this week. The biblical question. Do you believe there are demons?
It's a fucking wild show.
Peterson.com/ You can listen to the show by calling the listen line. I do appreciate it. Follow us on Rumble. I heard hate mentioned in the hate news.
What?
Not
No.
fake news, but the hate news.
No.
That there are some paper.
Okay, good.
It's not the same anymore.
Where's the phone call?
No, China, country. Especially one. From this day forward, I want to encourage you
Is there a
not
caller?
to call the anxiety yours or you. It is not you, and it's not yours. So don't put a name on. Don't identify with it.
Come on,
this
Jess.
Is it. It's a spirit.
My heart's
It's
in
a
my
dark
throat to hear
spirit
Jessie Lee Peterson
that made a
mention
home
us.
in you when you became angry.
Watch him like, I've
And
seen
so
those
you
guys.
have
They're a
all
bunch
of your
of.
life you've been identifying with it, thinking that it was you.
I'll almost be hurt
But
if
it's
I'm
not you. It's a it that is controlling to the silent prayer, and stay with it this time from anger, God. And if you can forgive your father, talk to your father, I highly recommend.
I'm starting to think Gordy's fucking with us.
I might be.
There we go. Jamal with $10 on Super Chats. And there you go. Boom. We are $70 away from our goal because we take 70% of that. Hold on, Chops. That's 10, but let me check PayPal real quick. All right. Chops, $70. So I believe 100 via YouTube would cover the $70 goal, or just $70 on that PayPal would do it. All right, Gordy says it's right after this call, he promises. All right, thank you guys for answering Chops' challenge, and also, Chops, thank you for being so fucking generous to this program. It's ridiculous.
Thank you.
The level of support he contributes. All right, let's. It's right after
And
this call. Let's
that
see
you
if we can get
forgive
Jessie
him
Lee
as well.
Peterson mentioning steel
Because
toe.
you're never going to love God as long as you have anger toward your earthly father.
I thought it was going to be easier to forgive my father.
Send him.
Well, God's a beta male.
Because he'll lose.
White.
Yeah.
This lady's fucking
So
boring.
you could be aware. So see what thoughts are there.
Angry that I have a feeling like I want to.
Just let it happen. Your mother and how you feel about that. Very interesting. And why do you believe that?
Because I'm a witness to it.
Yeah.
I fall asleep. Just
It's the same person, right?
the demons, like I said.
Do it morning and night, and then during the day, Practice
Gordy.
being aware. If you get caught up in your head, just take a or something dumb, right?
Or enticing you.
Oh, fuck. Get this person off the air.
Call the 800 number. 800.
Okay.
800 411-2663 if you want to set up an appointment for counseling. And sometimes you have to wait a while because the schedule's really full. And sometimes
Get Steel Toe mentioned on Jesse's show. Come on.
None of this is us. Let's
Let me
move.
Try Kyle again.
Kyle, come
first time call out of Minnesota.
Oh,
Kyle, let's try it again. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I got the thing about demons. I got a friend, Aaron, that I'm trying to convince he's got a demon in his life.
Motherfucker. God damn it. I thought they were going to say something like, hey, Steel Toe Show really likes you guys, so on and so forth. Motherfucker, Gordy, this is you.
By the name of Josh Denny. Just not convinced. It's hard to convince him of it. Any advice you could give me on that?
Yeah. The best advice I could give you is not try to convince anyone of anything. You tell him about it, and if he doesn't want to accept it, just let him suffer and die. There's nothing you can do about it. Because if you convince him of it,
he hates you.
He's not going to see it for himself, and it's not going to help.
Man,
It's
imagine
enough
what
to
he
tell
happens
him
when he
about it
finds out
and
you
point the
feel
right way to
Jesse, I
overcome
don't
by
have
pointing the way
demons.
back to within. But don't try to convince him of anything.
No, Jesse, I don't have.
That's what the problem is now. He's been convinced of so many things over a lifetime that he doesn't know for
Jesse,
himself.
that's incorrect.
And we all need
That's
to
not
know
me.
for ourselves before we're able to be free. Is when we know it that we know, not
Jesse, I
because
don't
someone
have
else
demons.
convinced us.
Okay, I just think Josh is trying to interfere with his business because he's not having much luck as an Uber driver, and Aaron is trying to run his Steel Toe morning show on YouTube, and he's having a real rough time with Josh interfering all the time.
Well, but
Corey.
still, you can't. You just can't convince him. You point the way, be an example, and he may have to suffer.
Josh Denny is an Uber
before
driver, and
he
Aaron
can
runs
find a
the
way.
Steel
So
Toe
if he
morning
needs to
show.
suffer, let him suffer. Don't get in the way of it. Don't be a mama to him. All right.
That's beta.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
You fucking asshole.
We have the best fans.
They
we
are
have the
great.
best fans.
They pay us to do this. They're very nice. Chops with $100 and super chat says, "Good job, Toe Boys." Yeah, thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Chops.
We've hit our goal for today, so you guys can stop contributing. I mean, wild card. Thank you for the $10, but that is going towards tomorrow morning's show. We are plus $10 for tomorrow. Thank you, Chops, for those challenges. It really helps a lot. To help us knock out our goal. And spending $100 on this show
That's
is,
a lot, man.
as Jessie Lee Peterson would say, amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gordy, for calling into Jesse's show. I thought he was going to say, hey, Jesse, there's this show on YouTube. They love you. It would be awesome if you shouted them out. They play your clips. They laugh their ass off. It's the Steel Touch. Nope, he went, my friend Aaron is got demons named Josh Denny, who's not a successful Uber driver, and he's trying to screw up his business.
Now I want that to get back to Josh Denny.
By the way, I talked to Corey about the Josh Denny thing this weekend. I go, hey, tell your boy Denny that, like, when I shit on him and stuff, I'm like, that's just me having fun on my show. Like, he goes on Chrissy Mayer's show and is like, hey, he's a fucking copycat Red Bar. I fucking hate him. I'm like, I told Corey, I go, just tell Josh, like, when you go on a show and you do that, that just guarantees I'm going to have some more fun with you. I'm going to trash you some more.
You're giving me more ammunition.
Right. I'm going to say things back. Just let it go. It's not a big deal. We're fucking around. Calm down. Don't be such a fucking baby. And Corey's like, oh, yeah, for sure. I always tell Josh whenever he shits on the show, like, I don't get involved. I'm on that show. Like, I'm not getting between you two. That's your own thing. And I'm like, that's the smartest way to handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he shouldn't tell Josh to stop.
And he shouldn't pick sides.
And he shouldn't tell me, like, oh, stop ripping on Josh. Like, that's the perfect way to handle it. It's just stay the fuck away from it. Two grown men are being fucking cunty towards each other. That's all. 612 Motorsports says, from Buffalo, Minnesota via Litchfield, but live near Tampa now. Love the show and have listened to you for about 5 years. Keep up the good work. P.S. My family had a few larger businesses in Litchfield. Oh, all right. Dave says, way to go on reaching the donation goal. Thank you, Dave. But thank this audience. They do an incredible job. This is a relatively small show still in the grand scheme of things. And this audience supports what it does to a great degree. And we do appreciate it. All right, let's watch this now. These are the updates we're getting on the president with his COVID.
He slept well last night. He ate his breakfast and lunch. He actually showed me his plate.
Dude!
Didn't ask about the menu, but I did see an empty plate with crumbs and I have some guess.
And just when you think he's joking, the press secretary goes, he did. No, he did. He totally did clean his whole plate, and he showed us like a big boy that he cleaned his plate and ate all his breakfast and all his lunch.
But then we had to change his diaper.
Oh, fuck.
Someone made us stinkers.
Just when you think that guy can't get any worse. Oh, God. Now he's a baby that they have to check on and make sure he ate all his breakfast and cleaned his plate and showed us his crumbs. It's just... everything about him is embarrassing now. And I think it's like if the country was in better shape, I feel like these things wouldn't be as embarrassing. But because things are in bad shape, it just kind of amplifies all the like really small level shit. I don't know.
When have we had just anything that isn't completely embarrassing about this guy come out lately?
Yeah.
I think it's an inside job. Like, oh, we want to get rid of him. We want people to hate him so we can get rid of him. Except, no, you don't need to work for that. We already.
Yeah, it's already.
We're already there.
Yeah. Geese Artel says old people are just children with no potential. It's not untrue. Actually, old people are a reverse mortgage of children. If you think about it, like you have these kids and they start out shitting in their pants and needing you for everything, and then as time goes on, they need you for less and less. They go off on your own. And that's where midlife crises come from, by the way. I was thinking about this weekend. I don't think there's anything wrong with people in their 50s going through a midlife crisis, because think about it. You've put your life on hold for these children. Mm-hmm. Before you had those children, you wanted to go places, you wanted to drink, you wanted to have fun, you wanted to experience shit. And then these kids came and it took all the money and you had to budget and you had to live a little tight-fisted and you had to get them to activities and all this stuff. So then when they turn 18, people are like, oh, this person had a midlife crisis. They didn't really have a midlife crisis. They just started being who they always were.
They just never knew
again.
what the fuck to do. Now they're just going off with whatever makes them happy.
Right. They're just kind of, it's not really a midlife crisis. It's just picking up where you were 20 years ago. You're like, oh, the kids are gone. Because the only thing that makes you not as fun is the fact that you have these people to take care of and you can't be irresponsible. So then when those people are gone and you've raised them and they're off being adults now and that's wonderful, you're like, hey, you know that shit I was doing 20 years ago? I'd like to do all that again now. And I have all this extra money that I didn't have back then because I had to work my ass off to pay for these kids. Well, I'm still working my ass off, but now there's no kids to pay for, so I have a shitload of more expendable income. I feel like everybody's parents, once we leave, get a bunch of cool shit.
Hey, everybody, we're all getting laid.
Exactly. So old people are the opposite of that. Old people they start out independent, they're good, and they just age into shitting themselves and needing to be taken care of and driven places and chauffeured and lorded over. Old people are the reverse mortgage of children. It's exactly how it works.
Oh, what do you get up to nowadays, Greg? Just making mud. And I'm doing it again.
And it's in my pants. Oh. Isn't Aaron getting old? I mean, I'm 35, so I'm kind of young, kind of old, I'm old to young people, I'm young to old people, I guess. And I think you kind of stay that way between 35 and maybe 45 or 50. You kind of stay that way. You're like, okay. Old people think you're young people think you're old. That's the space you occupy for about 15 years.
Yeah, but
or 20 years once you hit 30.
You're really cheated because you can't grow facial hair.
That's true. I still have
because I could just drop like a decade if I just shave.
I still have a weird Benjamin Button thing going on. with the facial hair. I don't really know how that worked out. Just
You're going
luck
to
of
be
the
voice
draw.
cracking when you're 80. Can you give me my Pedialyte?
I'm going to start coming when I'm 92. It's fun. Behold footage of the most exciting low-speed chase since O.J. Simpson. Let's watch this. I saw about a minute of this yesterday, and I was just genuinely enthralled by it. Let's watch these folks. Then we've got DSP for overtime, and we also have Rube Waddell, one of the strangest stories in baseball history for overtime
I know
today.
nothing of Rube Waddell.
Neither do I. A fan sent it to me, and I had 5 other people when we were on the members-only show yesterday go, oh, that's fucking hilarious. You've got to go over that. Rube Waddell is crazy. Okay, sounds good. But first...
I always thought Ty Cobb was the big nutball in baseball.
He was scary, though. I think this guy's just wacky.
Okay.
Ty Cobb was frightening. He'd beat the shit out of you with a baseball bat for looking at him the wrong way, especially if you were black. If you were black and looking at him the wrong way, get fucked, man. It is over for you. Thank you very much to, Robert Rasmussen just decided to throw in $50 for good measure today. Wow, thank you, Rob. That's going towards the goal tomorrow morning. Thanks a million. All right. Dramatic new video from a Byron, Georgia traffic stop. Here you go.
I don't see pull-up locks.
Here we go.
Now you just had a wreck. Look out!
So this guy decided, fuck it, I'm out of here. But he wasn't supposed to be out of there. And that's a big-ass SUV, too. If that thing decides to go, you ain't getting in his way.
That dude in the blue shirt was so close to being a red shirt on Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Break glass, break glass, break glass. Get
Now,
out
this is the dumbest fucking shit ever. I don't think this move has ever worked to stop a car in history. I don't know why people do this. Protesters, when they get run over and shit like that, they all put their hands on the hood as if their 175 pounds is going to stop this 1-ton piece of machinery.
It's only got, a couple hundred horsepower. What's it going to do?
Not only that, the person behind the wheel has clearly shown no qualms about throwing your life away. So you standing in here going, hey, I'm here. They'll be like, yeah, you won't be in a second. This
No
is not
qualms about throwing your life away. What about their own? They're willing to drive off with cops around like that.
Right.
I mean, you could get shot for doing that.
Could 100% get shot.
I think your safety is the last thing on their list. Like,
As a matter of fact, people have been shot doing that.
Get out! Get out! Tires are flat!
Here, look. Get the fuck out of the way, dipshit. This is not for you. You're not getting a medal for this.
Citizens arrest.
Yeah. Hey, dude, get off the police car.
Come on!
Off in the Batmobile. Here we go.
Come on, we gotta get that SOB.
Guys, get that camera fixed on there properly. We want to see.
Stop breathing so heavy. You're fogging the lens.
I was just going to say, somebody needs to do some cardio.
Mm-hmm.
One of these
Oh,
officers.
they're wearing so much gear.
I mean, still. We're huffing and puffing pretty good. Oh, they got him pulled over. Okay, now we're good. Now we're done. Now, oh, wait. Oh, we're going to bump him. Oh, you know what? That'll calm down the crazy Infinity driver. Is rear-ending him.
No, they're
trying to form a
They
pincer?
backed up. They backed up. It was their brake lights or their reverse lights.
Oh, see, I thought he stopped again after
No.
the brake lights and the cop
Because the
ran
sheriff
into him.
car sits.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Just trying
Now
to get
use
out
the
of
other car and pinch him in there.
I think they are.
Uh-oh, he's trying to... Oh, yeah, so now he's moving forward.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to pepper spray him, and now he's just gassing it on the bumper of that cop. How do we not have guns out right now? Unless there's kids
I
in
gotta
there.
feel like there's a couple of body cam footage that came out in the last few weeks that maybe make this look like, I don't know, maybe sometimes you guys hold off on some people more than others.
You know what? Maybe.
I mean, you only drove over three people.
Yeah. Holy shit. Oh, is he trying to do the window punch?
He's not gonna make it far.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Did they say he has flat tires?
Yeah.
So he's on flat tires and he's gassing it. This is going to end great.
Oh, he left chunks of his tires.
He left tire chunks all over the road. Oh, that guy is.
You're running on rims.
Rims.
Okay, did this guy get out of his car? Why is he breathing so heavy now?
They're all just gasping for air. All of these cops need a little treadmill time.
This is definitely pit fog that we're seeing on the...
Yeah.
I don't mean from the pit maneuver. I mean from his armpits.
He's sweaty.
Oh, dude.
Oh, that front end is all smashed up. The bad tires must be on the other side. Did he stop for a red light? Was he stopped?
I don't want to get a ticket.
That is great. He stopped for a red light for a little bit and then decided, you know what? Maybe this is ridiculous. Oh, he waited until the cop got out to check him.
Oh, wow. Look at that tire. It's off.
Ooh, that is in rough shape. Oh, shit. Oh, we hit him again. The cop whiffed on the pit maneuver.
Well, you can't really get a pit maneuver with this. That I think it's the camber angle is what it's called.
Oh, he's trying to cut in front of him.
The tire angle on the front there. You're not going to pit that thing. Oh, they backed into him. So he literally can't move now.
Don't you guys have those little push pin things that break the glass?
Again, off of some of the footage I've seen, I feel like gunshots would have happened.
Okay, they finally got him out. I gotta see what this fucking guy looks like.
We got it.
Is it a lady?
Yup. It's a lady.
Oh, wow, it's
a big fat lady.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do it, sir.
You didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. You left a scene of an accident at the very least.
Yeah, that was not doing anything? That was just, what, a trip to the grocery store?
God, that's a lot of nothing.
It's a lot of nothing you just did there, miss.
Tried to
I mean,
kill
she's a lot of nothing.
people.
No, I didn't, sir.
Alex, what's wrong with me?
Oh, she's shit-faced.
Sir, stop. Sir, I didn't do it. Stop. You have... Why have you done... Stop. Stop. I didn't do it.
It won't fit.
They won't.
They won't fit.
Ooh, we're too big for the handcuffs. Yikes.
We are officially too fat for incarceration.
We're too fat to arrest.
Make it fit.
I like that guy.
Yeah, one thing you're not going to inspire is a lot of compassion.
I did not do whatever you guys are talking about. I did not do anything.
All right, you ran through a neighborhood like crazy, almost hitting people. All right, well, I did do that.
Okay, who's rando that just decided to dive in the car?
What are you talking about?
We just wrecked 3 police cars.
No, I did not.
And a couple others.
About 3 freaking stop signs ago and started saying that I was driving recklessly and I was not.
Well, I almost
you could have killed that kid. I didn't do anything.
There's a kid in there.
Oh, that's why they didn't have their guns out, because there was a child in there.
She went there and checked the kid, and now she is pissed.
Oh, fuck.
I just killed 3 fucking people. How? What did I do? Don't even ask how. How? You killed 3 people.
You put her in my car? Yeah.
She's drunk.
Yeah,
Drunk?
No, we're good, thank you.
Or high, or whatever.
You got to be on some serious shit for that, man.
Oh, by the way, that's why our guy was breathing heavy. Fucking worst days Jim Norton over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
God, I'm trying to remember the show. I can't think of it.
Matt Pinfield?
No, was it Chickless or whatever? The bald guy?
Oh, Michael Chiklis, The Shield.
Yeah, there we go. Michael
Wow.
Chiklis got demoted.
God, it really was. I mean, she wasn't giving up. Dave Dowling says, look at that police brutality. I did not see Black Woman coming out of that, though.
I didn't either, but now that I know there wasn't a kid in the car, now I can figure out how that all went that way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because they didn't shoot. They didn't want to hit the kid.
Oh, yeah, that's why they didn't. Yeah, the reason they didn't have guns out is because there's a fucking child in there. I think they learned from the Philando Castile thing. Yeah, not a good idea to start firing shots when there's children in the back seat. Fucking lunatics.
Plus, I mean, it looks way, way better for you. You guys take her in alive, and she proves that she was the greatest danger to that kid the whole time.
Absolutely. The Hyundai supplier Smart Alabama LLC is facing scrutiny and backlash following a report from Reuters that several children, perhaps as young as 12, had been employed at the plant as recent as earlier this year.
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, there was a Hyundai plant in down south that had...
Wait, in the U.S.?
Yeah, 12-year-olds working for them. Which, if I may be controversial for a moment, as long as the 12 and 13-year-olds want to work and make money, and there's nothing they're working with that's like illegal for them to be working with, I have no problem with it.
Look, their fingers are perfect for polishing the inside.
No, I'm not saying they should all be in the textile factories like it's that book we had to read in school. What was that? What was the one where she had
Schindler's List.
No, not Schindler's List.
That's the one I'm quoting. But
the little girl had to work in the factory, and they were saving like $2 at a time, and they were like, oh my God, we've got $5. This is amazing.
No idea.
What is that fucking book called that we had to read? It's going to bother the shit out of me.
Mein Kampf.
I think it's like one word, and it's her name. The main character's name. We had to read it in school. And anyway, Lemmy says, based. I think if you're 12 or 13 years old and you want to work and there's a job you can do, like convenience store worker, not Anne Frank's diary. No, that's not the girl I'm talking about. Someone says red shoes. What's red shoes?
That's not that.
What is red shoes?
It's a conspiracy. Oh, wait, never mind.
No, it's not that. It's a fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen. Nope, that's not what I'm thinking of. Not Anna Karenina. Not that either. You guys are absolutely no help. But like sweeping up a grocery store, sweeping up a convenience store or something like that. No problem with that if you're 12 or 13 years old. Right? I mean, if the 12 or 13-year-old wants to earn a little money, you put some hourly limits on it. You get the parents' permission.
Maybe they meet a coworker that... You know, because a lot of times romance happens in weird places. Like while you're putting lug nuts on a tire and you look over at that 12-year and go, hey, she's got a sweet ass.
No, not at all. Was it Night by Elie Wiesel? No. What was the... God damn it. What was that book called? A book about girl who works in factory.
One Red Shoe's about a hit and run.
What's the name of that book? I don't think it... Was it Liddy? Not Factory Girl. Born down in a dead man's town. The first... It might have been Liddy. I think it was Liddy that we read in school. Read in school. True Confessions of Charlotte Doyle? No, what am I, gay? I think it was Liddy. I think she worked...
It is a Puffin Modern Classics.
Yeah, if it's a Puffin Modern Classic, you definitely read it in school. Not Anne of Green Gables. What the hell is going on with you people? All right, anyway. We got through that one. We're just about into overtime. Again, thank you to Chops and Robert Rasmussen and all the people who turned it into a... the last hour was looking a little bit iffy, and then it took a hard turn, thanks to Chops, into knocking out that goal. Thank you guys very much for all of that. Let's open up our overtime stuff that I've got for you today. Did we do the child labor? Okay, we did the child labor story. Missed a couple of stories, but we're going to get our DSP overtime stuff. I've got some scattershot DSP today. I've got 4 different clips that we're going to get to. One of them is a follow-up to a clip we've already done. And then the other one is a DSP classic. It is the DSP chicken sandwich video, which is him calling and I think it's him on his show complaining about a chicken sandwich for 8 hours straight. I believe a Burger King chicken sandwich.
All right, that deserves maybe 10, 15 minutes tops.
When I hear from the DSP people who join this show, who become fans of this show, they say, you got to talk about the chicken sandwich. You got to talk about the chicken sandwich. So we booked Review Tech USA on the show for Tuesday. He's going to talk to us about the computer situation. However, one thing he sent me was, you got to talk about the chicken sandwich thing. Because you know how people showed us him masturbating on stream?
The thing I had heard about and always avoided? Thanks for reading that.
And then we decided to go, you know what? Let's finally check that out.
Let's have a nightmare.
Well, now all these DSP people are like, hey, you're our favorite DSP, the guy who shits on him and everything, but because all these other channels just play him, they don't shit on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you guys are really funny, but you guys are still noobs when it comes to DSP. All right, fair. Check this shit out, and they show us stuff. Like, we found out about him spending allegedly tens of thousands of dollars on WWE Champions, the mobile game.
Mobile games are always not worth money.
Fucking brutal. Really bad. Then we've got the masturbating thing, and recently we were hooked on him for the computer deal because the motherfucker wants a new computer because his is 8 years old. Review Tech offers him a 3 or 5 year old one. He goes, no, I can't take that one. It's 5 years old. It's 3 years newer than yours. It gives you time to save up to buy one. The gimmick is he just wants people to pay him money, and then he'll buy a cheap ass computer, and then he'll pocket the rest. He's a hustler.
Plus,
in my opinion.
I don't know if people, especially Phil here, are aware of this. Computers are interchangeable parts. So
He doesn't want to do that, though. He said he doesn't want to.
Well, then shut up. I mean, like, seriously. I don't want to eat my dinner. Then you're going to starve. All right? So,
That is how you kind of have to treat Dark Side Phil, isn't it? You
like
have
a
to be
child?
You'll either eat your meal or you'll go to bed. I don't want you guys to give me a computer. Well, it's cheaper than us giving you money for a computer. You should. This is why that one guy said, oh, dude, you guys ask for money too. Aren't you kind of like DSP? No, this is a great example. First of all, we don't ask you to pay for our shit. We ask you to pay a certain goal, and then we buy our shit. But if we were to ask you for shit, or if we were to mention that we didn't have this thing, and a fan said, can I give it to you? I'd be like, oh my God, thank you. That's so amazing. Oh yeah, I just had it lying around. I don't use it.
That's
Wow.
literally how we got our Twitch channel.
Right. Some guy had it.
Some guy made it for us.
Yeah, so we were like, oh, thank you. That's so amazing. Because we don't want the money. We have the goal for the money. The thing is cool. He's like, no, he wants the money. Well, we're going to get to all that. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, someone says he berates and harasses his chat. Exactly.
Which is why we do it to him.
Right, instead of being grateful. Like, how many times did I say just today, like, I'm like, this is the shittiest part of the show. I hate this part. Someday we won't have to do this. But for now, this is how we get from here to there.
We never, ever say thank you.
Right, the asking for money part. And we go, God, we just feel like we need to suck your guys' dick because we feel so bad, asking for money. So here's DSP addressing his slave joke. Now, did you hear about the slave joke thing? We put the video up. You're caught up on the slave
I
thing.
know about the slave joke.
We
got to sell her off into slave trade. Like, Jesus, dude. He was trying to be like
edgy
and funny with a game that is very slow and at that point kind of a downer.
Right. And not only that, but like you can make slave jokes. We do it. We've done it here. They just have to be funny. Phil's not a funny guy. He's not an acerbic guy. He's not an observationist. He's a gamer. Do the gaming. So people are calling him out on this slave joke. He decides to address it on one of his streams.
That never goes wrong.
Do you think that Phil wants to apologize for the joke or say how he can see how people would be upset by it?
The person who blamed black people for not being able to get his money on Juneteenth? No, I don't think he's going to apologize.
That's true. He did. I forgot about that.
So, thank you for joining me today if you're here for that. I'm excited for it, just like I'm sure you guys are. These narratives
Always
are
excited,
definitely
Phil.
Interesting when it comes to the amount of stuff that you can kind of do improv commentary on. Speaking of which, I'm going to very, very briefly not really address something, but I feel like it's worth addressing.
I'm going to very, very briefly not address something, but I feel like it's worth addressing. You just said you weren't going to do that.
I want to start putting DSP quotes on coffee mugs. I want to very briefly address something. I'm not going to address something, but I feel it needs addressing. I want that on a coffee mug so you can drink that in the morning.
I don't want any dressing on my salad, but I want dressing because my salad needs a dressing.
But there's no dressing on it.
There's no dressing.
As you know, I have a large group of scumbags who follow me all over the internet.
Hey! Mr. Scumbag, thank you very much.
We're large.
Hey!
We're large.
What the fuck, bro? Opie knows me.
And try to do as much as they possibly humanly can to slander me, defame me, say things that aren't true about me.
No, we always just play audio of you and then make fun of you. What we do about you cannot be more based in fact, seeing as our source material, Phil, is you.
Also, we're not trying very hard. You make this incredibly easy.
It is. That's why we do it for overtime. It's a
effortless.
nice coast in for the 10 to 10:30 spot.
It's a gimme.
Thanks, guys.
And basically make me look like a horrible human being to as many people as they can all over the internet. Okay? I don't know why at this point.
We have no intention of making you look like a horrible human being. We just want you to look as ridiculous as you are.
We are not the judge or the jury. We're simply a magnifying glass.
We're the
Everything
media.
is you.
Yeah, we're just the press, Phil. We're just reporting.
I really don't see the purpose of their agendas. But that
Nice snort,
I don't see the
bro.
purpose of their agendas. He just sounds like a pig rutting for a mate.
He found a truffle.
I almost want him to be a coke fiend because then it would make sense.
Oh, it's a money truffle. Come on, Philly. Find it for us, Phil. There you go. You got it, boy. You can find him. Find us a
Nick,
truffle.
We found your pig.
Yeah.
He wasn't dead.
We got him. We found a computer. Attaboy, Philly. Good job. That's my computer pig. Tell Nick Cage we found his piggy.
that's what they do. It's just an inevitability at this point. Okay, that's gonna happen. No matter what I say and do, no matter where I say and do it. Like I said, if I cured cancer today, I'd be, told that, I farted when I cured it, and man.
Phil, you're not curing cancer, and you are gonna fart. You fart out of your nose every day on stream, just right into the mic.
The smell was just so unbearable, and I should be chastised for it. You know what
You
I'm
have smelly
saying?
farts, Phil?
Like that's how it is on the internet. So, the other day, I'm doing commentary on this game, and I'm doing my usual style of improv commentary. And
I love how he says commentary and not comedy.
Right.
Because he can't admit that what he made was a joke and the joke didn't land.
Right.
So instead of, it's just my commentary on the game. Mm-hmm.
So your commentary was calling the black girl in the game a slave? It works better if you say it was a shitty joke.
Same style of commentary that I've done over the years. It's not any different from anything else that
I've always been an unfunny hack. How dare you guys criticize me for it now? I've always been a dumb, unfunny hunk of shit, you monsters.
The internet just wants to make me look bad at every turn that they can, and I've always made horribly racially insensitive jokes. In bad taste.
Oh, that was a big one, DSP.
Why do you have a slowed down one?
I don't know. Which one do you like better?
Oh, that one sounds like someone unloading in a toilet.
done. All right, everyone knows that I try to do all kinds of things on the cuff. Jokes, dark humor.
Off the cuff.
It's just something I've always done. When I do improv commentary on a game like this, where it's primarily narrative-based, okay?
God damn it!
Stop
that wasn't
snorting.
us. That wasn't us.
It's completely off the cuff and unexpected, and sometimes I'll try to purposely say something ridiculous to break the mood up. For example, in this game, you've got hostage situations. You've got people getting...
This motherfucker had all weekend to think of some bullshit as to why he said it. I love how he acts like that's why he said it in the beginning. No, you said it because you thought it was funny. At least stand by that part. You thought it was funny. He's like, I was just trying to break up the monotony. No, that's the reason you came up with after 48 hours of people shitting on you for it.
And still, none of this justifies, again, a tasteless, unhumorless racial joke that you doubled down in after that, too, because he went back to it. He did like a callback of sorts.
Phil, we do racial jokes on this show. We know they can be fun. Yours sucked. We're the perfect judges for it.
Even when they're done right, they're usually very offensive.
Yes.
Shot. You've got someone commits suicide in the game. It's pretty crazy, or attempts suicide, I guess I should say. It's not clear if it actually worked or not.
Failure.
Would you hit mute when you fucking do that, please? I don't mean the coughing. I mean when he talks.
Honestly, do you even have like is it just plugged into your computer? Like, do you have a mute button?
But the point I'm making here is, this is something that I've always done, and, everyone...
I've always been racist.
Okay? It's only now that people literally will try to make things up to make me look bad.
I didn't make up anything. I literally played your clip and then analyzed it. That's
Nobody
all we do.
Nobody made you say, all right, boys, we're selling her off into the slave trade. Yeah. That was all you.
And then like 30 seconds after, go, she's too profitable.
So the thing is, some people have actually called me out and said, you need to address this because people are saying this about you in the last few days in regards to commentary you've done or whatever. No, I don't. I don't actually have to address it at all.
You just did.
I don't have to address it at all. Forget the past 3 minutes.
Phil, these self-owns are a lot of fun. See, people think that the thing about Dark Side Phil is just the begging and stuff. And we said a long time ago, I'm not going to just cover him begging for money. Whatever. This stuff is even more interesting.
I'm not going to just cover him begging for money. By the way, the well has not dried up.
It's bullshit, and everyone knows it. Anyone with a fucking brain between these two ears knows what I said because it's on camera.
He does know where his ears are. We can confirm that.
All right. Whoever made this, props to you. But this is the perfect moment. Everyone knows what I said because it's on camera. Play the clip of what he said.
Some of you DSP detractor channels, can I give you some advice? And I got to give big credit to Duty Streams for this. I think Duty Streams has been watching Steel Toe stuff, and he's gone, you know what I need to do? I need to do more commentary.
And get more involved.
On my DSP stuff.
Yeah, he did a live thing. I was watching him on, and I was like, dude, glad you're back. And then he like literally addressed the whole, he had little emotes and things going on.
Yeah.
So no, he's stepping up his game.
So shout out to Duty Streams. I think he's been watching his Steel Toe, and he's been going, you know, hey, I got to do some commentary. There's a lot of meat here on the Phil bone, if you will. And by the way, I'm not like Red Bar. If you want to draw influence from us and do stuff because of us, fucking please do. Absolutely. I mean, if you're like, hey, I was watching Steel Toe and they do a lot of commentary. It looks like fun. I want to jump in on that. Have at it. Appreciate it.
Especially if you'll give me credit.
The more, the merrier.
Camera. You know what I mean? Like, the problem is with the people who don't like me is what they will attempt to do is take what I say and say, well, if you add this guess, this extrapolation, this spin, this assumption, if you add all of this, plus what Phil said, it's terrible. Oh my God.
No, we just call you racist because it's funny.
Dude, that we didn't need to add anything.
No.
You literally said, all right, boys, we're selling her off into the slave trade about a little black girl.
Yes.
We didn't need to add any of that. Thank you, you golden nugget.
Turns out that doesn't need to be based on a true story. That can just be a documentary.
How could Phil have done that? Wait a minute, what? If you add all of this bullshit.
Quit it.
To what I said.
Quit.
Or see a doctor. You clearly have a deviated septum.
Yes, you have a problem, Phil.
And what I actually said, you can make assumptions that are horrible. Well, I didn't say any of that, nor is that even in my head.
Beta male.
Again, I didn't say any of that clip. We're selling her off into the slave trade.
Selling her off for profits.
I mean, like, sadly, I hate to say it, in the modern day, it's like, you can't even, you can't even deal with just what you actually said and did. You have to deal with what everyone else is assuming you're saying, doing, or thinking.
Phil, that's part of talking into these. Once I say it, it's not mine anymore. It belongs to everybody. Remember where your ears are, Philly. It belongs to everybody else, and they get to interpret it. That's what these things are. We get to entertain people. They get to decide how they're consuming it.
And if you don't like it, I hate to tell you this, buddy, but there are other options.
Dude, this guy draws no enjoy. I don't know why he does this. He doesn't draw any enjoyment from any of it.
Work. He's got to know that this is getting clicks and likes and spread around, and it's growing him a little bit. And God knows he doesn't have anything else going for him.
The only thing that even bums me out a little is when I have to bug you guys for money. That's it. Everything else about this show, like the 5 or 10 minutes we spend asking for money on this show, when you add it all up, the other 4 hours and 20 minutes are the fucking most fun I have all day.
Greatest job ever.
Great.
Even though you didn't do it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're out of your fucking...
Oh, we're talking about the racist joke you made. That you said you weren't addressing 2 minutes ago.
Even though you didn't do it.
Play the clip,
please.
Minds, okay? Like I said, I've always used humor, and in particular, over-the-top, ridiculous, what-if situational humor in games like this.
What if we just saw the little black girl and said, we're selling her to slave trade?
As Brendan Schaub would say, also a big fan of George Carlton, DSP.
I used to do back in the day with The Walking Dead, which was the original Telltale game that put this
Oh, God, I shudder to think what he said about Michonne and Tyrone.
Games on the map, okay? No one had issue with it, but today in the modern era, now let's do everything we possibly can to make Phil look like a villain on the internet, all right?
You know, DSP really is the modern day Chappelle. That's his problem. He's just so censored and canceled and everything else. So there's Dark Side Phil not addressing the racism controversy.
Yep, for like 5 minutes.
Oh, shit. Yeah, him not addressing it for 5 minutes. He will ban you for asking him to mute himself snorting. He says it's a medical condition that he can do nothing about. You can still mute when you have to do it. Watch. There, I just snorted. You didn't hear it. There, I just said the N-word. You didn't hear a thing. Jay Kramer says Phil's streams are more of a chore. He thinks his viewers are employees. Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah, I've worked a lot of jobs where at the end of the day, my boss goes, now give me money.
Jamal says, if Phil is so mad and the things the detractor channels are untrue, just have them striked for slander. Yeah, he can't do it.
He tries to.
Queen Bee Savage says, is he making money from it? Why stop if it's working? Oh, I get that. It just seems like the rest of it is all just he's getting no joy from it whatsoever. Need Trump says the Steel Toe is the best show out there. Thanks, buddy. Jay Kramer says, I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. You want to hear about DSP's super busy life?
Okay.
I clipped this. I don't remember why I clipped this one, so I'll tap out of this one if it sucks.
Darkness says, I'm curious, how don't you have free time? Because there's people who have kids who work 80 hours a week and still find time to do things.
Oh, this. I love this. Is becoming one of my favorite DSP type things to watch. Is his listeners will ask him just honest questions. Because sometimes he'll contradict himself and the shit doesn't add up.
And
so they'll ask him, they're like, what's up with this? And then he just insults them. Just starts shitting on them.
How the fuck would I know? Am I those people? It's like, Phil, how can you explain something that's unexplainable because you're not those other people and know their entire life schedule? How the fuck would I know? I don't know what they're doing. Here's what I can tell you, all right? I get up in the morning, and immediately I'm off to the races.
That's because you get up at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I get up in the morning at the crack of noon.
Wait, didn't one time in his stream he said 9 o'clock is early to get up?
I have no idea, but I wouldn't be surprised.
So you're a bum, Jules.
I'm getting ready for the day. I'm having breakfast. I'm feeding Jasper. I'm spending a little bit of time with my wife as we're both getting ready, usually for our work days.
Okay, translation. I eat a bunch. I slop from some food in my cat's bowl, and my wife and I veg out in front of the TV for a couple hours. I mean, my theory.
Mm-hmm.
I have my coffee. I'm running up to the office. I'm setting up. I'm getting this stuff running.
You don't look like
here.
you run.
Usually, this is the time when I'm trying to read quickly through emails and answer emails and do things behind the scenes.
I love how he describes 5-minute things like they take an hour.
This is usually where I read emails, like the one Keemstar sent me with a $50,000 offer, and I said, go fuck yourself.
Because I'm a great businessman. I feed Jasper. That's 30 seconds.
Okay, I am a cripple, and I don't walk very well, and I can feed my cat and go do my show. It's not a big deal, buddy.
Now this cripple guy on Steel Toe's bragging about his cat feeding abilities. I challenge him to a cat feed off.
I can do while I have a chance to do it. Okay? And then I'm off to the stream. And you guys know where I am all stream. Right here.
Yelling at you guys for not giving me money the right way or offering me free shit.
Or jerking off in front of a camera I don't know is live.
Right? With a 10 to 15 minute break. Okay, sometimes 20, 25 minutes, depending.
He takes a 25-minute break in between his stream? Like during his stream, he takes a 25-minute break?
Apparently, he streams on and off.
Yeah.
So if you go to his channel and you look at his streams are literally an hour and a half, 2 hours, stop, come back. Another hour or so, stop, come back. Now, I don't know about the time spacing between episodes, but I will say, looking at his channel, if you look at, say, within 24-hour period, he's got 9, 10, 11, 12 clips that are all from the same stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just, they're not one segment. It's like you were on for a bit, then you were off, then you were on, then you were off.
And then I'm here again till 4 p.m. Then I'm uploading till 4:30, 4:45. Then I'm either eating dinner or cooking dinner. And I'm cleaning up. That at most, between my streams ever, I have maybe 45 minutes to myself. Because there's so much other shit that I cram between there. Like I said, exercising, shaving.
We can see that you don't do either of those.
And not only that, shaving takes less than 5 minutes. This guy, I feed my cat, I shave. Oh, booty who?
Showering. doing all these
5
other things.
minutes.
That's the little bit of time that I have between streams to do stuff like that. And then right back to stream again. And I'm streaming, you know, I'm in this office between 6:15, 6:30. I'm misclicking here. Between 6:15, 6:30. All right. And whoa, what did I just do?
All right, I'm bored of this clip. Let's go on to the next one. We got more. Refuses to sell his pay pigs anything. Oh, yeah, this one's funny. So people are asking Phil for merch.
Mm-hmm.
He won't do merch. He won't even send people shit for free. This guy is just a complete asshole. He's mean to the people who give him money.
It takes zero effort to go on Teespring and make a t-shirt?
None. I mean, yeah, they're not the greatest t-shirts in the world, but a lot of people use it.
Tough. All right, thank you for the tip. And then $6.72, so $6.72. So if I donate a brand new controller, can you sign me your old one back signed? No.
Well,
you're not going to get me to change my answer. The answer is going to keep being no.
He wants your old controller. First of all, the fact that anyone would want your old signed controller is, I mean, to me, kind of gay. But you can't just send him one. If he buys you a new controller, will you give him?
I literally have a new controller that I bought because my daughter decided that she wanted one.
Yeah.
So I literally took the worst one I had and I went, boom, Ivy's controller. And then everyone took a step down and I got a new one.
I'm not sending you guys stuff. It's not going to change.
I'm not sending you guys stuff. Give me money.
Yeah.
No. Hey, Phil, will you sell stuff out of your closet? No. Hey, Phil, can you send us stuff? No. Phil, can you set up an eBay account? No. Phil, will you sell stuff online? No. Phil, when you do the marathon in your closet and you find things in there that people might be interested in buying, will you buy it? Will you sell it online? No. What if a fan contacts you behind the scenes and want? No.
You know what it is? DSP has the Opie disease where he's so terrified of being trolled and he's so terrified of haters that he won't give anyone anything because he lives in constant fear that they'll use it to humiliate him. Imagine living that way. If you have to worry about something like that, consider what you might be doing to motivate someone to do that. Just think about it. So his whole premise here is, fuck you, pay me.
Yep.
And I ain't giving you shit.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you give $250 in a week to this show, we give you every piece of merch we have. We give you 2 tickets to the quarterly shows we do. We give you a chance to win $100 every month. And when we come out with new merch, we send it to you. Why? Because you give us so much fucking money, we feel bad, and we're like, these people need gifts for giving so much. Phil won't even sign a fucking old controller and send it to somebody.
It would literally only cost him the postage, unless you want to be a complete dick and COD it. But
ew.
Yeah, dude, I know.
No. How many? Okay, let's try this again. No.
Now give me $100 for my day off in tips.
No.
Again,
okay.
The person making these videos, if I may critique, this is a perfect spot. No. In between each one of those, start putting clips of him asking for shit. I need tips so I can have my day off. No. I need money for a new computer. No. Look, you guys, I don't have to explain to you how I spend my money, okay? I'm not beholden to you. No. Just throw those in there. You're so close.
Well, maybe oh, wait a minute. Well,
okay, so he's fucking up his camera.
Let's zoom in on your nice little Nintendo Switch there. Yeah, life is hard for you with 3 different top-of-the-line consoles.
We don't have a lot of time for the chicken sandwich. Uh-oh. Let's see how much of the chicken sandwich we can get through with this DSP overtime.
Stream chat just said, well, you paid for shitty food and you got it. No problem here. And this is what some people are actually saying. They're quote tweeting me and saying, well, that's what you get for going to Burger King. Like, wait a minute. No. Okay. Listen.
Are his fans about to set him off because he said he had a bad chicken sandwich at Burger King? You know, we've turned discussions like this into 30, 40-minute hilarious segments of us talking about different fast food places.
And how they all suck.
These people talking into these microphones get way too invested in their fucking egos and can't take a lick's worth of shit. Ever. That's the theme of today's show. People who can't take any shit. Adrian, Opie, DSP. This show, we let people talk about my fucking tits for 4 hours if they want to. I don't care. We're having fun. We're doing a show. Even if somebody comes into our chat and shits on us, we just go, Bro, everyone else in here is having a great time. So if you're not having fun, you can just go.
You can fuck right the hell off.
Or think of, why am I the only one not having a good time?
First of all, this was not the dollar menu sandwich. This was not, the cheap sandwich. Do you not know how much this costs? I'm not kidding you.
Of your money that you give me?
This sandwich here costs $7. The combos.
See, this is where you're messing it up, Phil. This is where you gotta be. And that's your money I'm spending. You guys gave me that, and I spent that $7 on this shit sandwich. You should all be upset.
Like $9.50.
Oh, by the way, they caught him this weekend with WWE Champions Open on his cell phone.
Yep.
I didn't think it was worth dedicating a whole video to.
But it just proves that he's back on the wagon.
We'll put it on this
Or
one,
off the
yeah.
wagon.
So DSP's whales are keeping that WWE Champions. What do you get from giving money to those fucking mobile games? It does nothing for you. I remember when I did it for Golf Clash. I did it probably 10 times at like $5, $10
For like
a piece.
balls and clubs?
For balls and clubs. And I was like, this is fucking stupid.
There's literally an app I play all the time. My daughter's really amused with it. She calls it the airplane game. And it's you fly an airplane. Anyways, there's like pay $1 and you don't have to have ads anymore.
Yeah.
I've seen it tons of times. I only play the game with my daughter. I hate the ads.
Yeah.
I haven't paid $1.
Yeah,
fuck it. It's 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Sandwich is not inexpensive. This sandwich is more expensive than anything else on the menu at Burger King. It's the most expensive sandwich. And actually, it's more expensive than most sandwiches anywhere else.
You're no fun.
Right? This is not, you went there, and got the cheapest thing, and you got the cheapest thing. No, I got the most expensive thing on the menu. That's number one. Okay? Number two.
Wait,
Phil.
Number one is you got the most expensive thing? That doesn't sound good to people you beg for money. I got the most I don't do this lowbrow Burger King shit with like a fucking cheeseburger, bacon, and some onion rings. No. No, I go top of the line burgers. When I go for food, it's top quality. It's Burger King.
Phil, you had a shitty sandwich. Let's make some jokes about it and move on. He has an easier time making fun of a cartoon black girl than he does the chicken sandwich he ate.
Number two, if you don't ask for a business that's screwed up to do better, they will never do better. I just want you guys to understand
fucking
something.
Burger
Why
King.
do you think
I'm going to pause as little as I
places like,
can
I hate
because
to
we're
say
running
it,
out of time.
McDonald's have a bad stigma attached to them?
They don't.
Why do you think?
People love
Do you
McDonald's.
think that the corporate entity of McDonald's wants to be known as the place you go to get the cheapest low-grade food?
Yes.
That's literally their business model.
That's been their business model since the 1950s, you fucking ape person.
They have something or had something called the dollar menu.
Right. It's the cheap place for families to get their food.
Of course not. And of course, they don't present themselves like that.
Yes, they do.
Yet, in everyone's mind, everyone knows you go to McDonald's, you spend a few bucks, you get crappy food, who cares? You fill your stomach, you move on.
It's good
right?
food. I like their cheeseburgers.
Right?
How dare you?
Why are they like that? I'll tell you why. Because everyone just accepts it. Because no one demands better. No one says, we want this business to improve.
He's going on a fucking
We want to
Spartacus
ask
rant over a
more from
Burger
this
King
business
sandwich.
Because we want them to have better value. You know what I'm saying? If you
someone's right.
accept mediocrity, you'll forever be mediocre. And, at least Burger King says right on everything that you get when you buy the food, it says if you have issues, go to this website and complain here. It says right on it, we want your
Jesus.
feedback.
He's unhinged over
We
a
want
chicken
to improve.
sandwich.
So I gave them the feedback. I understand people's points, saying you're not supposed to be expecting gourmet food from a fast food chain. I'm not. I was just
What are
expecting
you going
something
on
edible.
about?
That is not edible. It was like I've explained in the original video a week and a half ago. Now. That thing was completely drenched with sauce from top to bottom. You couldn't even grab
I like a good saucy sandwich. What's wrong with this saucy sandwich, Philip?
it without getting covered in sauce. And this was a to-go order. They gave me 3 napkins in the bag for 2 meals. So how am I supposed to eat that without completely covering my body in sauce?
Wait a minute. For 2 meals? Who was the second meal for?
Well, his wife.
But she works during the day.
Fuck.
No, I don't even know if the chicken tasted good because I couldn't get to the chicken. You see? So that just, it's like, to me.
So wait a minute.
if
Not
you don't
only did you spend an inordinate amount of money on this sandwich, you also didn't eat it, making a complete waste of money.
Should we fast forward a little since we're running out of time here? See if he...
Sandwich. That doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Because if you don't demand better, you will never get it.
Oh, so he's just
right?
repeating himself.
You'll never get it. You have to ask for more.
People are writing in the chat, play the game, bro. People just don't want to hear him bitch about his. Fuck. I'm gonna fast forward another 2 minutes.
In your life, ever.
Dress as the Burger King for Halloween.
Okay? So that's my take. And
When
you can
does the
disagree, and you
stream
can call me
start?
a Karen or whatever. Go ahead. But this has been an ongoing thing for like a week and a half. It's been a meme on my streams. And now that the freaking tweet is blowing up, it's pretty funny.
It's funny that you look like a
don't-
whiny Karen.
It's still going, by the way.
Karen
Like, it's not
Burnell.
slowing down at all.
This is as bad as the dudes being like, "Hey, we're just trying to interview people. You want to talk?"
Yeah, this is
No.
like the guy we were watching earlier today. He's just fucking
Oh,
terrible.
God. Some people are just saying, oh, that is so nasty. The things they're saying about this.
You guys have built up this
Oh,
chicken sandwich thing
disgusting.
for me like I was gonna love it. This is boring as fuck.
Nice dead air, Phil.
Yeah, nice.
See,
dinner.
some people, oh, what's the problem? This is what fast food is. Are you out of your mind?
No, they're being reasonable.
Seriously.
It's
Are you
called
out of
fast
your
food. They
fucking
make it
mind?
as fast as
Yeah.
they can.
You should not be accepting this. Really. You should not be accepting this as acceptable product. These people are crazy. And then
Well,
other
Joe,
people are like,
it's
oh,
not-
that's disgusting.
You're right, Phil. They're unhinged.
Well, Phil, why don't we see you work in a fast food joint for a day? Let's see how
Yeah.
good the burgers that you put together are and how well you keep up with the demand at rush hour.
All right. Well, there's the. I got to be honest. To the DSP people who clued me in on that, it's not really.
It's Phil going off about a chicken sandwich.
That wasn't very good. He expects Burger King employees to make him gourmet cuisine, but he won't do any multiplayer with his videos. Lightning says you're watching the wrong video. That's why. That's the one that was sent to me. I'm sorry. Well, anyway, guys, that's it. Thank you very much for all the support. We'll have to get to Rube Waddell maybe on the evening show tonight. I am dying to watch this thing. Thank you guys very much for not only meeting the goal, but thanks to Robert exceeding it by $50. And thanks to Chops for rallying the troops and then knocking out the rest of the goal. I really appreciate it. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
You'll be on your channel, which I'm putting in the chat right now,
Yep.
twitch.tv/justkidding LLC, 2 to 5, 2 to 4.
2 to 5.
2 to 5 p.m. There you go. There's Johnny's channel over on Twitch. Thanks again.
You're welcome.
Thank you to all of you. We hope
Thank
you enjoyed the program. We got 3 clips out of today's show. We're going to probably put up the Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson clip a little bit later today. We will talk to you guys tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time.